1 second, let me make sure that everybody is streaming everywhere. Okay then. Let's see. Okay. Right, we're ready to go. What's up, boys? Oh. How's everybody doing? We all good, yeah? Everybody all right? Everybody had a good couple of days? I know I've been slacking. I know. How dare I, right? Well, to be honest, been quite busy making sure that I'm keeping up to date with everything. So that means like making sure that I've got like videos getting uploaded to YouTube at the same time, and I need to work on the website a little bit, make sure that that gets going. What else is there? Yeah, there's like Twitter. I need to do something on Twitter today because obviously you guys know that what I wanted to do was like, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, meaning it's inefficient, and I doubt that it's going to work. I doubt that it's going to work. Seriously? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I've literally just opened up Twitter. What the fuck is this shit? We back to the reptilian stuff? Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, so you guys know that what I originally wanted to do was to basically upload the recording of the debate that we have, and then allow the commenters to go ahead and decide who the winner is. But that's not going to work, unfortunately, considering that you're going to have, well, at least some viewers in order for that to might be an option maybe in the future. But yeah, so we're doing something different. Obviously it comes at a cost, but we're going to have to hire judges. All right, we're going to have to hire judges, so meaning we're going to have to pay somebody to judge the event for us. And going into the future, I'm going to make sure that I get judges to be present during the debate. Now, they can be like on the backside, meaning just watching the debate, or they can be like, I don't know, included in the debate, whatever. It doesn't really matter. They can be in chat for all I care. As long as they are paying attention to the debate, writing down the things that they consider to be, you know, like judge the debate fairly, whatever. Obviously, they're getting paid in order to do that job. Unfortunately, though, that means that money has to come out of somewhere. And I don't know. I'm thinking about it because, all right, so here's the deal. Here's why I'm thinking about it. Okay, so let's just say now, all right, let's just say that we have a poll let's just say democracy versus authoritarian. Okay, let's just say that we have that. I know it's a stupid topic, but it's just an example, guys, right? We don't need to take it to the fucking extreme. Now, let's just say you have $50 bet on one side. I'm going to try and make it as simple as possible for everybody to understand. And $50 on the other side. Now, I don't mind paying out of pocket. The only problem is I'm not exactly rich, so that doesn't seem feasible. What I do see reasonable is you've got $50, and that is, all right, so we've got $50 on one side and we've got $50 on the other side. This is what I'm thinking, all right? And I see this to be the only, and it solves a couple of problems as well. I'll get into the problems in a second, but let's just say you got 10 on either side, so it's 10 times 5. So 5 people bet on democracy and they bet $10 each. And you've got the same on the other side, okay? Now, obviously, one of the two is going to be declared the winner. Let's just say that authoritarian is the way to go, all right? Meaning the person who debated authoritarian won the debate, or at least the judge decided so. Now, how are they going to judge? Obviously, we're going to need to vet them. They're going to need to know about the topic at hand. Actually, they might not need to do that. They can... Okay, so it works out two ways, all right? So if they do know about the topic, then during the debate, they'll be able to deal with incoming knowledge at a hand's notice. I mean, as it's coming through, as the two debaters are going head to head, then you've got basically somebody who knows about these topics. And let's just say democracy puts forward an argument or a claim that isn't true. And, well, if they don't know about the topic, how the fuck are they going to know basically whether it's right or wrong? Okay. So that is also going to be one thing that is included in the judgment. So it's not just about skill. It's a combination of two things, which is one, well, it is skill if you think about it, because obviously you're coming to the debate. You should know about the topics that are being discussed. So, I mean, you got to be prepared. It's like in fucking sports, you train, and then when you show up to the competition, you perform. That's just okay. In debates, same shit. You read, you study about the topics, you come to the debate, and you should be well versed in the topic at hand. Now, there is a problem, meaning that you're never going to find somebody without a bias. Everybody has biases. Everybody has problems, not problems. They're just going to be leaning towards one side or the other. Now, my hope is that by paying them, and obviously the judge will not be named before the debate. The judge will only be named, well, once the debate starts. So that way there is no, there can't be any, cooperation from one side or the other with the judge or some bullshit like that. It's going to be somebody who is picked, at the beginning of the event. They watch the debate. They have knowledge about the topic. It is preferable because that will make it easier. So ideally, where we want to get is to a point where you're having the debate there's a judge present at the time of the debate. The debate happens, and they are, taking notes as the debate is occurring, and paying attention to, any like bad faith, or like just like somebody arguing even though they shouldn't be arguing, meaning that the other person's just right and they should just let go of that point. These are all things that need to be vetted out with the judges, okay? And the reason why it's good to do this is because, one thing, you've got a guaranteed judge who is going to be present at the time. You're not dependent on commenters or viewers then watching the debate on YouTube or something. Originally, that is what I wanted to do because, well, that also gives like people an incentive to go over to YouTube and subscribe to YouTube as well. It's like kind of a, yeah, I am disgraceful that way, but nonetheless. So they're going to be present. They'll rule out the judge. And then by the end of the debate, as soon as the debate's over, the judge makes a decision and a winner is declared there and then. Like immediately. We need it to happen fast. We can't be like me and the doc debating a week ago and still there is no decision being made. This is not acceptable. I did have some like false hopes that somehow like commenters would, would comment on the videos and decide who is the winner and declare the winner, but that didn't happen. I shouldn't have been surprised about that, basically. I should have, expected that wasn't going to happen. Nonetheless, you live and you learn. My mistake. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to introduce judges. Okay, so back to this now. All right, so we understand that having a judge has a lot of positives. It makes it entertaining as well because, by the end of the debate, it's like you haven't watched for no reason. A winner will be declared by the end of the debate. While it's happening live, in front of everybody else. Obviously, nobody can challenge the judges. You can't. Well, people can challenge the judges and say, "Hey, you're biased." People are going to do that regardless of whatever it is I say. But the idea is that if those people are knowledgeable, then they're going to put forward, like they'll be able to provide some evidence or some, proof that backs up their decision. It's not just going to be, oh, I don't like that person, so I voted that person to win. There needs to be some level of, okay, so now, why the hell should judges go to all of this effort? Now, basically, debate deathmatch can be broken down into various aspects when we're talking about the financial side, because if this doesn't work financially speaking, then it's going to fall apart at some point, okay? Regardless, whether I want to or not, I'm just not a millionaire. I'm not in a position to be, going out of pocket all the fucking time. If we have sponsors in the future, maybe it's possible, but for now, that's not feasible. So we're not going to do that. I'm not going to run out. I'm not going to take money out of my own survival. I'm already doing that, like with the lottery and whatever. So a little bit is fine. It's just I can't like promise or make any promises that I'll be able to like fund this out of pocket. It's not reasonable for that to happen. So we're not going to do that because again, we want this to survive the long term. Okay, so we've got a couple of problems, all right? So we've got fees, all right? These are transaction fees. Now, these are transaction fees, and it's something I've been thinking about for a while. And it's a problem. It's a problem because every payment network you use, they're always going to charge you something. Now, if I were to go to PayPal, I've already done the research. It's basically got a charge of something like $1.30 per transaction. Okay, I don't know why this is bugging out. All right, so $1.30 per transaction. Now, this isn't a problem when you're dealing with high numbers. So if we get to the point where we're dealing with like $500, $1,000, $1.30 each transaction is not going to be bothering us. That's fine. But this is the price we need to pay. And that's not the end of it. It's like $1.30 plus something like 0.025, nothing significant of the transaction. This is the cost, okay, of these are the fees that the payment network is requiring to provide us with the service. So you guys want to use PayPal, these are the costs that are included in this scenario. Okay, so it's $1.30 plus 0 point something percent. I don't really remember exactly how much it was they said it was, but yeah, something like that. So there are fees included. Now, again, when you're dealing with like high numbers, this is not a problem. You can like send money, we can transfer money between us as long as it's a big amount of money or a relatively big amount of money, then no problem there. The problem is we're not dealing with big amounts of money for now at least. We're dealing with something like, out of the top of my head, we're talking about like $10-20 per person. Right? We're even scratching the limit there. Okay. Now, obviously, people are incentivized to bet more. That's why I am saying that it is fairly possible that we get to a place in the future where, people are betting a lot more money, because you stand to earn like something like 40%. You can make like 40% of your money. Now, at $10, 40%, you're talking about $4. It's not that interesting. And then once you do these deductions, you're left, and this is not all the fees as well. This is just the fees to transfer the money and whatnot. Obviously, there is a condition where it's like if you're transferring from the same country to where I am, then you're not going to be charged that money. It's like if you're in the European zone, this also doesn't exist. But you still pay that, which is like tiny. It's not a problem nonetheless, or might be 0.25 actually, now that I think about it. But we can't depend. We have to aim for like worst case scenario. Worst case scenario meaning that people are in the US and they're betting from the US, then those are the fees that will be included, and it's the sender who always pays. So you've got this transaction happening 2 times. Once when somebody is betting, so when they put the money down, so they put their bet forward, they send the money to me, they pay that fee. And well, I receive $10. After the decision is made, then I pay that fee. Now, again, I could pay out of pocket, but this can stack up, and it does worry me. So I need a way to cover my ass. I can't be paying this. So then what do you do? So you're talking about double that. So it's a two-way transaction. It's happening 2 ways. So that those fees are going to be like times 2. So you're talking about like 260, something like 270, 280, depending on if it's like $10, whatever. It's not a big difference. This is not a problem, really. So you got like 280 and then 280. You're talking about $5 now, more than $5. $5 and like 60, whatever you guys call it. I don't fucking know. So these are the fees. Jesus Christ, why is this bugging out? $5.60. Okay. All right, so these are the fees, all right? This is like... Now, obviously, there are other costs as well. It's like... it's coming out of my pocket for now. So this is not looking good to me, all right? Especially when you're dealing with that is an enormous amount of money. When you're trying to send something like $10, it's fucking insane. Wait, maths, bro. 280 is for both sides. This is all irrelevant. Pay no attention. Okay. So it's like 280. That's the costs. All right. It's not 560. Okay. At least. So you got 280. That's how much it's going to cost to send the money and then receive the money. It's a little bit better, but that's still 28%. That's still 28%. Now, if we are then going to take, say, 10, 20% of the pot to pay the judges, well, then we are looking at like $100 here. This is the total. So the total is $100. Bear in mind, the sender, the person making the bet has already paid this one time. So they're already $1.30 out of pocket. Their $10 is on the bet. They've won, okay? Now I need to pay the judge. So we can give a number, we can say 10%, right? So the judge gets 10% of the pot for now. Or we're paying them $10, okay, to judge the event. Now, I know it's not an amazing amount of money, but nonetheless, it is something to incentivize some people. Maybe I'm hoping, like, I can imagine like going on Fiverr and finding somebody who would do this for a tenner, okay? So $10 goes to the judge. $10 goes to the judge. And then you've got $1.40, $1.50, let's just say. All right, $1.50 to pay for the transaction fees. Wait, no, it's not. That's times 10. Okay, yeah, because it's 5. Well, this is all going to be in one account, so times 5. So that's $7.50. Okay, $7.50 then. All right. So we have a total of $17.50. Minus 100, you're left with $82.50. All right. We have $82.50 left. Now, this is where I start cringing inside, because if there was a way for me to do this and I'm just like rich and I can just pay everything out of pocket, sure, at least for the time being, but I can't. So I've included the transaction cost. So Debate Deathmatch is not going to be paying for the transaction to send back the money or to, split the pot to the right people. We're not going to pay for the judge either, because again, if we want this to work, it needs to be profitable. Okay, at least a little bit. At least a little bit. So we've got 82.50 now divided by 5. Divided by 5. How much is that? Let's see. Yeah, I can't. That fucking math, I can't. It's zero interest. So we got 16.50. 16.50. At this point, you know, any one of these people winning is walking away with a 65% increase. That's like fucking insane. And this is not going to be a rare fucking occurrence. Like if we go to the website now, we just go to here. Like I want you guys to envision this, all right? Okay, we can't do that because yeah, everything's just a fucking picture here. I want you to envision, all right? There are hundreds of these available at any given time. Hundreds, okay? There's only one here right now. There are hundreds of them in the future, okay? This is the vision, all right? And you've got people betting on different topics that they feel comfortable with, or you know, they feel good with the challenges at hand. So you got that's 65%, bro. That's a 65% profit. All right, that's huge. That's insane. You're looking at it. It's only 650. Yeah, but you only put in 10. Okay. That's not fair though. That's not fair because we're missing out one minor detail here. Because remember, they already paid $1.50 to begin with. So it's actually, they're already down to, they are already down to, it's 50%. Is 50% because minus $1.50. I'll just do it here. $1.50 that they originally paid to send the money. All right. So you're left with $15. You're left with $15. You're talking about a 50% increase. Again, that's fucking insane. It's just fucking insane for choosing, you know, if you do your homework and you know about topics and you stand to earn something like 50% for being right. And that's like after everything is minused, okay, not everything. I'm getting to it. 50% is insane, okay? It's like, that's just, it's mental. It is mental, okay? Again, I'm a trader, I'm an investor, so 50% is like, yo, you're talking about, like, you're looking at it from $10, you know, making $5. Doesn't sound that awesome. Now, when you put $100, you're now making $50. Even more, actually, because right now the numbers are smaller. These transaction fees hit hard. When you get to big amounts of money, that's insignificant. And that's insignificant. Again, we're paying the judges $10. We're saying 10% for now, only because that amount is small. Going into the future, yes, that number will increase, but I can imagine it will be something in the single digits, percentage-wise. So it'll be like 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5% of the pot. Like when you're in the thousands, like that's like fucking $50. It's not minor. Okay, it's not amazing either. You're talking about debate, takes 4 hours. Wow, yeah, you're gonna have to aim for that. Maybe 2 to 4 hours, say on average 3 hours. That's not even like minimum wage. Okay, so maybe the magic number is around that 10%. Maybe it is. But when you get into the like, okay, it's possible, theoretically, it's possible. If it gets big enough, it is possible that you end up in like the tens of thousands on a single topic. But you're talking about like the people debating that shit have to be like the best of the best. You're gonna have like, I was about to say Destiny versus Hassan, but Hassan is a fucking joke. But you've got like fucking Destiny versus Shapiro. I don't fucking know. Like that's the type of debate you're talking about. Now, we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet because remember, till this point, neither debate deathmatch, so hasn't made anything. And there are costs. There are costs, which is like we still need to organize the event. We need to, pay for the websites, probably have developers going into the future. There are running costs. So I'm thinking from this point, I'm thinking something like 20%. Not 20% of this, just 20% of the fucking pot. So you're left with like 30. So minus 2. And this is these are like for your fees, the initial person's fees. And this is for like debate deathmatch. You're still left, even at this point, you're still left with 13. After everything has been deducted. That is a 30% increase. Now, this is not betting on horses. This is not betting on fucking dogs. This is not betting on sports. This is debates. So a lot of the topics that are being discussed, the facts are available to the public. The facts are just there. So there are a few considerations to be taken. There are a few things that need to be taken into consideration, which is, okay, well, we know the facts, so that's pretty easy. You know the topic beforehand, so you can prepare as someone who bets on this. So you have a good idea of which side you stand on. Now, do the bets open as soon as debaters have been assigned to either side? Because that will be the only way you'll be able to bet. That would be the only way you're able to bet. I don't know. I'm thinking of this. I'm thinking of this because this is really good. We'll be lucky if we can get to this. We'll be very lucky to get to this. Yeah. So this is $2 per person. So in the end, we, Debate Deathmatch, is also getting 10%. Because it's 2 times 5 equals 10. We're also getting 10% in order to pay for our thing. So we're getting like roughly the same as the fucking judges. Which is not a lot. That's why I'm saying in the future, considering that this number rises, these numbers go up significantly, the judges are equally going to have to be get paid. You can't avoid it. There's no way to avoid it. But I mean, I'm really happy with the 30%. Because otherwise, it's like, how the fuck do you judge this? It's like, it's either you pay for a judge, or this isn't getting done. As you can see, it's been a week. Nobody's like trying to fucking put their reasoning for who won the debate. Now, you can argue that the topic at hand is fucking boring and nobody gives a shit about it. That's why that happened. But nonetheless, what the hell is this? This is National Human Rights Council showed a 270% surge in neo-Nazi cells from 2019. Santa Catarina State, particularly emerges as a hotspot with over 500. Okay, we know. On last day of Ramadan, yes. Muslim hijabi law student, while her husband, Erwin Verinsky, Dean of Berkeley Law, screams, "Leave our house." In the end, violent. Wait a minute. What the fuck happened here? White supremacists with fancy degrees. Wait a minute. If she's on their fucking property, what are you even talking about? Leave our house. I don't understand what the fuck. It's like, is that their house, or is it the fucking school and they are on school premises, but they call the like place where the dean is the house? I don't know. Because if it is their house, yeah, get the fuck off. What the fuck are you doing on their property? Get the fuck out of there. If it is this university, then I'm pretty sure they have a right to be there, I guess. Not 100% sure on that, but I'm confident in saying that. The fuck? Would Democrats ignore her diary after she said he sexually abused her? Okay, that's like, hello, Twitter. Okay, I mean, it is blurred out, but precise intelligence-based operation to strike terrorist infrastructure and eliminate operatives in central Gaza began overnight. Let's see. An IDF fighter jet struck an armed. Why so much hate for their Palestinian brothers? Welcome to the newly reinforced Rafah border between Gaza and Egypt. Egypt worked around the clock to reinforce the border to make sure not a single Palestinian refugee could enter. Why so much hate for their Palestinian brothers? Because they're not brothers. They just use them whenever it suits them. Palestinian rioter thinks he is brave until he encounters an Israeli female soldier. I'm guessing that's probably West Bank or some shit. Ready? Oh, here we go. Lavender and Where's Daddy? Israel's disturbing use of AI exposed. Oh, really? Oh, fucking hell. Now I regret not doing that. Have revealed Israel's use of AI program Lavender to create kill lists in Gaza and Where's Daddy to target people at home with their families. With the use of these programs, Israel has wiped out entire families in the Gaza. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what the hell you're talking. You've done zero research. You are you are incompetent, to say the least. I mean, that's pretty funny. That's brilliant. That's pretty funny. Slavery. Oh, that's fucking joke. The terrorists destroy Palestinian family business in Ramallah in the West Bank. Democracy of America is just a joke, otherwise homelessness will not exist. Democracy of America is just a joke, otherwise homelessness will not exist. How old are you, kid? How old are you? How fucking old are you? Only democracy can kick tyrants out of power, otherwise you'll be struck with Xi and Putin. The fuck? That's so stupid, bro. Democracy equals homelessness. Otherwise, homelessness will not exist. Have you got any other democracy in the world that you can name that doesn't have homeless people? Do we have any examples to point to? Any whatsoever? Just give me one. This is a fucking Chinese person. Who the fuck is this? Asian? I don't know. It's like, I see a lot of. What language is this? I don't fucking know. It sounds stupid. This is the guy with a fucking profile picture of a yacht. The fuck, bro? The Philippines violated the DOC pursuant to the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea. The Philippines undertakes not to inhabit uninhabited reefs, yet its military openly vowed to erect permanent structures on Renai Jiao. All right, so Oh. Okay, so let's look at the numbers now. Now that we have an overview of what it is we are dealing with. Okay, so now let's look at the numbers because the numbers change. So instead of 50, we have 30 and 30. No, we have 50. It's 25 and 25. So it's like half of that. So it'll be 50. So we can literally pay the judges $5. Well, we've got a little bit more to work with because again, this time, well, we're still paying for the fucking transactions to send those transactions to all the people who, well, were included in the lottery. So we're still going to need to pay for those transactions. That's not going away. These are our costs. Half of that. Oh. No, that stays the same. That doesn't change. So we've got 50 bucks. Minus 750. Okay, was it what we left with? 42.50. Okay. 42.50. That's for paying for the transactions. This is transactions. Okay. Trans. Minus. Okay. 42.50. I'm not going to take out, we can't take out the 10 for us. As long as the transactions are taken out, we can't. So divide by 5. How much is that? 42.5 divided by 5 equals 850. Oh. 850, fine. Okay. 850. That's awesome. That's a, what is that? We split the difference, the number beforehand, so it's like 350 divided by 5 equals 70%. Let's see if that's right. Okay. So 5 plus 70%. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So it's a 70% increase. That's still way overblown. Okay, so we need to drop that down. We need to drop that down, and the money obviously is going to go towards fucking what do you call them? All right, what's 5 plus 30%? Let's see, 5 plus 30. Well, then that's like 150. It's like 150. 150 times 5, you're talking about 750. So 750 total. Minus that, you're left with 35. Divided by 5 equals 7. Still 2. That's still a 40% increase. I mean, it's pretty simple. 150. So as long as everybody gets 650, all right, so 650, what is that? 30, 32.5. So we've got 750. All right then. That's what we've got. We haven't got more than that. We've got 750 to give the judge. That's what we've got. We don't have more than that. Now they need to know about cryptocurrencies. I mean, we can like search on Fiverr. Like, we're not gonna find it. I doubt we're gonna find anything. Any service judge. Let's see. No, come on. Really? You're gonna make me sign in? I don't want to sign in. I don't want to sign in. Can I not? I will make best creative business logo. I will do funny, do not judge, quickly promotional video. Will react, judge, review your video, YouTube content or any visuals. $5. There you go. I will react, judge, review, critique your song, music professional, analyze. There you go. So we found one. I get it. Okay. That's basically, they're going to tell you if your video's good. They're not going to tell you, all right, that's not what we're looking for. Let's see. Crypto. Let's see. Crypto. Because again, the debate, I will post your crypto. I will promote your crypto. I will promote your crypto. I will promote your crypto. Okay, it's all the same shit. I will meme coin website. Awesome. I'll promote. I will Telegram community. Teach you speak on. I will promote you. I will mentor. I will be. I will make high quality. Can I possibly make a? All right, let's try. Let's try. We've got nothing to do. $7.50 to the first person. $7.50. Those 50 to judge. To judge a debate relating to cryptocurrencies. Requirements. Knowledge about no, requirements is, well, what are the requirements, guys? I've got to have some of them. So the visit, judge, debate. The debate relating to cryptocurrency. Then to judge a debate relating to cryptocurrencies. I don't know. To judge a debate. A judge. Judge a debate. I am someone watch a. How long is the video? I can't remember. Was it like 3 hours? Must be. It must be something like 3 hours. Let's see. How long is that? 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Yikes. All right. So $7.50 to judge a debate. I'm looking for someone to watch a 4-hour debate between myself and a competitor. Looking for someone to watch a 4-hour debate between myself and a competitor in an effort to decide who is the winner. $7.50 to judge a debate. Please. I'm looking for someone to watch a 4-hour debate between myself and a competitor in an effort to decide who is the winner. Requirements. Do they have to know about cryptocurrencies? No, they don't. They can research it. Yes, they do. Knowledge about cryptocurrencies. That's number 1. Fine. Basic understanding. Knowledge about cryptocurrencies. 2. Basic understanding of domains. Potential more opportunities. I'm not very hopeful, to say the least. But we'll try it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to resort to Fiverr. Yeah, otherwise we're gonna have to resort to Fiverr. Hashtag. Bitcoin. Hashtag Bitcoin. Hashtag crypto. Hashtag Didi. Hashtag Bitcoin. Hashtag money. To watch a 4-hour debate between myself and a competitor in an effort to decide who is the winner. Maybe I should just include a link to the video. Yeah, okay. There you go. That's how you do it. Now, if nobody answers, fuck them. We'll go to Fiverr. There you go. We've got options, boys. We have options. April 4th. Yeah, it's been like 8 days. Bro, it's been like a week now. Yeah, it's Friday today. Last week, we had the debate. It's gone on for too long. I'm guessing it's for the best. Crypto judge. Let's see. I will further design. I will write crypto. No. Develop auto. No. I write crypto. I will fix it. No. Organize or crypto. No. 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 Here's another idea. But that requires us. No, I don't like this idea because. Yeah, I just don't. I was thinking. I'm thinking now. I'm thinking. Oh, fuck. Bitcoin's not making new highs. Crown. Okay, I get what he's saying. But still. All right. Here's another option. Find somebody who does like content relating to crypto and get them to judge the debate. Okay, let's see. Right. How many subs has this guy got? Let's see. Wait, does he have one video? I was about to say 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago. Bum, 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 bum. This is CNBC. This is, who the fuck is this? Jamie Shea. Well, that's good. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to 50K. Oh wow. Bitcoin Cash Gold. What the fuck? What is Bitcoin Cash? Let's see. Maybe this guy. Yeah, but he's fucking like. Can I message him? Share channel. Subscribe for the he doesn't have any links. He doesn't have any links. Community. Playlist. Damn. Damn. Let's see. Cryptocurrency. Crypto. Filters channel. We want somebody who's like relatively small. Crypto with James. Let's see.
Hey guys, so welcome to Crypto with James. This is the video I've been asked for consistently. My subscribers keep asking me, how do I find a coin before it's gone up 100 times in price? This video will show you. The reason they're asking is because obviously I've had success here, right? I've made YouTube videos where I said a coin would 100x, and it did. People think this is hard or that it's complicated or that you need expertise. You really
I don't know, something about him that makes me cringe a bit with those kinds of claims, but I mean, fair enough if he did. Oh, he seems like a crypto. Yeah, copy my. Yeah, yeah. He seems a bit sketch. Seems a bit sketch. Here we see. Let's see. These are big crypto for light.
Welcome back, guys. Crypto for Light channel. Today we'd like to talk about a BOM USDT trading pair with my customer care set main bull run plan. Let's dive in.
Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Welcome back, guys. Crypto for Light channel. Today we'd like to talk about a BOM USDT trading pair with my customer care set main bull run plan. Let's dive in.
What language is he speaking?
Book of Meme. This is a meme coin which listed on all major exchanges just in a few days. And in a few days, Overplay, Bonk, and many others because hit over than 1.4 billion market cap. Even the Pepe took more time to reach this market cap levels. We can take a look on.
Is there anybody who does like crypto fundamental shit? Let's see. Yeah, because they're gonna have to be small. We're looking for small creators, not big ones. Let's see. VeChain, Neo. Wait, he's talking about VeChain and Neo. Bruh, this guy is like showing cryptocurrencies that were like the shit back in like, wow, he's not even moved on, bro. How is the air tonight? Oh, this guy is a fanatic of Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, he's he doesn't even have Bitcoin in there. He doesn't like it. Doesn't seem like he's a big fan. Tezos. Huh? Bro, all Bitcoin Cash is fast money. No, it's not. It's bad. Okay, this guy's a fanatic, it seems. It seems like he has Bitcoin depressed guy. Stop selling Bitcoin Cash. I mean, most of his videos are Bitcoin Cash. And he doesn't... The fuck is this? Bro, there's no way. These are the kinds of videos you saw back in 2018. Zcash, Dash, Neo, Litecoin. Bruh, this shit is dog crap now. Yeah, I'm not very confident in your abilities, my guy. BitRush. I don't know what how many subscribers do you need? Like 10,000 subscribers to start earning money. So anything below 10,000. But then again, they could be making from like Patreon and stuff, theoretically. But there's plenty of them. Let's go down the list. Let's see what we can find.
Hey du, ja genau, du. Was machst du hier auf dem Kanal? Ich kann dir genau sagen, was du hier machst. Du hast bereits probiert, dich mit...
No idea what you're saying. Like 4 months, 5 months ago, 1 year ago. Wow. This guy's been here for a while. Sure, I guess. Bum 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 bum. When was this? When did he post? Oh, he posts like. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, this is pinned. This is like 11 hours ago. Let's see if I can message him. Message. Can send direct message requests to people that don't follow them. Oh, fuck off. Fine, email it is, I guess. Oh, he has Telegram. Crypto Troops. Let's see if I can find it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Right. Crypto Troops. Crypto Troops. Have I spelled it differently? There is none. There's only. This looks like a bunch of fucking scammy shit. Yeah, this is not even. What about this guy? Crypto Nation. Yeah, I can't find it. Don't know. You email address. United Arab Emirates. Jesus. Submit. Competitor. I'm looking for someone to judge my debate with a competitor. Bitcoin versus Bitcoin Cash. Unfortunately, can't pay you more than $7.50. I mean, unfortunately, I can't pay you more than $7.50. Watching a right, but thought okay. So if he answers, he answers. Nothing much more I can do about that. I mean, we could put it in the Discord as well, I guess, but I don't really think there's going to be anybody in the Discord who's going to sit and watch a 4-hour debate and judge it. But then again, if any of you guys want to, obviously you can't be one of the people who got the lottery, you know, the raffle thing. You're gonna have to be a neutral person if you do want to do that. But yeah, I mean, it's $7.50. You don't really need to take it. You can just choose to like bet on somebody else, and then you might make some like real money eventually because of it. Like, especially if you're earning like 30% per win, that's insane, bro. That's fucking insane. I wonder if I'm allowed to bet. I should be allowed to bet. I can bet if I want to. I can definitely bet. There's no rule that says I can't, right? Is that insider trading, is it? That's probably insider trading, right? Yeah. Okay. So, none of that. Let's see what else there is. Now, I also want to...
que foram disponibilizadas, mas me chamou a atenção uma fala, eu acho que foi a do Davi, onde ele nos diz.
I don't get it. Why am I getting all of these fucking messages about Brazil? Just sentenced real estate tycoon Truong Milan to death by execution for stealing $12 billion. Death, bro?
Business good? You're making a lot of money? Everyone getting rich, right? Thanks very much. Look at the way you hope. You like each other, right? Can I have 30 milkshakes? And also some chicken. I'm going to take care of the customers. Business good? You're making a lot of money? Everyone getting rich. rich, right? Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Look at the way you hold. You like each other, right?
God, he's. The same response to Israel killing his 3 sons and 2 grandsons, Ismail, Haniah. I thank God for this honor that he bestows upon us with the martyrdom of my son. The fuck? With this pain and blood we create hopes, a future, and freedom for our people, our cause, and our nation. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Doesn't end, does it? Yikes. It's not gonna end. It's literally like fucking... Ugh. Still going, bro. Well, I mean, it looks like that thing, all right? So they cut a small piece into the earth, and then that thing drops and goes down and cuts more down. All right, probably not. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. Maybe. Possibly. Syria, Iraq, Israel, Yemen, Libya. Are clear who the terrorist is? Yeah. UFO. I mean, lady, you have to understand that when you are a terrorist, then you're probably hunted by other terrorists. So, yeah, just... Tories could be saved at next elections, 5 million voters to be turned away. Let's see, what are we interested in? Let's see, who's got any good takes on LGBTQ? Okay, gender, let's see. Let's see what. Okay, let's see what. Let's see what a doctor has to say about it.
In that situation, there has been a huge backlash against the transgender community, and specifically transgender social media star Dylan Mulvaney after they got a brand deal from Bud Light.
A beer is now promoting itself during March Madness, a male-oriented event, by hiring a man who says he is a woman dressed as Audrey Hepburn to sell you beer.
Whether you're liberal or conservative, you probably have some strong feelings about this. So in this video, I'm going to share with you what medical studies say about gender affirmation and transgender people, and how I, as a real doctor, a board-certified plastic surgeon, believe this whole situation with transgender children and adults should be handled. Well, this is a super hot topic, and I know people have very strong opinions about transgender topics today. And so I'm going to try to handle it from a completely medical perspective. We're going to hear what the medical associations recommend, and we're going to talk about the studies.
Wait, fucking Somali fucking piece of shit.
100 years in prison?
Wait, no.
Oh, boy.
This walking burden to society has just gotten into more trouble with the Israeli police, and it hasn't even been 72 hours.
Wait a minute.
This walking burden to society has just gotten into more trouble with the Israeli police, and it hasn't even been 72 hours since the last video I dropped on him. So since then, he's allegedly had an official threaten him with 99 years in prison. He's been taken in for questioning by the police again, and also threatened to sue me on Twitter and use my YouTube ad revenue on escorts and blow. So good for him. I'm sure a judge will really take that seriously. But yeah, today we're talking about Johnny Somali, who's become a laughingstock here on the internet, but it seems like he hasn't even realized that people are actually laughing at how pathetic he is and not with him. As his entire stream...
Wait, so this dumb fuck has gone and done it again? Wait, we have to watch the clip of him. I need to see the clip of him. What is his name? Johnny Somali. What is it? Piece of shit. Why is he still around? Why does he still exist? Why isn't he fucking just... Why didn't the fucking Japanese government just throw him in fucking jail? Then somebody gets detained for praying to Aiden Ross. The fuck? Seriously, bro? This is 6 months ago. Yeah, this one. Okay, it's just everybody's gonna... Alright, let's see. Wait, no, not that one. Tel Aviv, Israel. Wait, he's live right now. What are we talking about? All right, let's see what Atozi has to say. And then...
This walking burden to society has just gotten into more trouble with the Israeli police, and it hasn't even been 72 hours since the last video I dropped on him. So since then, he's allegedly had an official threaten him with 99 years in prison. He's been taken in for questioning by the police again, and also threatened to sue me on Twitter and use my YouTube ad revenue on escorts and blow. So good for him. I'm sure a judge will really take that seriously. But yeah, today we're talking about Johnny Somali, who's become a laughingstock here on the internet, but it seems like he hasn't even realized that people are actually laughing at how pathetic he is and not with him. As his entire stream chat is just actively trying to get him hurt or arrested, and every time something happens, they think it's the funniest thing ever. Johnny has somewhat become infamous because of harassing the public in Japan, and he was also arrested twice there and held in jail for about 90 days. And I guess when he was finally released from Japanese jail, his bright idea was to go to Israel and start testing the limits there. As it seems like this dude will literally do anything for just a drop of attention, including committing crimes, harassing police officers, all for live stream content. In my recent video, we covered how he absolutely denied that, but unfortunately for him, he's live streaming everything.
Do I look like someone who's the harass anybody? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm from America. Don't touch me. I'm from America. Don't touch me. I'll slap that. I'll grab it too. Donald Trump told me grab it by the... I'll grab that too.
The dude is basically as dishonest as it comes, and he was proudly trying to falsely copyright strike myself, Decoy Voice, and Oompaville, so I posted that on Twitter. He then replied, "You're gonna get effed by my Jewish lawyers very soon for defamation, libel, and slander. You will have to crowdfund legal fees just like last time. Cease and desist will be delivered. It's going to feel so good spending your YouTube ad revenue on blow and escorts." So to that I replied, "You're pathetic." Because let's be real here, nobody damages his image more than himself. But speaking of lawsuits, damage, and injuries, when you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions, and that's where today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. Morgan & Morgan, they do not settle for lowball offers. Just in the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan have seen verdicts of $12 million in... The cops he was mentioning were the cops removing him from the country. Yeah, I'm in the same hotel as him. They are removing him from the country. Woke me up this morning, the same cops. The cops he was mentioning were the cops from the last video that showed up to his hotel to check on him, as allegedly they heard Johnny claim to be injured from the hotel staff. This might have something to do with a series of events that happened on his stream the previous night, because after he got carried away... He was interrogated for 30 minutes. This is where all of Twitter was claiming he'd been arrested. Apparently, he was only detained and questioned. So I do need to correct that he was only detained here, but after being detained, he's...
Well, I'm hoping they beat the shit out of him. I mean, even if they did, bro, this guy does not learn. He's a menace to society. Just lock him up. Just get rid of him.
He said this to the police.
You're gay. You're a holy shit, man. Got you? No. I'm not scared of the police. You think I'm scared of these motherfuckers? Now, you. 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 I talked to them. I asked them, I mean, you gotta let him go. You're gonna get a little.
And he said all that after the police allegedly threatened him with this.
You know what the cop threatened me? What? He said, 99 years, we'll make sure you don't come back to Israel. I said, I'm Ethiopian. I'm Jewish. You can't come back to Israel. Oh, I have 3,000 viewers. Yo, shout out my gang. Pirate gang in the chat. W sub up.
It's insane to me that someone will happily ruin their lives for 3,000 viewers. The social media world is getting dystopian incredibly quickly. But then he had two very contradicting statements.
Yo, I need to get some money for what they did tonight, bro. That was crazy. I didn't expect them to really grab my head. They got mad because I'm talking. Tonight was a good night, bro.
Okay, so clearly it wasn't that bad if tonight was a good night. But it seems like in his head, as long as he's getting attention, it's a good night. But going back to the police who were there to check on him, it's a little unclear what they were actually doing, but it seems like Johnny might have been exaggerating injuries, as he previously stated that he wanted some money. Yet, it was a good night.
I don't want to talk about anything. I need to talk to my lawyer.
You don't?
I'll talk to my lawyer.
You go to the hospital?
I'll talk to my lawyer.
You don't want to speak with me?
I do not want to speak with you guys. I'll talk to my lawyer.
According to the comment I received, those two officers showed back up, and then suddenly there was a news article out that said an American tourist harassed a police officer in the last Mocha protest of Tel Aviv. Jarkon-based police and border fighters arrested a U.S. resident tourist in his 20s yesterday after harassing a police officer with and abusive statements about her as part of a protest as a recent TAA. As part of the investigation, it became clear that in addition to the harassment of the suspect policeman, he violated the order during protests and confronted police officers, interrupting police officers in performance of their duties and even raising harassment against the police officer on social networks. At the end of the investigation, on suspicion of interrupting a police officer in the performance of his duties, insulting a public servant, commotion in a public place, and violating privacy, the suspect was transferred to a proceeding with the immigrant authority for a hearing prior to his deportation from the country for his attribution. Okay, so we have that article that came out claiming that he's about to get deported, but then a day later, Johnny goes live where he claims this happened.
So we're drinking at the coffee shop. Amir says we're drinking cappuccinos. 8 cops run up, secret police, grab me, throw me into a car. I get punched in the stomach, slapped in the face, slapped, choked, and they're like, you need to apologize to the Magab. You need to apologize to the girl you insulted. It was crazy. They choked me out and they put me on camera saying sorry now. And I said, never, never, never. You never gonna get some hostage video out of me. You're gonna have to shoot me with that M16. I crashed out.
I doubt it went down like that, but whatever, dude.
That happens. They threatened me. They're like, yo, we're gonna take you.
Yo, he's such a lying piece of shit. Like, if you can't tell that he's lying about that, holy fuck, bro. Like, you are seriously lying, bro. Like,
to a
that
private room and beat your ass. And I was like, bro, what the is going on? They take me to the police station. I get put in prison for a night with a bunch of Palestinians and Ethiopians and Russians. I end up taking over the jail. I started doing chants and dances with them. All the guards, they're Muslim, Palestinian, they're with me because I'm from America. I ran the whole jail. I'm taking hummus. And then I got out after.
They fuck with you because you're American? Wait a minute, did he just say that? Palestinians are fucking with you because you're American. Really? Really? Oh, okay.
One night, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, but he's claiming he's leaving Israel on Sunday.
But we're gonna be leaving Israel Sunday. But yeah, I'm out. How am I deported if I'm walking around right here? I'm walking around in Israel right now. Life is good, dog.
Then finally, he had a message to say.
All I want to say is, look, BB, IDF, Assad, I know you're watching. I love Israel, and thank you guys for hosting me in your country. It's been a great 1-month trip. I'm leaving in 5 days, 4 days, and I think we're gonna go to LA.
Yo, these guys behind him are fucking cooked, bro. This guy especially is fucking out of his mind.
LA, do no jumper, then I'm going to South America. So yeah, that's the plan. LA, no jumper, South America. So let's make it happen, guys.
Okay, good luck to him, I guess. He's definitely playing a dangerous game, but he also briefly apologized on Twitter, saying, I apologize for my distasteful comments under the influence of alcohol. I am happy to be a guest in your beautiful nation. Thank you for hosting me. Yeah, dude, blaming alcohol doesn't excuse your garbage behavior. Either way, the guy's gonna crash out. The only question is, when? He's still being extremely bold, even though a police officer already threatened him, or at least an official threatened him, 99 years in prison, allegedly, but he's still running around being that bold. Is this Darwinism? I guess only time will tell, but other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
No, I thought that he's legitimately going to jail.
A 100 years in prison? Oh boy.
This walking burden to society has just gotten into more trouble.
Have actually looked at transgender surgery and transgender people in general. And in the end, I'm going to go on a limb and give you my opinion of this whole thing. Did you know that only 0.7% of the population is transgender? Well, this is a relatively tiny segment of the overall population of the United States, yet it seems like this subject is in the news every single day. Well, studies show that transgender people realize that they are transgender at an average age of only 8.5 years old. However, they don't disclose their feelings until about 10 years later on average. Now, before we go any further, I think it's important for us to define two very important terms: cisgender and natal gender. I think we all know what transgender means, but do you know what cisgender and natal gender means? Because I think it's important to this whole discussion. The term cisgender refers to people who identify as the gender of their birth. Natal gender refers to the sex that was assigned at birth. So, I was born a male, I identify as a male, so I'm a cisgendered male because I identify as that, and my natal gender is male. Well, something that is really concerning to me is that studies show that adolescents and adults who identify as transgender have and my as a male. I think it's important to this whole discussion. The term cisgender refers to people who identify as the gender of their birth. Natal gender refers to the sex that was assigned at birth. So, I was born a male, I identify as a male, so I'm a cisgendered male because I identify as that, and my natal gender is male. Well, something that is really concerning to me is that studies show that adolescents and adults who identify as transgender have high rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorder, is that studies show that adolescents and adults who identify as transgender have high rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, self-harm, and suicide. In fact, one study found 56% of youth who identify as transgender have contemplated suicide, with 31% actually attempting suicide. Now, this is compared...
Wait, is it okay to use that word on fucking live? What the...
cisgendered, which is 20% and 11% comparatively. So think about it. 1 out of every 3 transgender youth have attempted suicide, and over half have considered it. I mean, these are staggering and really, really sad numbers. Now, as the parent of 2 high school-aged children, for me to think that either of them would contemplate suicide is absolutely frightening. And I think that we can all agree that we do not want our youth, whether they're cisgender or transgender, to be in that situation and to be so down and to have such, I guess, lack of hope that they would actually consider this type of thing. Now, some people may say that transgender people have more mental illness. Therefore, they may be more likely to contemplate suicide. So is this true? Is there evidence that transgender people have more underlying mental illness than cisgendered people? Well, let's see what the experts say. According to the American Psychiatric Association, being transgender or gender variant implies no impairment in judgment, stability, reliability, or general social or vocational capabilities. However,
Wait a minute. We've still not gone into gender dysphoria yet. There's no way you can possibly make an argument that people with gender dysphoria don't have mental illness.
These individuals often experience discrimination due to a lack of civil rights protections for their gender identity or expression. Such discrimination and lack of equal civil rights is damaging to the mental health of transgender and gender variant individuals. So, mental health issues among transgender people are more the effect of multiple factors, including discrimination, instead of an underlying difference in the amount of mental illness compared to the cisgendered community. And this, I think, is super, super important to realize. So is it just the psychiatrists that believe this? Well, let's see what the American Academy of Pediatrics states. They state that if a mental health issue exists, it most often stems from stigma and negative experiences rather than being intrinsic to the child. So transgender people aren't born with more mental illness, and mental illness does not cause them to be transgender. Transgender people who suffer from mental health issues often have it due to the way they are treated in our society. Now, on top of this, youth who identify...
Wait, we still haven't gone into gender dysphoria. There's no way. If I understand correct, this is just like the whole idea of gender dysphoria is that they don't feel comfortable. Not they don't feel comfortable. They feel discomfort living in the body or the role or whatever it is of their current sex or gender. And so to take the action, to transition is in and of itself a statement that says, okay, to become transgender, it means that you have to be dysphoric. Right?
As transgender experience disproportionately high rates
What's
of
up, Johan?
homelessness, physical violence, both violence at home and violence in the community, substance abuse, and high-risk sexual behaviors. So when you take all of this into account, I think you get the picture that
weak evidence letting down.
What's unfortunately happened for these young people is that because of the toxicity of the debate, they've often been bypassed by local services who've been really nervous about seeing them. So rather than doing the things that they would do for other young people with depression or anxiety or perhaps undiagnosed autistic spectrum disorder, they've tended to pass them straight on to the GID service, and they then ended up at the back of a very long waiting list because GIDS wasn't really able to cope with the rising numbers and the complexity of their presentations.
that transgender people are facing. It's discrimination.
And this is 2 days ago. Yikes. This is 2 days ago. This is not... What's this? App.box. The hell is this? Transmaxing. There are many potential benefits from transitioning from male to female. All right, let that load.
Bullying, and all of that leading to a poor sense of self-worth and even mental illness that is not, I repeat, it is not a function of them being transgender. It's the result of society's lack of empathy and care for them as individuals. And studies show that this starts at home. In fact, one study looked at 433 transgender adolescents in Ontario, and they found that the suicide attempt rate was 4% when having supportive parents.
I don't know about that 300 number. All right, let's do the maths then. Let's do the maths. 330 million. We're only talking about, like, this is the population of America. If you're going to do, wait a minute, no, we need to do the population of Earth. So it's like 8.71. Okay, no. It's like 871 billion. Okay. Divided by, no, sorry. Not divided. Times by. What is it? 0.7, did he say? How much did he say before? Let's see. Yeah, 0.7. Okay, if that's the total amount, if that's the total amount, okay, that's the total amount. Takes a while to load. It's pretty big doc. Yeah, alright, it's no worries. What did he just said?
Of them being transgender is the result of society's lack of empathy and care for them as individuals. And studies show that this starts at home.
Shit, yeah.
In fact,
Yeah, so if that's your population, and then you want to break it down into Ontario, because that study would only apply to people who live in Canada who are transgender. It wouldn't apply to anybody outside of Canada because they have a different way of dealing with things. They're much more progressive, most would probably say. 300, like if the total amount of transgenders in the world is 61 million basically, and you're doing a study of 300, I mean, you could do on an average, but how many? Yeah, it's not going to be fair. You can't do how many countries. You can't. You're going to have to do it by the population wise. Population of Canada. 38 million. 39 million. I mean, bruh, 0.000. Wait, that can't be right. Well, what's 1%? 1% would be 800 million, 80 million. Yeah, it is correct. That is correct. 60 million. That's not that little amount. That's like 2 fucking Canadas. Yeah, that's like 2 Canadas. $38 million? Population of transgenders in Canada. 1 in 300 people in Canada aged 15 or older are transgender or non-binary. In May 20, there were 59,000 who were transgender. And 41,000. Okay, so it's saying, so yeah, basically 100,000 people. 100,000 people. Yeah, 100,000. Okay, let's do that. Let's see how good, bad the study is just by sample size. You've got 100,000. Okay. And they've got a sample size of 300. Wait, have I just fucked this up? Yeah, I have, haven't I? $100,000. What have you wanted in 80 confidence? Ooh. Yeesh. It's not the best study. It's really not the best study. Okay, let's see. Let's try 90. Yeah, meh. That's not that good. If you want a margin of error 1, you'd have to go all the way down to like, oh, that's bad. That's just, yeah, that's bad. So you're even starting to get fucking errors. Yikes. Okay, this is the problem when you do studies and you're including 300 people, and your population size is 100,000. So there are 100,000 people that are, you know, identified as transgender or non-binary or whatever. And the survey is including 300 individuals. You're either looking at a confidence level potentially at 50%, which is like, this is just a fucking coin flip if this anything applies in this survey. And you still have a margin of error of 2%, which is, it's not that bad. It's whatever. Or you could potentially have a confidence level of 100%. Or sorry, you're only ever going to get to 99, but 6, 7, or you're going to have a confidence level of 99%, but a margin of error of 7%. Like it doesn't, either way, it doesn't look good. It could be like 95 and then 5. Nope. 95 and 6. Could be 90 and 4. 90 and 5. 90 and 5 is more preferable, but still, yeah, it's not amazing. It's not a, you won't be able to show that survey to anybody serious and, you know, say that this holds a lot of weight. Ooh. Wow. What the hell is transmaxing? There are many potential benefits from transitioning from male to female. Sexual excitement from having a feminine body. The superiority of female aesthetics. Access to the transbian dating pool. Full body orgasms. Multiple orgasms from penile stimulation. You feel emotions stronger and be happier on estrogen. Breasts will become sensitive to attract cisgender if you become attractive enough. High quality males for sex. Softer skin and less. No acne. Live longer. Be able to extract resources from males. The fuck? You no longer be driven to do dangerous and idiotic things due to testosterone. Stop and reverse hair loss. That's probably true. People will treat you better if they think you're female. Yep. Less likely to get killed. Access to female spaces. Males are disgusting. Cheaper car insurance. Yo, is this like a meme or something? MT prior to transitioning, body image scale, quality of life scale, quality of sexual life. After transition, body image subscale average score, quality of life score, quality of sexual life scale. The interpersonal relationship scale reported an average of 75. Despite being significantly more dysphoric prior to transitioning, they did not improve as much in terms of quality of life. It seems like assigned female at birth, individuals were more reluctant to transition Less of them in the study, more dysphoric. But the ones that actually transitioned were very happy with the physical results regarding their bodies. Treatment for mood or anxiety disorder, hospitalization after time since last gender affirming surgery. For gender affirming surgery might therefore have particularly high odds of mental health treatment in the perioperative year because of their perhaps involuntary receipt of mental health services. These individuals might be less likely to voluntarily seek treatment for mental health problems with greater time since surgery. People do better after transitioning. The sample comprised 71 participants, male to female, female to male. The follow-up period, this is way too small. The follow-up period was 10 to 24 years with a mean of 13.8 years. Initial consultation, follow-up, okay. Male. What is SD? SD. The follow-up period tended with a mean of 13.8 years. SD 2.78. Okay, I don't know what that is. Male, male. Male, male. But this is M. Somatization, obsessive compulsive, interpersonal sensitivity, depression, anxiety, hostility, phobic anxiety, paranoid ideation, psychoticism, global severity index, socially inhibited, domineering, controlling, intrusive, needy. Yeah, but this is according to who? How the fuck do they do these fucking things? Wait, I mean, just by reading this, I'm already like on the fucking edge. Like, this can't be the thing that you read. It takes a while to load. Everything is a meme for plausible deniability now. Just like everything is a joke until it is not. No, it's okay if all of this is true, though. I was laughing because it's just like, if you had to think of like what it feels like as a cis person, whatever, what it would feel like to be included in one of those communities. Like, you literally have the equivalent of, like, this doesn't feel to me as what you would be desiring to hear. Full body orgasms, multiple orgasms from penile stimulation. being able to attract high quality males for sex. Being able to extract resources from males. Bruh, like, I'm expecting to see, like, you will feel comfortable in your body. Dysphoria will slowly go away. You will be able to live comfortably in your own skin. Like, that's the kind of shit, like, potentially even like medical terms. But this seems like it's some like 17-year-old who's writing this list up. Satire is reality with enough time. I don't get it though. Is this like, are they memeing or are they serious about it? Because I can accept it either both ways. I just need to know. Because again, this is me who's looking at this and thinking whatever. This document specifically was written by cis male incels for cis male incels who do not have this small. Cis male incels. So they can basically transition to become female because, you know, the whole incel thing, you're never going to have sex. Yeah, I don't want that. I want to get an honest, like, view of, like, because this is giving me, like, negative connotations. I don't want to think that transgender people with, like, gender dysphoria legitimately think these are good reasons for why to transition. It feels like this is all hinged on some fucking fetish or shit like that. And I want to believe that it's much serious than that. It's literally like, yeah, it feels a bit weird. Since females have the upper hand on the dating market, transitioning from male to female, yeah, but you're not supposed to say that. It's like, yes, in some context, but do you understand the effort it takes to transition and so you can get cheaper fucking car insurance? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Improve your options when it comes to getting sex. So basically the incels are saying, I'm never going to get sex as a male. So at least if I become a female and I get fucked, at least I'm having some form of sex. It's like, yeah, if you can't beat them, join them. Wow. Okay. So is that what this is? Yikes. We usually improve your options when it comes to getting sex. In addition, the sex you enjoy as a female will be of higher quality. How do you compare those things? Quality? It's like, are you comparing a male's orgasm to a female's orgasm? How can that even be compared? I have doubts. I have serious doubts about this. The opposite is true for females. Okay, you can't have it both ways, mate. You just can't. Now I know you're bullshitting. Now I know you're bullshitting. You can't have it both ways. Either one is, you know, of higher quality or the other is of higher quality. Your sexuality may switch on hormone replacement therapy. 0 if your sexuality stays the same. Your sexuality may switch on hormone replacement therapy. If your sexuality stays the same, you always have the option of dating trans girls. There are also plenty of cis girls willing to date trans girls. You also have the option of dating other trans girls. Oh, so you're opening yourself up to a broader market. Okay. Yeah, that's just true. Becoming male to female transsexual is a way better option than being involuntarily celibate as a male. Okay, here we go. 1, 2. If you do not have autogynephilia as an incel. Fuck is this? I'm sorry. An erotic interest in the thought or image of oneself as a woman, and described as a sexual interest of some male to female transsexuals. The term has not been applied to natal women. As an incel, you can try to induce it if you do not have. You can try to induce it. You can watch porn and imagine yourself as the female. There is also female POV porn you can try. Seriously, you're gonna go through fucking transition to watch porn? Like, fuck that. If I was gonna go through the fucking transition, I'd be like all over the fucking place. I'd be like #1 hoe here. I mean, fuck, bro. You go through all that effort just to watch porn? Yeah, that seems pretty fucking lame. Many assigned females at birth, individuals who transition to male, regret it due to the social implications. Oh, so they kind of look like a guy, they don't look like a guy, and guys are very, like, they look like a feminine guy. Is that the case? I mean, it seems like the transitions occur much better when it's like male to female. Right? Or am I mistaken about that? Yikes. Wait, that's like your prostate will be pounded and you will experience multiple. Bruh, guys, I need a serious thing. I can't deal with this. What the fuck is this shit? This is like incel shit. I can't deal with incels, guys. I can only deal with one thing at a fucking time. If I'm gonna dive into fucking transgenderism, transsexualism, I need serious stuff. It feels like I'm doing a disservice towards transgenders. This feels like some fucking incel coping bullshit. Like, yeah, this is like a fetish thing. This is like the type of thing that Zen would be right about, or convince himself that he would be right about. Yeah, I need some serious stuff. This is a joke.
One study looked at 433 transgender adolescents in Ontario, and they found that the suicide...
Is it a joke when some incels are actually doing it because of the reasons stated in the document though? No, it's not a joke. But yeah, this is Xen's nightmare scenario and part of why he holds the position he does. Exactly. This, as far as I'm concerned, this gives fuel to anybody who wants to argue in bad faith against these things. Against transgenders, LGBTQIA, all of this stuff. Like for me, I'm interested in the legitimate concerns for, you know, why this is something serious and should be taken into consideration, and people should be talking about these types of things, and you know, be willing to have you know, good faith conversations or debates regarding it. This seems like something that would push somebody who is already against it even further against it. So yeah, yeah, that's what I mean when I say it's a joke, because it like kind of like dismisses and devalues the whole thing. It's kind of like, okay, I don't want to say the whole thing about the xenogenders, but I have that feeling for now. I could be wrong about it, but again, my brain just can't grasp it yet.
Was 4% when having supportive parents, and as high as 60% when parents weren't supportive. We must do better than that. So how should we treat children who are possibly transgender? Well, research shows that children who are prepubertal, meaning ages 5 to about 12, and they identify as transgender, they know their gender as clearly as their peers who identify as cisgender, and they benefit from the same level of social acceptance. Now, this means that these children didn't come across as confused about their gender identity, but as certain in their gender as cisgendered children. So just as, let's say...
So basically between 5 to 12 years old, these kids are, you know, even though they were... okay, this is always going to be a very difficult way for me to talk about it, but they were male at birth, yet they are they feel like they're female, or they feel, they see, they perceive, however you want to characterize it.
A cisgendered boy naturally identifies as a boy. A transgender boy naturally identifies as a boy. So,
okay, what is when we say trans boy, are we saying that's a female at birth, but then they're transitioning to become, okay, yeah.
So now let's shift gears and let's talk about the actual process of transitioning. I really would like to demystify something that this whole process, I think, for a lot of people is a mystery for them, and they think a lot of bad things about it. And so let's get to the nitty-gritty of exactly what it is. Gender affirmation refers to the process of reflection, acceptance, and for some, intervention. Basically, the idea is to accept a person for who they are. So what is the typical course for a young person who seeks gender affirmative care?
Gender affirming care is basically, yes, it's like accepting the gender you are. So if somebody has gender dysphoria and they are male at birth, then you would apply gender affirming care and saying to them, not saying to them, treating them as a girl, because as far as they're concerned, they are a girl. Okay.
Well, first it starts with social affirmation. Now, this includes adopting gender-affirming hairstyles and clothing. They also start using gender-affirming name and accurate pronouns. And they begin using non-binary restrooms or gender-identifying restrooms. So the first part of this really is just lifestyle-based. Now, the next step is puberty blockers. And I know that this is a bit of a controversial subject.
This is a very controversial subject because there's arguments to be made on both sides. One of them is your brain's not developed enough in order to make a decision that could potentially alter the rest of your life. which would happen in the case that you were to take puberty blockers. But then on the other side, it's like, yes, but those are the most crucial years of a person's, evolution, whatever the fuck, puberty, whatever. That is the highest level of your body advancing, basically, in a short period of time, relatively. So if there's ever going to be a time to do this type of thing, it would probably need to happen during puberty. So it's like, yeah.
So let's explain what this is.
Or at least it would be much more successful if it was applied. Yeah.
Gonadotropin-releasing hormones have been used since the 1980s to prevent puberty in children who have central precocious puberty. Basically, by giving these hormones, you can slow down that pubertal process and prevent it from happening. Now, they can be used in adolescence until the age of 16 to give the child and the parents and the healthcare professionals time to explore their gender identity, to develop coping skills, and to give mental health support and really overall support the family and, of course, define the goals of their treatment. Now, if these puberty blockers are halted, then they progress naturally into puberty. Well, studies show that providing puberty blockers to adolescents who identify as transgender generally leads to improved psychological functioning in the young adulthood. And really the goal is to prevent their natal gender physical pubertal changes from happening. So if somebody is a transgender girl and they're starting to go through puberty, we don't want, let's say, the Adam's apple to enlarge. We don't want the facial changes to occur to make this transgender girl to develop more as a boy or a man. And this is because these can necessitate surgery to reverse, and obviously as a surgeon we know we don't want to perform surgery that we don't have to. Now the next step is cross-sex hormone.
So basically if you don't do that during puberty, then your only other option is later on in life performing surgery.
Therapy, and this starts in early adolescence. So testosterone is given for female to male transgender patients, and estrogen plus androgen inhibitors are given for male to female transgender patients. And these medications give the transgender person the physical characteristics of their true gender identity. So if somebody is going from male to female, being on estrogen plus androgen inhibitor hormones would, let's say, give the person a higher voice, maybe softer features, and other traditionally female characteristics. For female to male, testosterone will make the voice deeper, it will give more facial hair, and give the figure more like a traditional male figure. Now, the last step in transitioning is gender-affirming surgeries. Now, the data is very clear that undergoing gender-affirming procedures, including surgery, is very beneficial for people with gender dysphoria. Now, there was a survey of over 22,000 transgender people, and they found that gender-affirming surgeries were associated with a 42% reduction in psychological distress and a 44% reduction in suicidal ideation.
Yeah, that's massive.
When compared with transgender and gender-diverse people who had not had gender-affirming surgery, but they wanted it. But not all transgender people get surgery. In fact...
Yeah, but gender-affirming surgery, like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about, like, sex change?
The opposite is actually true. Approximately 1 in 4 transgender people undergo surgery. So 3 in 4 do not undergo surgery. So what are the types of procedures that are performed? Well, there are a lot, and although the less invasive procedures, like injectable fillers and Botox, can be done by a plethora of trained practitioners, the actual operations should in general be performed by a real plastic surgeon who specializes in these procedures. So for example, if you're transitioning from male to female and you're considering breast augmentation, you don't want to go to any old plastic surgeon to perform this surgery, because it usually must be done differently than a standard breast augmentation in a cisgendered female. So for example, the male nipple typically lies in a different place, usually a little bit lower than the female nipple, and this should be realized during the operation. Now, gender-affirming operations are separated into 3 basic categories. There's facial reconstructive surgery, top surgery, and bottom surgery. Top surgery and facial reconstruction surgery are usually performed first. Now, I get a lot of people who call my office for gender affirmation surgery, and I'll tell you, This is not something that I actually perform actively. And this is because I strongly believe that these operations are so specialized that only specialists should perform them. And I am not a gender affirmation surgery specialist. So when people call my office for these types of operations, I will usually refer them to specialists across the country who I trust. That being said, we do injections in my office because I do think that these are not quite as complex and can be performed by a lot of different experts in the field. Now, what about gender affirmation surgery regret? There are people who believe that a high
Wait a minute, what's
percentage-
bottom surgery? Bottom surgery. Genital reconstructive services. In this procedure, the surrounding tissue of the enlarged clitoris is released to achieve maximal length and more natural looking male position. So this is a sex change. Surgery, reassignment surgery, and gender confirmation surgery, top surgery, and bottom surgery refer to surgeries on the chest and genitals respectively. Okay. I would be interested to know
of transgender people who
how
undergo
successful
gender
those
affirmation
surgeries
surgery
are.
regret it later. Well, the truth is, a recent study revealed only
Wait, what did he say?
in my office because I do think the field. Now, what about gender affirmation surgery regret? There are people who believe that a high percentage of transgender people who undergo gender affirmation surgery regret it later. Well, the truth is, a recent study revealed only a 1% incidence of surgery regret after gender affirmation surgery.
Yikes.
Just 1%.
Yeah, that's
so the
nothing.
belief that a high percentage of
It's
transgender
bogus. It's
people
bullshit.
who undergo gender affirmation procedures regret them later, that is just not true.
Awesome. Okay. That's awesome then. I'd need to see some data on that, but yeah.
So what do I believe about gender-affirming care and specifically Dylan Mulvaney? Well, life is not easy for people who are LGBTQ. For hundreds of years, they've been
Dylan
discriminated
Mulvaney,
against,
right.
they've been bullied, harassed, ridiculed, and pushed to believe that something is inherently wrong with them.
Yeah.
This type of bullying and
Like
hateful
gays.
behavior is so incredibly harmful, and it results in high rates of suicide, depression, and overall unhappiness. What are we doing? Well, whenever possible, we should first and foremost love each other, no matter the color of our skin, our socioeconomic status, or the gender we believe we really are. Now, if you find Dylan Mulvaney weird or annoying or an opportunist, then just don't follow her.
Yeah.
Don't let her transition affect you then, and please focus on being nice to our fellow human beings. Now, I know I'm
Okay, I'm going to skip the part where we be nice. I think if there's a legitimate reason to treat the other person equally, then you should probably do
going to lose
that.
a lot of
But
followers for saying that, but that's okay.
it's not me being nice.
Life is short, my friends. Let's not spend it being mean to each other, but
It's being
instead
reasonable.
practice
It's being
kindness
logical.
and empathy. Now, you know, I recently reacted to a video of a young transgender man undergoing top surgery, and I think his story is very eye-opening.
Is that if you have a patient with autism, you should consider evaluating them for gender identity issues. And if you have a patient who's got gender identity issues, you should evaluate them for autism traits. So what I want to talk to you all about today is something really, really interesting. And that is, there's a new paper that just came out that's a meta-analysis looking at the relationship between autism spectrum disorder and gender identity issues. And I really, really love this paper because it illustrates a lot of really cool things. So the first thing that we've got to kind of dive into is that around 2010, there was a paper that came out that looked at the link between autism spectrum disorder and gender identity or gender dysphoria. And so this was the initial paper, and it's sort of like some people kind of caught wind of it and it seemed kind of interesting. But over the last decade, the interest in autism spectrum disorder has increased exponentially, and the interest in gender identity issues has also increased exponentially. In the last 2 years, the number of studies on autism and gender identity issues has more than doubled. And so this paper is really cool because what they're essentially doing is synthesizing this explosion of research. And the paper essentially found something really, really shocking, which is that if you look at people who have So if you look at people who have autism spectrum disorder, they're 11 times as more likely to have gender identity issues. Okay, so that's kind of really interesting because it suggests that there's a very strong link. So what the paper essentially did is it's something called a meta-analysis. So what they did is they took 41 different studies looking at the link between autism spectrum disorder and gender identity disorder, and they essentially amalgamated all of that data. Because a lot of times studies will have just, they'll have like 30 participants in it, or the sample sizes will be small, like 100 here, 50 there. But what this study did is pooled data from 41 studies to really figure out what kind of like high quality conclusions can we draw. So let's actually take a quick look at some of the findings of the study, okay? So one thing I really like about this study is that they started by looking at the general population. And what they essentially found in the general population is that when you have a high amount of autism traits in kids, their parents reported high levels of gender identity variance. And this is something that I really like about this paper, is that they looked at different populations and actually asked a bunch of different research questions. So the first thing is that parents reported increased gender variance when their children had more autistic traits. Then what they did is they took a look at the autism population. So this is just looking at everybody. And then what they did is they said, okay, so what happens if we take a group of people who have autism spectrum disorder? If we take, let's say, 100 people with autism spectrum disorder, what do we find? And what they found is that if you have autism spectrum disorder, you're 4 times as likely to endorse gender dysphoria or gender identity issues. So that means that people with autism are 400% more likely to have issues around gender variance. So they also found that 15% of people with autism spectrum disorder actually report being non-binary. So that's a staggering amount, okay? And so do y'all understand how this is like, these are two different statistics. One is a total prevalence within the population, and one is a relative number. So this is compared to people who are not on the autism spectrum. Then what they did is tried to see kind of the reverse relationship. So they looked at studies with people who said that they have gender identity variance or gender dysphoria. And they asked the question, okay, if someone has gender identity variance or gender dysphoria, what is the likelihood that they're autistic? And this is something that they found that was really interesting. Amongst kids, 3 to 21% of children who reported gender identity issues actually have a high degree of autism spectrum disorder or traits. They then looked at adults, because all these different studies, 41 studies, are looking at different populations. And what they found is about 4.8 to 7.8% of adults with gender identity issues will either have autism or test highly for autistic traits. So this is kind of interesting because these are actually two separate questions, right? So asking the question, what percentage of people with autism spectrum have gender identity issues? And asking the question, what percentage of people with gender identity issues have autism spectrum, are actually two different questions. And you may wonder, well, what's the difference? Why is it important? So let me put it this way. Let's take an alternate consideration for a second, okay? So let's assume for a moment that we're talking about the correlation between Indians and doctors. So there are a lot of Indian doctors, right? So asking the question, what percentage of doctors are Indian and what percentage of Indians are doctors, those are two very separate questions. And the other really important thing is once we start tunneling down into the correlation, we can start to understand causation. So does being a doctor make you more likely to be Indian, or does being Indian make you more likely to be a doctor? And this is really important because we start with sort of correlations, and then what we end up wanting to do is actually looking at causation. So what's the directional flow here? Which one is it? Does being autistic make you more likely to be to have gender identity variance, or does having gender identity variance make you more likely to be autistic? So now what is kind of the significance of this? So there are a couple things that I want to share with y'all. So the first is that This study, I think, is important for a couple of this study is important for a couple of reasons. The first is that autism spectrum disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder. And what that sort of means is that you're not necessarily born with all of the traits of autism. The way that you develop as a human being if you have autism spectrum disorder changes over time. It's an altered course of development. We also know that gender identity or gender dysphoria also develops over time, right? So a 1-year-old will have a different sense of gender identity than, let's say, a 15-year-old or even 25-year-old or even 35-year-old. So both of these sort of have developmental tracks. And the interesting thing is that since gender identity is developmental, and we know that the brains of people with autism spectrum disorder have different neurodevelopmental trajectories, that sort of gives us a clue as to how these two things could interact. The next thing that's really important about this is that it sort of touches on the causes of both of these potential issues. So this is kind of where we're starting to understand a little bit about genetics and epigenetics. So in the case Today, we're going to talk about how to boost your resistance to dopamine.
What is the gender breakdown of video gaming? Asexuality. You have no idea who you are. Empathy, misogyny, the friend zone. This phone. Come on then, let's see.
If you don't accept yourself as a trans woman, you are placing a value on cis women over trans women.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Right. And so that's, I think, the basic problem is that, like, you are valuing something above yourself that you will never be. Yeah. So welcome. And you go by Natalie, is that right?
Natalie, yeah.
Okay. So I'm Alok, or Dr. K. Thank you very much for coming today.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I really love your, so I think,
here.
let's start. Sorry, I'm just fixing my camera, which is why.
No problem.
So do you want to just start? Because I know you're predominantly on YouTube or exclusively on YouTube. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about who you are, Natalie, and what kind of work you do?
Sure. Yeah. My name is Natalie Wynn. I am the creator of the YouTube channel ContraPoints. And that is a channel I've been doing for about 4 years. It's changed a lot over the time I've been doing it. And it is, I would say, it's about politics, but it's also, I guess, more generally about internet culture. It's more about the internet culture side of politics. So when I started on YouTube, I was kind of, well, there was a lot of creators who were doing what was called like anti-SJW content, anti-social justice warrior content, ranting about these crazy blue-haired student activists who are destroying Western civilization. And a lot of my early content was aimed at trying to like introduce a more measured discourse around like social justice issues, progressive issues, because I felt that YouTube was a very, very right wing. The world has changed a lot in 4 years. The internet's changed a lot, YouTube's changed a lot, and I have changed a lot. I am in a different, it's a whole different website, a whole different world now. I'm now just one among a sea of people who's doing sort of what they call like left tube content now. And I also have, changed genders in that time because I started, when I started in 2016, I was having like a kind of gender crisis. But I shortly realized that I was a trans woman and I've been transitioning medically and socially since 2017. And all of that's kind of factored into the content that I make on YouTube.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I think your videos are fantastic. And I don't know if you have experience teaching, but like they're very well done. I think from a information dissemination standpoint, I think you're a phenomenal teacher.
The idea of having a pseudo therapy session live streamed or made public is insane to me. Yeah, it is insane. First of all, you've got a problem, which is the, what is it called? Attorney-client privilege, if I'm not mistaken. Although attorney is specific to lawyers, but you have the same patient-doctor relationship confidentiality. As far as I'm concerned, as long as they both agree to it, then there's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing morally wrong about it. Although it is educational, that's for sure. Yeah. How can you honestly challenge your own issues when you're worried about your deepest secrets being made public? Yeah, that is true. So obviously that is one condition when like Dr. K interviews people and gets them to like, well, he does like a therapy session with them online, although he does make it clear that this is not a therapy session. This is purely for entertainment purposes, but we can all skip that and get to the meat, which is, it is basically that. And you are absolutely right with that. It's like, yeah, how can you do that? It's a direct contradiction because, well, secrets are a secret for a reason. I guess the idea is basically they're going to share as much as they want to share or they feel comfortable sharing publicly. To your point is the things they don't share could basically change everything that they are saying throughout the interview. Okay, got cancelled for it. Yeah, I can imagine so. Because don't forget, like, he's one of the first, or even the first, who started, like doing this whole like live therapy session kind of not thing. Massive mishandling for Reckful's case. Oh shit, yeah, Reckful. Yeah, I know about Reckful. Yeah, I will tell you if just like if I have to find a positive in it, it's that not everybody goes to therapy nowadays. Therapy is very valuable, and probably a lot of people would benefit from therapy. And considering that they don't go to therapy, then this could give people a good look or an inside look at what that looks like. Maybe get them a little bit more comfortable about talking about it. Maybe even like going as far as to like find their own counselor. So that is one positive. The negative in it, though, is Dr. K is fucking phenomenal when it comes to therapy. And you're going to be extremely lucky if you ever find somebody who's on his level. So you might be seeing this and thinking, oh, fuck, I need a therapist like him. They're very far and not very common. Not very common at all. Be right back. Yeah, but it is insane, inappropriate. It is insane. breaks a lot of rules. Most therapists don't, and sometimes that gets in the way of providing what is needed. A lot of certified people left the field because of it. He breaks a lot of rules, but he doesn't break the law, if I'm getting that right. Because as long as you're in an agreement that this is not a therapy session, this is just like two streamers communicating, blah blah blah. I know I have that background, but this is just for entertainment purposes. I don't know. Does he do this kind of? Yeah, he still does it. He still does this kind of stuff.
Thank you. Before I did this, I was getting a PhD in philosophy, and I dropped out. But yeah, I did teach a couple classes, or at least take TA some classes.
That actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it, because I think what I really appreciate about your videos is, whether you agree or disagree with the content, whatever. But I think from a craftsmanship standpoint, they're very thoughtful, very logical. I think you form a really good sequence of explaining context and background before, arriving at your thesis. It doesn't surprise me at all that you formally studied philosophy, because I think that's they trained you how to think and construct an argument more than anything else.
Thank you. Yeah, it turned out to be, well, and no one expects to get a philosophy job outside of academia, but I found the one thing where it actually, well, I'm sure it's useful for a lot of things, but it's
surprised, actually.
Specifically useful for this. Yeah.
In some fields like strategic consulting, they actually highly prioritize or highly value philosophy degrees, because training in philosophy is sometimes training in thinking.
Yeah, it teaches you a certain approach to things, like the ability to sort of understand a perspective that you disagree with, or to build up arguments for an argument that you disagree with, and then sort of counter it. It's a kind of I guess I call it intellectual empathy, where you understand why you try to understand what exactly someone else thinks and why they think it. That's maybe the more psychological side, is why.
I was going to say that sounds like my job.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely more in psychology.
So Natalie, I don't know how familiar you are with Healthy Gamer, but if I can just orient you to how we do interviews. We usually we'll have guests who maybe prominent in a particular field, but we don't really talk about the work that they do. So it's not we're really here to learn about people.
Yeah, sure.
And I think so. Oftentimes I'll ask questions that are personal. So I want to know about you as a person and your journey, as opposed to any particular political views that you may believe in or whatever.
Yeah.
And if a political view that you have relates to something personal in your life, I think that's actually totally cool. But generally speaking, we talk about people, and I think a lot of what our viewers really appreciate is seeing themselves in the person that they're talking to. So the discussions tend to be a little bit more personal.
Sure.
That being said, if there is anything that you're welcome to draw whatever boundaries you want around the discussion. I'm not here to try to expose anything or anything like that.
There you go. That's what he's doing there. Dr. K is he's basically covering his ass right now. Yes, unethical but not illegal. Yeah. That's what he's doing here. He's getting consent, and he's making sure that the other person understands exactly what this is and what they're getting themselves into. That's what he's doing. He's just really good at using his words. And so the other person doesn't feel threatened by it. They don't feel oh shit, I'm stepping on a
if there's something that you
dangerous
feel uncomfortable
territory
with, you're welcome to say, hey.
Because if he does ever lead a question down a path that they don't feel like they want to answer, whether she wants to, reveal some things or not reveal some things, if he were to ask her a question and her answer would ever to be, I don't feel comfortable answering that question, that could basically point to what Inappropriate was saying before, which is people could start saying, why though? What are you hiding? What are you trying to hide? And it'll open up a whole box of fucking worms. which some people could argue, yes, that is unethical, because had they not had the interview, then nobody would have ever like questioned that or something.
I just don't want to answer that. And then if I notice you're getting uncomfortable, I may actually point it out to you and then ask for permission to proceed.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, I'm a habitual divulger of information about myself, so that's probably going to work out fine.
What does that mean, a habitual divulger of information about yourself?
Well, it means I enjoy the confessional format. I mean, every couple, twice a year maybe, I make a video that's really more about me than about anything else.
What do you enjoy about divulging information about yourself?
Well, I suppose I'm interested in myself because I'm around this person all the time, and sometimes I form opinions. I guess I don't know. It feels there's also maybe there's probably some kind of therapeutic thing for me. It feels good to sort of speak your truth, as it were. I don't know. It can also be sort of. I think it can be unhealthy just sometimes when you're I don't know. For instance, I find it easier sometimes to talk to 1 million people than to talk to one person. In that, I think especially online, there's a kind of when you're producing. I'm sure people can relate to this when you're posting anything on social media. There's a kind of illusion of solitude that comes from being alone at your computer, are often alone in front of the camera. Which is often how I'm filming, right? And how I'm writing. And so I'm sort of gotten over this. I'm becoming more a professional. But there used to be a time when I would, the first time that I would see the video I had just spent 100 hours making in the YouTube player itself, I would have this moment of panic, like, oh God, like, other people can actually see this. Like, this is not just my private video diary that I've been working on. But I don't know, I guess it feels good to sort of like share what you're going through. And oftentimes, a bunch of other people will find something relevant to themselves about what you shared. And so that to me is very, it makes you feel less alone. When you hear that other people have been through something similar.
And that's actually exactly what we're about. We're about, I think a lot of the reason I started streaming was because what I noticed is I was having the same conversations like over and over and over again, and everyone thought that they were alone with their struggles.
Yeah.
And what it turns out is that everyone is struggling with the same stuff. It's just, that's not what we advertise, right? We put on a mask and we show people something else. And so everyone else gets the impression that the world is like a lot of people who are doing fantastic, whereas really all of us are struggling.
Yeah.
And so,
well, I think there's like a leap of faith almost that happens when you put out something very personal, because you're, maybe everyone thinks you're crazy. Or maybe, and this is a leap of faith, the fact that you are going through something in private that's not often discussed is going to turn out that 10,000 other people are going through that same thing, and they all connect with you. So you're sort of hoping, or even if they're not going through exactly what you're going through, it relates in some way to their own experience, and so you're hoping they connect on some level.
Yeah. So can you share with us, has there been a particular leap of faith that you've taken that's surprised you in terms of how people responded to it?
Oh, let's see. There's been a few. Trying to think of the best example. Well, I did a video a long time ago on incels, the incel movement. And I kind of, in the last part of that video, related because so I spend a lot of time on incel forums. Like part of what I do when I cover an internet, some facet of internet culture, is I will go into the forums and I'll like sort of spend time learning the vocabulary and learning like what are the concerns, how what are the usual objections that people give to incels that they've heard 100 times and are just already don't want to hear. you know, and so I guess what I found is that like there was something kind of profoundly, I guess, relatable to me about the like obsessive like self-abuse that a lot of the, like incels have, right? This kind of putting themselves down all the time, and to the point of like physiologically, like anatomically analyzing their defects in great detail. And that it reminded me, I guess, of a lot of like the uglier trans faces online, which in a different, you know, in a kind of different context, involve exactly the same thing, which is like a kind of an obsessively negative, self-harming, like analysis of your own anatomy, right? The black pill, right? That's what incels call it. The idea that, you know, because of their, you know, inferior bone structure, that they are doomed by nature to have a lonely life. That, yeah.
Yeah, and so you said that you said it sort of resonated with you on some level, or it was
It
it
did,
felt
yeah.
familiar?
Well, I found something familiar about it. You know, right down to some weirdly specific parallels, like a concern about the shapes of facial bones.
And do you mind if I ask you a little bit more like personally about what it was that resonated with you, or what kinds of thoughts that you've had about yourself? I'm assuming we're talking about thinking about yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, at the time, I was actually considering going through like major facial surgery to change my appearance, which I ended up doing. But it's funnily enough, it's actually a frequent topic on incel forums too, where they'll talk about basically doing all the opposite things of what I did, you know, augmenting the jaw and to get a stronger, more masculine look, and you know, strengthening the brow bone and doing all these things that give them that like chiseled, Chadley appearance.
And so what is it that, how does changing your physical appearance, how does that relate to the way that you perceive or feel or talk to yourself? Like how do you, like, you know, what motivates you to do that, and what does it mean to you to do that?
Well, I think it's something that most people.
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. This is what's going on in my brain at the moment. So we have gender dysphoria, and then everyone else. Now, this is not an adequate distribution. If I had to make it an equal distribution, it would, what I imagine it is, it's like I want to be as charitable as possible, but I think this is about the best I can do for now. Now, this is good, at least from my perspective, because before, this category didn't exist. It was just like everyone else. It's just like everyone else is in the same category, meaning anything that has to do with transgenders, LGBTQ, all of it was just all like, this is insanity. Why is this going on? It's a joke, blah, blah, blah. So I've moved from there. I'm actually really proud of myself that I was able to fucking make that move. That I'm able to put my fucking biases and my, you know, my opinions to the side in the eyes of, you know, In this case, a medical situation. So that's what it looks like, in my opinion. For now, at least. It feels like there is a big portion of the people who are involved in these communities and whatever are genuinely dysphoric. Genuinely. Now, does that mean that the other group isn't genuinely dysphoric? Because I want to make sure that I'm getting this correct. To know where it is that I stand. And maybe as I go along, hopefully, this is probably going to change. So, I've only just started understanding or reading or researching or just in generally like paying any attention to this whatsoever. So this is probably going to change. I can imagine at a future date, it's probably going to be something like here. Like this will be the gender dysphoria and everyone else. But in order for that to happen, I have to be able to make logical sense of it in my brain. So for now, we have, this is a medical condition. It requires treatment. It requires treatment. And once you get treatment, then you can live a normal life. Okay? Or normal, you can live as close to normal as possible. Like you're just going to be an average human being, because at that point, you know, if you still have depression, if you still have problems, it's like, yes, but so do a lot of people in the world. It's not that obvious that after you've gone through this, after you've done everything you possibly can, and something isn't sitting right, it doesn't seem like, it feels like everything has been done to help you, not help you. You've done everything that you possibly can in this specific domain, and you should probably continue efforts in other places to see where the root cause is. But for these types of people specifically, it's a medical condition, it can be treated, and with treatment, you can get better. Yeah, I think get better is probably the best way to say it. Okay. So get better. Now let's go to my hot takes. Okay. So I've been generous. I've been understanding. I've been, as far as I'm concerned, making a good effort to see things from somebody else's perspective. And, you know, I've researched into it. I understand it's a medical condition. It's, you know, all of this good stuff. Okay, obviously not good stuff. It's really bad, but yeah. And them getting better is a net positive to me. The cons, okay? Let's talk about this. So this is the pros, okay? So you're talking about, wait, how am I going to do this now? Pros and cons, right? Let's do it like that. Okay. Pros and cons. Okay, so the pros and cons is, it's quite obvious what a pro is. Why are more trans people denouncing Truscum? What is Truscum? I don't know what Truscum is. Transmedicalism. Truscum, because being trans means something. who believe that gender dysphoria is an essential trait to being transgender. Yes, that's me. Yes. Yes, right now that is literally me. Yes, that's where I stand. I don't know if that's a bad thing. I don't know if that's a good thing. As far as I'm concerned, I'm better than probably 60% of the population right now. So, I mean, you can take it or leave it, but that's as far as I can possibly go right now. Does that change in the future? Possibly. Maybe with more knowledge, maybe if I'm more educated, maybe there's something there that I haven't seen yet that I just need to see for me to change my opinion. The same how I was able to change my opinion about this. So it's just a process. If it's there, if the data is there, if it's like a good reason to believe that gender dysphoria is actually very little to do with this, then I will see that and I will change my... Apparently, that's a minority opinion in the trans community. Okay, so I'm not in the trans community, and I probably will never be in the trans community. I don't portray myself as being somebody who's like sticking up for this. I think that there's a genuine case to be mentioned when it comes to gender dysphoria. As far as everything else is concerned, the reason why I'm talking about this is because the pros and cons, okay, far outweigh the pros far outweigh the cons in the gender dysphoria situation, but they don't in here. I'll get to it. I'll explain it in a second. Again, from my opinion doesn't mean everything, but I like to believe it does. Yeah. So if somebody can't deal with that, I don't know what else there is possible. What's possible for me to say else. Okay, so one of the pros is obviously getting better health. Okay, individual's health. This is individual's health. So the health and well-being of more people on the planet. Okay, people with a mental illness. This is a huge pro. This is a huge. In fact, most of this argument hinges on this thing here. Most of the argument of why there is even a pro hinges on this idea: is that you have somebody who has a medical condition and there is something they can do in real life, apart from just medication, that could potentially allow them to maybe not live a perfect life, but like compared to what? Like it literally is perfect if you're comparing it to pretty much any other mental health disorder, where you are completely dependent on medication, that there is very little that you can possibly do in real life to change, the outcome. It's just like you have these tendencies, these swings, these, maybe it's like seizures, maybe it's just like you see shit that could potentially, like, just a bunch of different shit, bad shit. And this is also really, really bad shit. But the idea is that there is something you can potentially do, which is transitioning, and that will increase the individual's health. So most of this, the pros, hinge on this idea. Now, if at some point I actually find out that this isn't true, then I start shifting back to my previous idea, which is this isn't helping. The only thing you should possibly do is give them medication, and that's it. Talking about gender reaffirming care and all of this stuff. So we're talking about the individual's health. We're talking about less game overs. we're talking about, I could probably use some help because, again, I'm not a trans person, but we're talking about individuals' health, we're talking about less suicide, we're talking about to some degree, it's like human beings are learning to be compassionate. There is a con to that, though. Compassion, I guess. Because the idea is that you haven't been, you know, like for somebody who's, what do you call it? Like cisgender, like myself, who's born and like I would not change myself for anything, especially not my sex or my thing, my gender or any of that. There's no extra steps that I need to take. There's no effort that I need to make entirely. Or is there? There is, but I could just as easily not take any other steps and just live the rest of my life as I am, and I'd probably be fine with it. I probably need to like work out. I probably need to like take care of myself in a hygienic sense. There are a bunch of things that I need to do as well, but there are no extra things that I need to go. So the trans person also needs to do these things, and plus another bunch of things. Okay, so there you go. So it's like pros, those are the pros. At least that's what I can think of for now. Individual's health, less Google guides, compassion. I don't think the compassion one is a maybe to a very small degree. It's like human beings being able to push this aside. But okay, now let's talk about the cons. Okay, let's talk about the cons. The cons will be the same as in here. No, sorry, they won't be the same as in here. They'll be different. The reason they're different is because here, okay, when I approach somebody with gender dysphoria and I treat them as they are, meaning as they identify themselves and all of this, as far as I'm concerned, what are the potential cons? Cons is like I've got to be like not using the right words or complicating language. Okay, so we're gonna do complicating language. Complicating language. We have to build bathrooms. Build bathrooms. We have to potentially educate children. Now, this is not education as in anything that I would be. I struggle on the idea of teaching kids about sexuality. I struggle immensely on this topic. There's no way I can possibly avoid it. To be honest, most of the cons are to the females. It's not really the men who are affected in terms of any perceived cons. No, there is. There is the level of, I'm going to say complicating language because that's just the fact. Like, go back 10, 20 years ago, there was no, it was like you said he, she, that was it. That was that. So right now we are having to use more medical terms. We are using a lot more words to describe scenarios which arguably existed then. It's just now we actually see them because it's possible to. So I'm fine with that. It's just we do use different etymology. It's not as simple as he and she. It's still he and she. Okay. But now he applies to a... Okay, I have to be careful here. Okay. He applies to two categories of individuals, and she also applies to two different types of individuals. So as far as I'm concerned, we have men, we have women, then we have trans women, and we have trans men. Now, at what point do we stop saying trans woman and trans man, and we're just saying man and we're saying woman? I don't know. I don't even know if that break-off ever happens somewhere, because we say transgenders. Usually you'll know since they dress and behave as what they want to be. Okay, awesome. Okay. So I get what you're saying. This applies if I'm meeting somebody for the first time. So if I meet somebody for the first time, they're wearing a dress, you know, they have all the gender identifying things that I can perceive with my eyes. I'm probably not going to go out my way to start calling them a man. It's just not going to happen. That's not me. I will treat them as a woman. Now, I'm going to get into why it annoys me, okay, in a bit with the everyone else statement. But as long as they have gender dysphoria, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing that when they have gender dysphoria. That's perfectly acceptable for me. You've been born, you've been dealt a different hand, let's just say, an unwanted hand, because even they themselves don't feel, happy about the fact that they are different, I can imagine. They would perfectly, if they were given the choice to, be born, like if they perceive themselves to be a woman, then had they been a woman, they would have been, no, that's how things should have played out. That would have been best case scenario for them. So why am I going to go out my way to just make their life even more shit? You'd still treat them how they present. Yes, and that's why I said to you, when you meet somebody for the first time. Now, the problem is, when I know who they are, and I know that they were assigned male at birth, let's just say, and we are now, young adults, they present themselves as a female. I'm saying she, but she means something in its entirety in my mind that like the only way I could ever like for me, okay, I'll explain this. For me, it's like once you go through all the affirming care and all of this gender affirming care and gender affirming surgeries, you do all of that. And even is it it's very difficult talking about this topic. It's very difficult because you're dealing with other people's emotions. And this is not like a small issue like how I perceive, like somebody who's fat. Somebody who's fat, I can look them in the eye and say, you're fat. And I see a benefit in telling them that. Even though it's cruel, even though that they might take it to heart, even though they might even have like really negative emotions towards that, on a general scale, that could result in a net positive. I can't do that with somebody with gender dysphoria. I can't bring myself to do that. At least not ever again after knowing what it is I know now. You missed my earlier comment. Usually you'll know since they dress. You wouldn't be able to tell if they have dysphoria. Yes. You wouldn't be able to tell if they have dysphoria. This is the problem. This is the problem I'm dealing with. Even if they didn't do the surgery, you'd probably still treat them like how they present. I agree. That's me though. That's not Xen. That's not like probably something close to like 50-60% of the population of Earth, if not more. Like there's not a lot of people who are, one, either included in these communities, and two, support these communities. We're talking about minorities here. I'm being very generous in saying it's a 60-40 split. It's something more like an 80-20 split. And I have to be able to look at things from that side and that side, because I want to see the pros and the cons from this side and the pros and cons from this side in order to be able to see if there is a balance, where does that balance lie? And that will be my stance. Even if they didn't do the surgery, you probably still treat them like how they present. I find it very difficult. I find it very difficult. It's like find it very difficult because I'll explain it otherwise. Let's just say I'll explain it otherwise. I can't deal with paint though. Paint is very inefficient. I need something better than paint. Okay. We need something like this. Right. Okay. So right. Okay, so same thing. Okay, now it's very difficult to deal with. Because gender affirming care, as far as I'm concerned, gender affirming care equals good here. Okay? Gender affirming care equals good here. Gender affirming care here, though, or at least this is what's going on in my mind, equals bad. I'm missing the part where gender affirming care becomes good to this group of people. Okay? These groups of people who don't have gender dysphoria. Now, I don't know what percentage, right? I don't know what percentage of all the people that are included in these communities is dysphoric, okay, who genuinely would be diagnosed with gender dysphoria had they had, you know, the opportunity to go to a medical professional. I will explain, okay? So this is my logic. I could very well be wrong, and it would be much easier for me if I am wrong, because then I can just shift my position and I can just treat all trans people equally, and that's it. Good. Okay. So the only problem is that the reason I say this is bad is because the same thing I would say to, you know, somebody who's, people might not like this, fat affirming care equals bad. Telling somebody that it's totally okay to be fat, okay? They don't have dysphoria. So I've clearly stated this, that this only applies to people who are medically impossible to diagnose with dysphoria. I don't know how. I don't even know if these people exist, okay? I don't, because as far as we're concerned, gender dysphoria is a mental illness. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the only people who, on a global scale, get diagnosed, you need to be diagnosed in order to have a, you know, recognizable mental illness. And it gives you, makes your life easier on a societal level, also harder, but anyway, your life would be hard had you had any other, like fucking, I don't know, schizophrenia. I always go to that one because it's a very extreme example. It's a very clear understanding of what the hell happens when somebody has a mental illness in society, and how our behavior towards them shifts entirely. You don't treat somebody with a mental illness the same you treat somebody who doesn't have a mental. You just don't do that. It's not good. We understand that. Now, the same thing can be said. So why do I say fat affirming care? That is not a real terminology. I've just like changed the wording here, but you can imagine what this means. This means telling somebody that it's okay to be fat, and there are even people who will even go as far as to say it's actually healthy being fat. And I don't know if you know about this, but this is legitimately a thing. Why is gender affirming care bad? Actually, before that question, what is gender affirming care? Okay, so again, my knowledge base is very limited. As far as I'm concerned, there is gender affirming care, meaning usually they're going to dress and change their general appearance. Step 2 is like puberty blockers, considering that they are in puberty, or if they're after puberty blockers, this is the phase where you're going to start introducing hormones. Then after that, you start introducing, at the highest level, surgeries. So this can be like top surgeries or bottom surgeries. That's the basic understanding that I have. This is all encompasses gender affirming care, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I could be wrong about that. I could be right about that. I don't know. Okay, according to Yuan, I am right about that. Even if they don't do the surgery, even the most anti-trans person would still treat them as how they present if they were gentlemen. Okay, so this is where our paths, me, you, Yuan, and inappropriate, this is where our paths diverge, okay? Up until this point, we're cool with each other. We're cool with each other. The only problem is that my basis relies on gender dysphoria being present and existing, okay? The moment that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, I start going the other way. I start running the other way, because the pros of affirming somebody that doesn't have gender dysphoria far outweigh the cons, far outweigh the pros. In gender dysphoria situation, so here, the opposite applies. I don't care about the cons here, because the cons are insignificant when you compare what it is that's happening. Because as far as I'm concerned, gender affirming care in here, I would be very interested to see results on how I could be wrong, and this would be the way you would understand how you would be wrong. First of all, you need to understand what percentage of people that identify as trans that go through gender affirming care, separate them into groups. So they all have gender dysphoria. This group doesn't have gender dysphoria. They all go through gender affirming care. Then you would need to see how many of these people from this group, which have gender dysphoria, came out better than they were before, and how many people from this group came out better than before. Because as far as I'm concerned, and then you would also need to do another test. This is where it gets difficult, because this group of people, the gender dysphoric, cannot go through the process of not gender affirming care. The reason they can't is because it will genuinely lead them to game over, or just like really, 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 really bad things. Really bad things. This group of people, as far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing like putting somebody who's fat through fat camp. Okay? That's what this is like. Now, I'm not saying to you, tell them, it's bad to be trans. There's nothing wrong with being trans. The problem is that you could also, if you don't have gender dysphoria, accept yourself for who you are. I see that potential. I cannot just block that from my mind. It hasn't just disappeared from my mind. You can look up the Transmaxing document. I'm not doing that. I hate that document. I never want to see it again in my life. It also includes the side effects, though they downplay it. Are you saying that gender dysphoria may not exist at all? No, gender dysphoria definitely does exist. It's a medical term. Even if I wanted to believe that it doesn't exist, it doesn't. There's no way I could possibly do that in good faith. No, it definitely does exist. Or are you saying a specific individual may not have? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That when I say everyone else, this is the group. Like I said before, I don't know how small this group is. I don't know what percentage of the entirety of LGBTQ and all everybody else, what percentage is actually doesn't have gender dysphoria, but is in this group for any other reason. I don't know. They might not even exist. This might even be a fairy tale. But as far as I'm concerned, there are people who, okay, what would be an adequate comparison? There is no adequate comparison. Because if I was going to say, that's like saying there are people who are schizophrenic, and then there are people who pretend to be schizophrenic. Nobody wants to pretend to be schizophrenic. Being schizophrenic means you get locked up in a mental asylum. Means that pills get shoved down your throat. Means really, 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 really bad things. Being like having some, like, I don't know, Down syndrome. I'm imagining that affects the brain as well to some degree. It's like you've got somebody who has Down syndrome and then somebody who's pretending to have Down syndrome. Again, the negative consequences of pretending that you have Down syndrome, they're insane. So nobody wants to do that. Now let's take it to the trans community. And I've already been given a prime example of people who have an incentive, okay, to be trans, other than that they are dysphoric. And you don't like it. You were telling me before it's not a joke. So I'm engaging with you and I'm saying, no, it isn't a joke. There are genuinely people, okay, incels, who will include themselves in these communities, become transgender, okay, in an effort to, gain some sexual, have some sexual gain, whether that's, I'm a woman, I fetishize having a woman's body, or I, love the idea of getting fucked by a guy. Okay? They don't have gender dysphoria. They have an ulterior motive. Their motive solely relies on sexual encounter, some fucking unhinged shit, okay? It's not the gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is, I genuinely am not the thing that you are calling me. So you might call me a man, okay? But I'm not. That's not what I am. It doesn't matter how many times you tell me it. And as long as you keep doing it, it's like you're just insulting me and you're putting me down in life. That's not helpful. And psychologists back that up. So I genuinely do believe there is a portion of people. How big that portion is, I have no fucking clue. Yet I have a good reason to believe that there are people who are in this camp and should not be treated as the people who are in this camp. And if that makes sense, I'm fairly new to this. Nonetheless, meaning trans is solely contingent on having dysphoria. That could very well be the case, yes. And it could very well be the case that 99.999% of people who are in these communities are dysphoric. And I'm totally wrong about this. But the only way of ever knowing that would for them to be diagnosed with that. And the fact that I see things like what you showed me before with the incels, you know, becoming women, you know, taking hormones and becoming women, that shit's like revolting to me, because I'm just going to be honest, because that's just like you're putting your body through a transition that possibly, quite possibly, could not be reversed for a sexual gain. Okay, that's solely what that is. The whole idea of incels transitioning is so they can fuck women, lesbian women, fuck trans women, so yeah, and maybe even at the highest level, fuck like successful men. It's all about fucking. That's all it's about. And when you ask somebody with gender dysphoria, why are you doing this? I want to believe that the answer is much more personal, intimate, beautiful, life encompassing. It's like, I want to go to work looking like a woman, being treated as a woman. You know, I want to just fucking go for a fucking walk and be treated as a woman. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. That you get the difference between these two things. So this one doesn't feel okay to me. And this one I have a problem with. And then it's just easy when you say, yeah, it's just like, you just need to call them by it. It's not that much of a... No. That's where the cons come in. That's when you start having these fucking issues that Zen and all of these guys have. And these people are justifying those actions. They're justifying them. When they say things like, oh, now men and women, just anybody can be a man and women, these words mean nothing. They have a solid point. If these people also get to claim that thing, that it's not as simple. Is that up for debate? I didn't know that was up for debate. Trans is solely conditioned on having dysphoria. Massive debate in the trans community, apparently. Isn't that just drag or something? Drag was its own thing, but some parts of the trans community are trying to roll it into being trans. Yeah, I agree, drag is its own thing, but I mean that if you don't have gender dysphoria but want to play with the meaning of gender, then what would fall into the realm of drag or some such? Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Drag would be a paraphilia and fall under yes, rather than gender dysphoria. So it's all getting dragged in as far as I'm concerned. And considering that I'm very new to this, then that's my reaction to it. It is that these people shouldn't be getting gender affirming care. In fact, it is bad for them. I would even argue. And that's why I said it's bad. When I say everyone else, those are the types of people I'm talking about. It could even extend to things like xenogenders. Although, again, I'm not well versed in that. Just at first glance, it seems like that's where they fit. For now, in my mind, that's where they are. Xenogenders, anything but transgenders and cisgenders, they're all going in here. They're all going in here. And unless you're talking about like gays, but that's like sexuality. That's not that's yeah. To be honest, I think they're just perverts abusing the goodwill of people have towards. Yes, exactly. This is my point that I've been making to you from the start. Yes, it's like if I'm good faith and it took me fucking a lot of effort to even come this far, okay? When I see shit like this, I start to even question this, and that's dangerous. So it's like, imagine what somebody's reaction is when they don't have a reason to be good faith. I have a reason because for me, knowledge is a priority in life. But that's not everybody. And you have a lot of people who are just going to be pushed so fucking far away because of this category of individuals. As far as I'm concerned, they're doing a lot more harm than they are good. Yeah. But to be honest, I think they're just perverse, abusing good wealth and their own benefit. Yes. Xenogender seems to be Munchausen's, in my opinion. I don't know what that is. The fucking Munchausen's syndrome, also known as factitious disorder, is a rare type of mental disorder in which a person fakes illness. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Be sick or make themselves purposely unwell. This, by the way, who are you talking about when you said that? I think that, yes, that seems like xenogenders. That seems like, or they could be just as bad as the incels. To me, the incels are possibly the worst of all. That's why my first reaction, just by like observing like 1-2 pages of that document, like literally make me want to be sick. Like that shit's like malicious to me. That shit's malicious. It's not even like ha ha ha, it's funny, it's whatever, don't pay. No, that shit's like comes from a deep dark place. Okay, we all have a deep dark place in us. I think that it might not even be this, because this is saying that they actually do have a mental disorder, and that it's a mental disorder that makes you basically fake illness. So you might be like a hypochondriac, you know, it's like making a big situation out of a small thing, okay? And the idea is to get attention, okay? That's like a less than this. This, I don't think it's even telling you it's a rare type. Yeah, I don't think this is, I don't think this is common. It's either, for me, it feels like an attention plot, okay? So an attention, a game to garner attention. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah, and it feels, it feels like the underlying motivation to do that is one of sexuality. Okay, is one of sexuality. Now, if that's the path they want to go down, and they are actually, I don't know, transsexuals, is that what you would call them? Then put them all into the category of transsexuals. For all the xenogenders, all these incels fetishizing about autogymelia, put them all into the transsexuals. As far as, okay, transsexuals, I don't know what that means. Transsexuals is like you're transitioning your sex. So, it's so confusing. And then you tell me it doesn't complicate language. Like, you might be used to this language, but for somebody coming in for the first time, like, this shit blows my mind. I mean, they're still ill, but it's a different illness, so treatment is very different. Yes. Firstly, even if they did have that, you're right. It would be a totally different approach to how you would deal with that kind of illness. Nah, hyperchronics aren't for no, not hyperchronics. A hypochondriac. Hypochondriac is somebody who reacts. Okay, they react too much. It's like you cut a little piece of your finger and they start rolling on the floor as if somebody ran over them with a 2-ton truck. Like that's a hypochondriac. I don't know if you... Transsexuals are the retired term for transgender. Okay, so we're not calling them transsexuals. They are transitioning their sexuality. I don't know how else you want to call it. Hypochondriac. No. I think this is a hypochondriac. Here you go. A person who is abnormally anxious about their health. Okay, so this is like... But to me, okay, it doesn't feel like these incels are anything like what you're describing. It feels like they know perfectly well that they are men. They have no problem being a man. The only problem they have with being a man means they get no sex. And so they've now found a way, that way meaning it's like acceptable to take hormones now, considering that you have dysphoria. Do you understand where I'm going with this? So they act like they have dysphoria so they can get those hormones, so then they can then transition to enact on their fantasies. Okay? This is literally like how you said it before, Xen's worst nightmare. And as far as Xen is concerned, everybody in all of these categories is that. It's just based on a fetish, it's based on a desire. And at first principle, I didn't want to swing over to Xen's side because that seems like, although that might be a good argument for some people in these communities, I doubt it can be applied to everybody in these communities. And then obviously then I found out about gender dysphoria, so then that explains a certain amount of people in these communities. But as far as I'm concerned, there's gender dysphoria, and then the other ones are like really, it's like the fucking xenogenders. The only thing they're doing, it's coming from a place of sex. That's it. It's backed up by sex. Like literally just look at fucking furries and see of the rapid rise of fucking furry porn and all of this animal like shit. Like, it seems like that could be a good explanation at first glance. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's where they get put. They get put into this category. So this category, these are your xenogenders. These are your incels. With transmaxing, whatever the fuck this is, transmaxing. Yeah, so it feels like they are abusing the system in order to obtain something. Like they have an alternative motive. It's not just they want to be a woman and everything that is a woman. They don't give a fuck about just walking through the park or just like being treated as a woman. They don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Like their thing is standing in front of women and like imagining that they are a woman and playing with themselves, or watching fucking porn while you're a woman. Like it's just, that's like, I good luck to anybody trying to defend like incels doing this. It's just, it's to me it seems ridiculous, and so do these as well. So these are like those. I don't know who else would be included in this category. And then I'm also going to put up here, this could even be I don't know what you would call this. I don't even think these people want to transition their sexuality. Okay, these are sexuality, transsexuality. I don't even know what to call this. This is not even a real thing yet. It doesn't, or at least if it is, nobody's talking about it. And they're trying to dump themselves into this category of people, which to me feels like they have a specific way of getting treatment or help. So that's where I stand. And in here, you could also use the why is gender affirming care bad? Because like it's the same thing as saying fat affirming care. And if our ultimate goal is to give them the best treatment possible and we want them to get better, okay, this is how you would deal with this category of people, okay? Like a father behaves to his spoiled son. He doesn't buy him everything he wants. And at the time, might seem cruel to that child, that father would do that. When you get older, my son, you will understand. Like it's the most like stereotypical fucking conversation between a kid and his dad. It's like this can also be applied to like spoiled son or a fucking fat son, and you can just change the fucking thing. So instead of them getting everything they want, it's like they're fat, like they're becoming obese and they're only a child, and the dad like stops them from like eating too much candy or like this. And at the time that kid feels horrible. They feel like the dad's just like, you know, abusing them. Like they will go to even extremes to explain that type of behavior. But then you eventually get older, and like the most typical thing that the dad will say in that situation is, you might not understand right now, but one day you'll get older and you will. Yeah, or you're not old enough. So this is the most, like, I think accurate description. I'm comfortable with this description. And obviously you need to explain, okay, so why is fat affirming care bad? Well, the reason why that's bad has its own separate reasons. It's like, why is it a bad thing to be spoiled? Why is it a bad thing to be fat? It's bad. Fat. Because you are degrading the most valuable, one of the most valuable things humans, if not the most, which is health. They are also cutting off small portions of time every time you eat too much or eat too fat. Like, it's like you're making the argument for why is fat bad. Obviously, it's fucking bad. Obese people die from being fat. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, kidding me? And these are like incels transmaxing. It's like, yes, that's the idea. You can use this example for, yeah. So why would it be bad for, why would it be bad in the gender affirming care sense? Well, because if we think of, you know, love yourself, okay? We talk about this a lot. We say it a lot. Everybody says it all the fucking time. Love, 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 love. To love yourself, it means to accept yourself for who you are. Now, when you have dysphoria, as far as you're concerned, who you are is the very thing that people do not accept you for, okay? And that's why that's bad, okay? Who you are when you don't have gender dysphoria is the thing that, you know, everybody recognizes you as. So trying to change that is an act of retaliation in who you are. It's not accepting yourself for who you are. It's not understanding that life is not, you know, we're only given one body, blah, 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 all of this fucking stuff. And all of this applies to somebody with gender dysphoria, just in their sense, works in like, in accordance with whatever it is their minds perceive themselves as. So yeah, I feel like this should be my hard stance, and I'm very confident on this one. I was also very confident on, was I? Yeah, I was pretty confident before discovering the whole gender dysphoria stuff. I was very confident that this is all just like bullshit and like that. Although I never really got into it, I never read anything, I never discovered anything. I just seems stupid to me. But I was wrong. I was wrong about it. Yeah. But I'm very confident about this now, so who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? And these are a problem because this is a sexually oriented goal. Okay? This is a sexually oriented goal, these guys. That's why okay, as soon as you guys want to go down this path, okay, I don't know. Do I want to do that? No, not yet. Not yet. Maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I do. Shit, it would be a pretty fucking hot take if I went down that. Yikes. Oof. Okay. So the reason why sexually oriented goals are inherently bad, okay, also I would say, especially when you're willing to go to some of the extents that these groups are going to in order to fulfill your desires, you're endlessly chasing something that I would argue is not going to have long-term benefits in and of itself, meaning that they don't lead to something greater than what they are. And the reason that's a problem is because, well, let's think of a couple of types of people who have sexually oriented goals in the world, and we frown upon them very extremely. Okay, this is probably going to be like a really hot take. Here we go. All right. So things like pedophilia and like having a fascination with like grape scenarios. Now, you would obviously argue, okay, that in both of those scenarios, whether it's the one or the other, you're basically harming somebody else in the process, therefore it's bad. And then you'll look at xenogenders and you'll go, yeah, but how the fuck are they just hurting anyone? They're just acting like animals and they're just like doing their own thing. And the same thing can be said for the incels. They're just like changing their own body. They're not really affecting anybody else. Okay, except human beings often evolve from, you know, it doesn't always start from the extreme. It starts from somewhere and then eventually evolves into an extreme. What happens in the future when, you know, somebody decides, you know, part of being a xenogender is, you know, or not even a xenogender, maybe even, I think this would be more in line with incels than it would xenogenders, to be honest, because this would be like, hey, I'm a child. And so is me playing as a child with another child unacceptable? I mean, children play, right? If you get what I'm going. That's why it can become dangerous. And even in this form, I feel it's dangerous. Even if I don't want to push it to that extent, although that is my take, I'll just state it here and now. That's why this group looks destructive to me. This doesn't look like a group. Okay, for example, gay people, you know, they are two consenting adults who are into the same thing and they have sex with each other. Can argue it's just sex, though. It's the same sex as a man and a woman would have, except, okay, it's not the same exact. There are differences, obviously, but it's still sex, nonetheless. So it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. You can't say there's anything wrong with it, unless you are a specific type of individual. Now, this thing here, to me, stinks. It reeks, and I don't like it. This one a little bit less. This one hits nerves. I mean, to me personally. I have a big problem with it. I've never. Okay. Okay. So why do I hate incels? If it's not obvious enough, why do I hate incels? Because obviously anybody looking at this is going to think that I hate incels. The reason I hate incels is because as a kid growing up, okay, if there was anybody heading in the right direction to becoming an incel, it would have been me. Like, you don't get to be born like beautiful, okay? That's literally how I was described as a child. Beautiful. Wasn't, oh, I don't know, he's such a boy or whatever, some shit like that. No, I was the cute, beautiful, like, kid who got dressed up as a fucking angel, all right? I had a fucking baby face on me. And to make things worse, going into my teenage years, I became obese, okay? So not only was I now babyface, I was also obese. So there was every reason for me to fail when it came to relationships, when it came to women. Now, at that point, I could have just bent to the will of the world and not done anything about it. And that would have been one-way road to fucking incel village or whatever. But I didn't do that. I wanted girls. I was, it was something that I always wanted to have in my life. And so at some point, you can argue that it came a little bit later than maybe it should have or whatever. I think about 15, 16, that age was old enough for me to like do something about it. And I did. So I got on a bike, I trained, I lost a shit ton of weight. And what was a problem for me, which was my looks, which is like, yeah, you're handsome, but it's a cute type of handsome. It's like you're beautiful, you're not handsome. That's how I would be described at the time. Worked in my favor because it was like the environment also helped a lot, and I had a lot of experience from that point moving forward with women. So my point is that although you might be an incel right now, okay, as far as I'm concerned, that's a decision. You're making the decision to be that, okay? And you're deciding, instead of blaming yourself, taking responsibility and accountability for, not everybody has it. Not everybody is born a Chad. It's just as simple as that, guys. The world is unfair in some ways. Not everybody's going to be born with a fucking square jaw, like myself. Fucking round face, yes. Nonetheless, if I was able to do it, so can you. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm a bad example because, I did grow up in like a tourist area, so my environment definitely helped me a lot. But what I'm trying to say to you is that, as far as I'm concerned, being an incel is a decision, okay? It's not something that the world has pushed onto you. It might just be a current situation, a phase, all right? And nonetheless, there's always something you can do about it. And sitting there and crying that you weren't born with the features of Adonis, okay? It's pretty fucking lame, okay? That's about all I can say. So I have no sympathy, zero sympathy for incels, zero. None whatsoever. I think you should get out there, you should train, you should work hard, focus on yourself. This is the same thing I would say to any woman who feels like they're being desperate in life and trying to, they're fucking random guys and they always end up being assholes, and then she ends up blaming them and like feeling sorry for herself. No. You're also making a decision to do that. You need to take responsibility and you need to take accountability. The reason you are falling in love, what you think is love, what they think is sex, it comes from a place of desperate, okay? So stop being desperate. Learn to love yourself and appreciate yourself for who you are. Because there is something good and also something bad about every single one of us, okay? But if you can't love yourself, then nobody will. Nobody will. You're impossible to be loved if you can't love yourself, all right? So you should love yourself. Takes work, takes time. Guess what? You're going to have to spend a lot of time with yourself, intentionally separating yourself and saying, that's not what I want right now. I want to take the time to be with myself, okay? And so get to know yourself. Trust me, you will find out a lot once you do that. So, there you go. And so that's why I have no sympathy for incels. Because as far as I'm concerned, they lead to just like pure chaos and destruction. It just seems like a fucking hell for men. Okay? That's literally, you don't go below that. All right, you don't go below being an incel. It's like the lowest fucking point. You are the lowest of the low if you're an incel, as far as I'm concerned. So pull yourself up, get out of that hole. You shouldn't be there in the first place. You put yourself there with bad thoughts, okay? Things like that. You should probably like get therapy or whatever. I'm not a fucking doctor. The point is, there are always things that you can possibly do to change your current situation, okay? And especially when it comes to women. Now, unless you live in a country where like there's like 8 men to every woman, I doubt that you're going to be the guy who, even though you work hard, you train hard, you have all the, you know, you're successful, this and that somehow they're not going to choose you. It seems fucking insane to me. Yeah. What's up, Zen? Yeah, I woke up at 12 p.m. Yikes, bro. Yikes. Most men are trash and have an entitled mindset. It is not hard to compete. I don't care. Okay, I totally agree with have an entitled mindset. I agree with that. I don't think most men are trash. I think that's, I don't think that's true. I think that there are a lot who have an entitled mindset. And as far as I'm concerned, those are the incels. How the fuck can you possibly live in a world, you know, where you literally are given the blueprint of how to acquire what it is that you want, which in this case is women, yet you feel like the right thing to do is just crawl up into a ball and cry and blame the world about it. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, you feel like you're entitled to that and that all women should just bow down to you. Yeah, you need to, I don't know, figure it out, whatever. It is not hard to compete. It is hard, but good. I'm glad that it's hard to compete. It is very hard to compete. I disagree with you, but I don't care. I think that good competition is good. The competition will make you strong. And if you fail, then you suck, as far as I'm concerned. Don't fail. Just don't fail. That's it. Just get up, keep going. Keep going, persevere, push on, get the fucking job done. Bring it home. So that's what I think. You sound like you let your wife sleep with Chad. Holy shit. He's back at it. He's literally just come into chat and he's already talking about how many cucks there are in the chat. This is Zen. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Literally woke up at 12 p.m. Fucking slacker. Slacker mindset. You are a slacker, Zen. You're a little bitch boy. Only bitch boys wake up at 12 p.m. Let me guess. Did your mummy have fucking breakfast ready for you on your side table with your little Buzz Lightyear lamp? Yeah? Fucking little piece of shit. 19 years old little twat. God, I'd fucking slap you over the fucking head if I was there. Holy shit. Men are made to work for things since forever. We have been working for everything we want to achieve. No, we haven't. We've been, bro, there are plenty of fucking slackers. You haven't been doing shit. You talk like you were once the fucking slave of the pharaohs in Egypt. That's how you talk, Zen. Shut the fuck up. You haven't worked for shit, mate. You have never even had fucking calluses on your hands from work. You don't get to talk about this bullshit. Shut the fuck up. No, you haven't. Trust me, bro. I mean, I've walked on boats. I've walked on like big, thick fucking ropes that like burn your fucking hands. I've walked in like kitchens. I've cleaned up the gunk from inside of fucking like the vents. Do you know the vents in like cooking, like restaurants? Have you ever been inside one of those and see the gunk that stacks up over 30 years and then it's all big lumps of fucking tar? Yeah, I've done that. I've cleaned fucking sewages with my hands. I've walked in the fields, collected olives and shit. These hands have experienced a lot. If you get hit by one of these hands, whew, you're going to be seeing fucking Tweety. That's what you're going to be seeing. But yeah. Yeah. We have been working for everything we want to achieve, but nowadays most of these men think they should take it easy and view their wife as an independent oh no, here we go again. Here we go again with the feminists. Xen, this war between you and the feminists needs to end at some point. You understand it, right? It needs to end. The feminists are not a threat to your livelihood, okay? Look, if they're getting cucked and that's what they want, why is that a problem? That's what they want. It's fine for you, man. I mean, more woman for like other men as well. There you go. If not anything else, it's even a positive for society. It means that even though technically she is his wife, she gets shared out to more men. There you go. I've even found you a positive in the whole scenario. And then it means twisted motherfuckers like me get to prey on those weak men. There you go. I found even one more positive in it. There's so many positives about it. And that will fix it. You should go and that will fix it. You should go work out, work on your skills, and then acquire what you want. Andrew Tate. My man, I work out for 3 hours and then slept like 10. Bro, you work out in a fucking gym with your little gloves on, with a nice little carpet under your feet, and your little bottle of water and your protein shake, and you pick up the dumbbells that have specific elasticity around them so your hands don't get scratched. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what it means to work out. My guy, I used to beat the metal poles like on the fucking beach. I used to slap the sand just to increase the strength of my palm. Like, you have no idea who you're talking to. Don't be telling me I used to work out. Bro, I used to fucking sleep on the beach, bro. Like, you think I'm like this pussy ass bitch? God help you if you would see me at your age. Yikes. Good fucking luck. Yeah, I used to be a crazy motherfucker, didn't I? My man woke up for 10 p.m. to 12 the next day. Worked. Slept from like... I then slept from like 10 p.m. to 12 the next day. Worked. It's not like I sat in my room playing games. I ain't got no problem with games, man. Games are fine. That's a negative, he says. No, it wasn't a negative. It's like, yeah, it's like she gets to be... I mean, he gets cocked. That's not good for him. We can argue that. But I mean, it's his decision. And there's one entailing positive for other men. So there you go, man. Why not? My hands literally have spots from bleeding. Go and put some betadine on it. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just spit on it and wrap it in fucking tape. Okay? It'll be fine. You will be fine. Don't worry about it. Then why did you stop? Because, you know, I have to have some skill in life. I can't just be this fucking weirdo random guy who's grown up on an island all his life, shagging random women and having zero skills to your name except for being a bartender. Like, I needed skills. I needed to go and educate myself because I'd spent all of my life, you know, becoming that. I work from home in my office chair with sweet pants on, and it's great. It's amazing and appropriate, isn't it? I've been living this life for like 5 years now. It's amazing. I love it. So I agree with you totally. Fuck all of that working out shit. I got done with that like time ago. Yeah. But I did that. I used to do that all the time. Your physical health is more important than a piece of... No, it's fucking not. Say that to me when I'm 70 and I need fucking cardiovascular replacement of my tubes and it costs like 70 grand to do. Yeah. Tell me the paper is irrelevant then, yeah? Yeah, you won't be able to. Everything's important, okay? Everything has a value as long as you value it. That's the way it works, all right? It's pretty simple. Fuck, that would be funny to show you what I was like. Yikes. You would not believe it, my guy. Yikes. I used to go out swimming in fucking January, bro. Like in freezing cold. Freezing fucking cold. I used to get butt naked on the beach. Like literally absolutely naked. And I used to run into the water and go swimming out into the sea. Holy shit. I was fucking mental. I used to jump off cliffs. Like all the fucking time. It was like nothing to me. What else? Bungee jumping. Did that. I used to grab the fucking jet skis and I used to like jump in the middle of the fucking air, like jump off the jet ski while I was in the middle of the air. I used to go like full speed with the jet ski and like turn it on purpose just so it flings me like 20 meters away. God, I was insane, bro. I used to drive the boat with my feet. Do you know who you're talking to? Like, you want to talk about based? Bro, if I had taken videos at the time of what I was like growing up, yo, I would have been way famous. Holy shit, would I be famous today? Yikes. Fuck you at 70. Do you want to be a slave for 70 years and then be happy with your tubes? Yeah, fair enough. It was one example. But then the same thing can be said. What about when my 16-year-old daughter wants to get married and like I need to provide the dowry? Yeah? How about that? Or I need to pay for the wedding dress. Yeah? You're going to like that one. You're going to have to engage with that one. One-handed stroking. Exactly. He doesn't even use the second hand. Like usually the second hand is like resting somewhere. He doesn't even use it. He's just got it like dangling there. It's just like, doesn't even need to do anything. Just exists. That's it. I like inappropriate. Inappropriate is based as fuck. Yeah? How are you going to pay for that dowry, Zen? Without that paper? Sure. Sure, money is important now, huh? 5 minutes ago, it meant nothing. It meant nothing to you, apparently. Soy boy training. No, that's incorrect, Zen. Soy boy training would be, the other hand would be up his bum. He didn't do that, though. He just has it there, all right? He just has it there. Don't worry about it. Sure, money is important, but you should not stop taking care of yourself. Nobody said that you should stop taking care of yourself, but yeah, don't watch porn. I don't know how we got to porn, but okay then. By the way, if your daughter gets married, you don't pay, but the husband gives you money and your daughter. Okay, and who do you think gives the husband money? His dad, okay? So maybe I'll rephrase it then. How am I going to give my son the dowry that he needs to give to his future wife? Or are you going to tell me that somehow he came up with like thousands of dollars worth of a dowry at the age of 16, apparently, yeah? Is that what you're going to tell me, is it? That he's been working hard. That's what he's been doing. That's about it. Don't watch porn. Porn is amazing, Xen. If you have any idea the kind of porn that I've seen in my life, woo! Holy mother of Jesus. There is not one saint that exists or doesn't exist that can take away the sins that I have bestowed upon this chair. Not one. Like, even if they all like combine together doing some like ritual Kama Sutra, I wouldn't be forgiven for my sins. Porn is made to keep you a slave. Being a slave doesn't sound that bad. Yes, Xen. Yes, we agree. Porn is not the most amazing thing that exists in life, but I don't think you need to be that dramatic about it. There are plenty of people who watch porn. Bro, if you never watched this, bro, you have no idea, my guy. You have no idea when you talk some of the things that you say. Oh, you missed it, Xen. We were like researching this stuff. Where were you? How do you not know this, Xen? This is like a national anthem, Xen.
That's good for me. Yes, sir. Revolutions. You follow? Revolutions.
Where is the
clients on
scene?
The Ferris wheel. And it goes. The park
Okay,
is
so-
open 24/7, 365. Every decade, every goddamn
Wait,
century.
it'll come soon. It'll come soon.
Name of the game. How kitty? Thank you.
Oh wait, is he just gonna start singing again? Oh no, we want the whole scene. Where's the scene? Yeah, here we go. I have to get to the part where he's talking about what we're talking about. Where is it?
Broker business. First of all, you gotta stay relaxed. Yeah. You jerk off? Do I jerk off? Yeah, I jerk off, yeah. How many times a week?
You listening, son?
Three, four times, maybe. I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. I myself, I jerk off at least twice a day.
Exactly, Xen.
Once in the morning.
Twice a day.
And then once right after lunch.
There you go.
Okay? I want to.
Yeah.
That's why I do it.
Exactly.
I do it because I fucking need to.
Yeah.
Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. Decimal points, high frequencies, bang, bang, bang.
Exactly.
All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. Right? It kind of can wig some people out. Right? You got to feed the geese to keep the blood flowing. I keep the rhythm below the belt.
Are you listening,
This is not a
Xen?
tip. This is a prescription. Trust me.
Take notes.
You will fall out of balance, split your differential, and tip the fuck over.
Yeah.
Or worse yet, I've seen this happen. Implode.
Yep.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Yeah, implosions are ugly.
Yeah.
Pop off to the bathroom, work one out anytime you can, and when you get really good at it,
Yeah.
you'll fucking be stroking it, and you'll be thinking about money.
Yep.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called cocaine. Right. It will keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your fingers dial faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Revolutions. You follow?
You following, Xen?
Keep the clients on the Ferris wheel. And it goes. The park is open 24/7, 365. Every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game.
Name of the game. Feed the geese, Xen. Feed the geese. Oh, this is so.
How the money comes in, the parade comes to town. Going down Broadway is a one-way street, whichever way I go.
There you go. Now you know what it's about, Zen. Now you understand. Don't watch porn. My workout I will do today is bench press 4 times 8. Okay, this is just, yeah, I'm already bored, bro. Once you start doing this analytical shit for like what it is you do, it sounds like the most gay shit I've ever heard in my life. Okay, it's not as gay as when you start telling me about how many grams of this and how many grams of that you eat. That must be the most gay shit, not gonna lie, bro. It is possible to masturbate without porn. Shocker, I know. Agreed. Sometimes you just gotta feed the geese, Zen. Just feed the geese. That's all you need to do. It's not that difficult, okay? Alright, be right back. And then we're gonna watch a very nice interview then. Working out with a schedule is gay? No. Repeating your schedule, okay, is gay. All right? Not working out. There's nothing wrong with working out. Although I have to admit, working out in a gym with other... I'm piss him off now. You are gay. In front of a PC, trading Bitcoin while your wife gets fucked by another man in the background. That's straight. Okay, I get you now. Yep. Or how about you don't jerk off and let your balls actually help you make rational thoughts? Your balls make rational thoughts? Holy fuck. Wonder what kind of decisions you're making. You are literally Greek. You like big, muscular, oiled up men. You are gay. Yeah, based Zen.
Do to some extent. Like, I think everyone with a mirror has some kind of thing about themselves they don't like. I think that when you're trans, like I am, like there's an additional layer of it. Whereas, I mean, I went through a period where, like, I mean, I was appearing to the world as a man, and that's how, like, that's a very drastic sense of.
Here it comes. You want Pythagoras triangle up your ass? Yes, that's exactly what I want. A triangle up my ass.
What I'm seeing in the mirror is wrong. And I think that, I think that's not as, it's a complicated question, isn't it? Like, how much of that dysphoria, gender dysphoria, how much of that is just what it means to be trans as part of who we are, has to be respected, and how much of it is a kind of negative, like, internalized hatred, because society views trans people with a very cruel gaze. And sometimes it's not clear, like, what is gender dysphoria and what is just me internalizing this kind of ugly way that people have of looking at trans people.
So, Natalie, do you mind if I ask you some questions about, like, what your sense of, like, kind of where you grew? I mean, not so much in terms of details about where, but like what your upbringing was like, and how you learned that you were trans?
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. I mean, I had, I guess, in my early childhood, I had a pretty normal boyhood in a way. Like, I actually done, like, pre-12 years old, I actually look back on that time mostly with positivity. I was
Zen.
sort of neither the most, I was certainly not the most.
Zen, what the fuck are you doing, man? You can clearly see that I'm not impressed, right?
Masculine boy, but I was not, like, I was not feminine to the point where it was a major problem. But when I was a teenager, I guess I sort of began, there was this, like, discontent beginning to stir, the sense that something was wrong. In my 20s, it just got worse and worse.
Can you explain that feeling? Like, how would it manifest? Or I'm just imagining that there's, like, someone who's 19 who's watching right now, and how would they know?
Yeah, how would you know you're trans? Well, it's a question I get a lot. Well, it gets, a lot of trans people will tell you that it's easy. Like, oh, if you're even questioning it at all, that means you're trans. I don't agree with that. I think that a lot of people question their gender for a lot of reasons. And I think that, whether you're raised as a boy or as a girl, like, there's a lot of, like, gendered expectations put onto you. There's a lot of, there's a kind of image of what you're supposed to be doing, a script that you're supposed to be following, and it's everyone to some extent, I think, questions that a little bit about themselves. Like, I think that may be especially true of women, people who are raised girls. Like, that's a very well, I think it's true of men in a different way, but it's you know, there's oftentimes like going to be situations where, you know, even if you are just a you know, a regular cis woman, like you're going to think like, this sucks. I don't like being treated like a woman because it sucks. Right. And there's times when it sucks to be a man. Like absolutely it does. But so to me, it's a question of figuring.
This is Bob. Bob is biologically defined as a male, which is a gender that has been assigned to him. But growing up, Bob realizes that he does not feel comfortable being recognized as a male in society. Also, he doesn't feel comfortable with his body and the gender roles which are assigned to him. After consulting with a psychiatrist, he recognized that he is living with a condition.
Wait a minute. Okay. So from my perspective, somebody with gender dysphoria would not experience this. What they would experience is like, it's Bob, okay, all of this is true, but this wouldn't happen, this process here. Meaning, as far as Bob is concerned, he's a female. Try and rationalize all you want with it. The idea is he looks at himself in the mirror and he associates himself more as a female than he would ever as a male. So it's interesting to see that this seems like okay, maybe not. I don't know how it works. Like when you say gender dysphoria, I always like I might be going to like the extreme case when somebody is born and they like look at themselves, they're being told they're a boy, but they're like, no, I'm not, I'm a female. Like that seems to me, but no, it wouldn't make sense because gender dysphoria means literally that you're dysphoric about your gender. So this process would actually happen. All right.
Also, he doesn't feel comfortable with his.
No, I'm not pressing your links. You're on timeout. Like, you act like a child. I'm going to treat you like a child. I'm not clicking your links.
Let's learn more about this.
Like you might get another chance tomorrow if I feel like it, but yeah, I'm not clicking your links until tomorrow. You can see it's a man really clearly. By the way, what do you think of that trans woman? I don't think anything, man. What am I supposed to think? You literally said it yourself, of that trans woman. It's a trans woman. What am I supposed to think? That they're trans? That they're a woman? That they're actually a man? What is it that I'm supposed to see here that I'm not seeing? Would you fuck her? I mean, you are being pretty progressive, not gonna lie, bro. I'm very proud of you that you are saying things like trans woman, would you fuck her? Good job, Zen. Good job. Are you actually mad at that meme? What do you think? I think it's stupid. And it's something that could potentially get me banned. And it's childish and immature. What do you think I think of it, huh? You think I'm proud of you? Do you think I should praise you? What do you think I should do? As far as I'm concerned, you annoy the fuck out of me. Is Twitch for real this sensitive? No, you're just stupid, okay? You know that that's like something, I don't even see how that's a funny thing. I don't. Yeah.
Figuring out, like, not just whether.
Would you fuck her? Probably not. I'm a married man.
you're responding to those things, but
I'm just trying to get it from a different perspective.
And gender dysphoria are.
Wait, what? Assigned gender? Wait, gender?
Gender. Assigned gender.
Assigned gender.
Gender dysphoria are.
Okay.
Gender denotes the public and usually legally recognized lived role. Biological factors combined with social and psychological factors.
Public and legally
contribute to
recognized
gender
lived role.
development. Assigned gender refers to a person's initial assignment as male or female at birth. It is based on anatomy and other visible physical sex characteristics. Gender dysphoria is a term which refers
Also,
to
she's just
individuals'
explaining.
discontent, very uncomfortable with the gender they were assigned, sometimes described as being uncomfortable with their body or with the expected roles of their assigned gender. This gender conflict affects people in different ways. It can change the way a person wants to express their gender through behavior, choice of dress, and self-image. Some people may cross-dress, some may want to socially transition, while others may want to medically transition with sex change surgery or hormone treatment. If a psychiatrist determines that a patient has at least 2 of the following characteristics for at least 6 months, they can diagnose the patient with gender dysphoria. Foremost, there must be a marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender and primary or secondary sex characteristics. There must be a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and or secondary sex characteristics, a strong desire for the primary or secondary sex characteristics of the other gender, a strong desire to be of the other gender, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender, or a strong conviction that one has the typical feelings and reactions of the other gender.
Okay. A marked incongruence. Incongruence is derived from Latin word that means inconsistent or not coming together. Alright. A marked inconsistency, I guess, between one's experienced gender and primary or secondary sex characteristics. Okay, so basically that means they might act like a man in society. Fuck. Okay, that's a little bit difficult. Okay, I understand the rest of them. A strong desire to be rid of one, so that means they don't want to be the thing that they were assigned at birth. The third one, a strong desire for the primary and or secondary. So this is a desire to be the opposite. A strong desire to be of the other gender. Okay, so they want to be a part of that gender. They want to be accepted in that, like, yeah. A strong desire to be treated as the other gender. A strong desire to be of the other gender. A strong desire to be treated as the other gender. So they want to be a part of it and they want to be treated like they're a part of it. And a strong conviction that one has
the typical feelings and reactions of the other gender.
Okay. All right. And they have to have 2 of these. Which 2? Is it any 2? If it's just 2, then, I mean, what if they just sit in the chair and say, describe how they wish they were. Like, in theory, even these incels could be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. I am being progressive today. This morning, I even pet the furry on the street instead of calling him retarded. It cannot make you banned. It is not offensive. I don't care. You are being treated as a child today because you act like one. If you want to joke about that kind of shit in your personal time, that's your business. It has no concern with me. If that's how you find humility with your bros in fucking games or shit, you can do that. I'm fine. I'm not one to judge, but in a promoting that kind of shit, no, that's not okay. It's not just a meme. It's not just a meme. Don't take shit so seriously. No, it's not just a meme. I have to take shit seriously. You know what connotations there are behind it. So yeah, you knew exactly what you were doing when you would share it with me. And you know that I trust you enough to click on your fucking links, even though streamers should never fucking click on their chatters' links. And you broke my trust. So now you got to earn it back. So you be a good boy today. And tomorrow, if I feel like it, I'll give you a chance. Why aren't more trans people denouncing Truscum? Are you scheduled for surgery? I'm sorry, are you publicly asking me about my genitals or am I mistaken? Ooh. If you ask me where the vast majority of my online harassment comes from, you might be surprised to know that it comes from the other transgender people. Oh, wow. Ever since I published this article on why body dysphoria is not what makes a person transgender, the pushback on social media by a small but vocal minority has been intense. Yeah, I fucking wonder why. The efforts to silence me, all on the basis that I am not trans enough. It's not about being trans enough, bro. It's about having, you know. Okay, this, I don't understand what this, are you scheduled for surgery? I don't get it. What is the connotation? There is a lot of context that I have no idea about. Nonetheless, Sam Dillon Finch. I'm not trans has revealed a really dark side to the trans community that I never knew existed. This minority has consisted of trans medicalists, also referred to as Truscum, who believe that the only valid transgender people are those who experience body dysphoria, desire a binary medical transition, and are pursuing hormones and surgery. Yes, that would seem like all other trans people are not considered true trans and are referred to as traps, imposters, trans-trenders, or fakes. Ooh, this seems like an interesting community. The only problem I have with this community, these 5 myths about body dysphoria and trans folks are super common, but also super wrong. Okay, and this is 9 years ago. I remember when an acquaintance naively asked me, if you're non-binary, you don't experience body dysphoria, right? Ouch. As a trans person who experiences dysphoria, okay, if you experience dysphoria, I don't get why you can't be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. This literally cannot, this doesn't make, okay. Can different types of dysphoria. Okay, let's see. Various types of dysphoria include rejection sensitive dysphoria, premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is a condition that exists because of society, not individual pathology. What? Gender dysphoria is a condition that exists because of society. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Dysphoria is characterized by deep dissatisfaction with life. Okay, that's just dysphoria. It differs from depression in that it's considered a symptom, not a condition. Various types of dysphoria include rejection, sensitive dysphoria, premenstrual dysphoria. Okay, wait a minute. So let me get this straight. If this is correct, lol, just listening to you read. Bro, I'm trying to make sense of all of this. I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt and be as good faith as possible, considering that I am a debater, I guess. A master debater. Bro, how am I supposed to know what Twitch allows on their platform? Shut the fuck up, bro. Zen, you know exactly what is allowed on the platform. And the N with the hard R, it's like, yes, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Where do you live? Even I know that. I come from a little Mediterranean fucking island in the fucking ocean. And even I know that. Now, coming from where I come from, as far as we're concerned, it's not actually racist to act that way. Even though we never use those words. We use other words, which I mean, yeah, we can be a bit racist, but to be fair, like, in some cases we're like, yeah, but no, like, even I know that. When all the common sense is gone, anything is common. It is so. Do they have a list of it? No, they don't, because they are very subjective about it, and there's a reason for that, because each scenario needs its individual treatment, I imagine. Just in my opinion, it's kind of relative to the mouse utopia experiments. Okay, I'm a bit lost. When all the common sense is gone, anything is common. Okay, so I'm guessing that you don't have the best of opinions when it comes to like the LGBTQ community or anything like that, Sammy, right? Just in my, which is fine. It'll probably make good for a topic of debate, I guess. Just in my opinion, it's kind of relative to the mouse utopia experiments. Okay, I'm interested. I've heard of a lot of experiments when it comes to mice, but the utopia one, don't know too much about it. It didn't even say it. It shut the fuck up. Zen, if I had let it go off for another second, you know exactly what it would have said. Okay? So, you know exactly what you were doing. You're not a child. You're 19 years old. You're perfectly capable of understanding what consequences your actions have. Nonetheless, you still went through with it. You sent it to me. I trusted you, and I clicked on it. And had I not realized what fucking degeneracy you were up to, I could even be banned at this moment and wouldn't even know about it. Doesn't make sense. You can research this as much as you want. Okay, Zen, I researched it for like 3 days. I drastically changed my opinion. Drastically. And I probably will even more, because I'm very confident that there is a specific, if not anything else, there is a specific category of people who genuinely have a good reason to have these arguments and like want some changes to be implemented in the world nonetheless. Now, when it comes to the greater amount of people, I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't care what people want to do. I just don't want to play along. Easy peasy. Live and let live. You don't care what people want to do. Okay, I know that's not true, because if people wanted to run around and kill each other, you would care, okay? The only reason why you don't care is because society is pretty fucking reasonable, at least if you come from the Western world. If you come from anywhere else in the world, you probably have a bigger opinion on that. But nonetheless, and that's why these problems seem meaningless to you, because, well, everything seems to be working just fine. So why change it? I get where you're coming from. Nonetheless, it is my job to, well, not my job, it's just a personal fucking mission, call it if you want, to be able to look at the data objectively and like see what it has to say for itself, instead of just coming up with my own theories. Obviously, I'm wrong a lot of the times, but then eventually I'll correct myself and head down the right path. It cut off before it formed the word. I cut it off. I clicked the X. So you know exactly. Wait, so you agree with it now? Agree with what, you dumb fuck? Not in the broad of a sense. I don't care how one wants to live one's life as long as they don't hurt others. Okay, now we've included a condition. So before it was I don't care. Now it's as long as it don't hurt others. That's fine. I can agree with that. I can totally agree with that. The only difference is when you're talking about not hurting others, it's like, okay, well, what if I hurt everyone like on a really insignificant level, but then a whole group of people will like be ultimately benefited like drastically because of it. So then what is the good question to ask? Well, now it's interesting because then you've got to weigh the pros and the cons. No, mate, the video cuts off before it forms the word. Nonetheless, you knew what you were doing. And I saw the video and I reacted to it, okay? So I closed it off in time, thank God. I don't trust you that it would stop forming the word. And even if it does stop, it doesn't make it any better, okay? Just makes it kind of stream friendly, you can say. Still, I don't tolerate that shit. So Twitch wouldn't have banned you. So what is the issue? Well, you don't know that because there are people who work for Twitch who could be watching the stream and who could say that, oh, I'm supporting racism. Even though to anybody who lives outside of the United States, these words mean very different things. I don't see pros in a situation like that, but to each their own, I suppose. I live in the woods, can't even see my neighbors. Yo, that's dope as shit. Holy fuck. You're literally describing my dream when I get to the age of like 70. It's like fucking off to a fucking mountain somewhere in the fucking woods. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Or it could be plan B. Only time will tell. Can't even see my neighbors. Thankfully, we don't deal with a lot of the issues the largest cities in my state deal with. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely. But that sounds dope as shit. So you live in the woods. You have internet, which is pretty fucking based. Which is like my ideal scenario where I get to live in like a very isolated area in the wilderness, in nature, but I still have access to like all the luxuries of the city, let's just say. Like my imaginary fucking house is like a fucking 2-story house, like made out of wood in the middle of the forest, like overlooking a lake and like a waterfall. And then there's like fucking monster truck outside, quad bike, big screen TV inside, like a whole PC setup, like all like, yeah, that's my dream. I'm a crystal miner. The land provides. Yikes. Holy shit, that's so dope. That is so dope. Holy fuck, I'm so jealous. I like a little less fancy, but sounds like you've got it sorted. Yeah. That's my dream. That's my dream, or it's plan B. I already decided on that a long time ago. Okay, if you care this much, I will not send similar content. Yo, Zen, whether I like to care or not, it's irrelevant, okay, first of all, meaning that we are not just talking about my personal opinions here, because I'm not going to shy or back off the idea of, you know, saying the N-word or something is some taboo subject in like, from where I come from, it really isn't. Nobody even says that word unless... The only time I ever heard that word was like from black guys singing songs. That was it. So we used to repeat it when we were kids. And then somehow along the way, we got told that it's actually extremely racist. It's tied to a lot of fucking prejudices. And then I was like, oh, fuck. Okay. And then realized that America has a whole history of these things, which is like, okay, so we just don't say that word because it's attached to that specific annotation. Which then makes me question why the fuck we used to hear that all the time in the songs, and we still kind of do. But nonetheless, I just don't feel like arguing about it, I guess. It just, unless it was like repeating words you heard in a song, it just never felt like something we would repeat, unless it's like with my barely brown friend who's like from like Bulgaria or some shit, and we just like call him a black guy for the laugh of it. But we're Europeans. It's just like, yeah, it's, for us, it's like, yeah, doesn't really mean anything. And he literally calls himself that, so it's fine. It's fine. But again, that's me and the boys between us. That's what we do. And then the whole like taboo subject of it, like, if anything, just escalated us to start using that word instead of like just calling him the black guy of the boys. Like, okay, so if you get my point. But apart from that, I am streaming. If that word comes up, I could potentially get banned, and you're okay with it. And you're a piece of shit, Zen. What's up, Globalize? Bro, in my country, we say the F slut instead of asshole. The what? The F slut instead of asshole, and get cancer instead of fuck off. Okay. Wow. Okay. Makes no sense. No, but it cut off before. Okay, you keep pointing this out. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. If a dev watches that and they see you pointing it out and me clicking on the link and allowing it to, like, it doesn't even need to fully spell it. I don't even know why you're arguing with me. What word are we talking about? The N word with the hard R. Zen sent me it. You can like find the link if you scroll up a little bit, and then you can obviously see where I told him off because of it, because he's acting like a child. Like the F slur. Oh, F slur. Okay, as in how you call gays, but I can't even say it. Yes, there's a good reason for that. Neighbor. Yes, neighbor. And here he goes again. And here he goes again. He knows exactly. Right. Am I going to have to mute you? Like, you know that I promised you that I would never mute you in Discord, all right? But if you are literally putting my stream in jeopardy, fuck you. You're getting the fuck out of here. So cut it out. This is not acceptable. There's nothing. You don't need to talk about it. You've got like a billion different things you could possibly talk about, Zen. Why this one? Why this one? Huh? Why? Please explain to me the logic. Or don't. Just change the topic. Stop talking about it. It's stupid. I want to know about you. The fucking extra fucking thing that makes you seem like an unhinged fucking person. You've already got like a whole list of them. And they just keep coming and keep coming. And this seems just like one more that just matches the narrative. What do you mean this shit can't get you banned? Yes, it can, you dumb fuck. If a dev sees it, they will ban me, all right? The only reason why it hasn't is because that word hasn't been spelt out correctly, all right? Never stop coming. Yeah, he comes back harder every single time. Or we know what you mean inappropriate. It's okay. We got the annotation there. We know what coming you're doing, yeah. Dirty bastard. Okay, right. What do you mean this shit can't get you banned? But fine, I won't type this, even though it doesn't even say it. Yeah, good job. Okay, can you change the topic now? Are you porn addict or something? Look, the guy just said never stop coming. Why did your mind immediately go to that, Zen? It seems like you're the one who has issues with porn. That's what it seems like. Don't you agree? Inappropriate. I think he's got some hidden skeletons in his closet. That's what's going on. Okay, so it differs from depression in that it's considered a symptom, not a condition. Okay, so the way you would understand if this is the case, all right? Nobody on the planet exists. There's just one person. They're born a man, or what do you call it? What is it? AMAB, whatever, an AMAB, fucking acronyms. Okay, born a male. Do they have dysphoria? There's nobody else on the planet. It's just them. They're alone. I mean, at that point, why the fuck would you care? Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah, so it's right. It seems like yes. But, I mean, could you say that about any mental disorder? I doubt it. Interesting. Yeah, because the only reason they feel dysphoria is because you have these social groups of genders and stuff in the world. Yeah, that would make sense. Would they anyway want to be a female? I don't know. All right. Anyway, various types of dysphoria include rejection-sensitive dysphoria, premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is a condition that exists because of society, not individual pathology. Dysphoria treatments include learning coping strategies, addressing environmental issues, or getting gender-affirming mental health care. Okay, gender-affirming care, it's not always just mental. I like that you want to just include that in there as if mental is the only type of healthcare you can get. It's not just mental. We talked about it. You can literally get like medicine assigned to you. You can get, well, I guess maybe that would be mental. Surgeries and shit. Yeah. What does it mean to experience dysphoria? For one, you're not experiencing euphoria. You're not happy, self-confident, and optimistic about the future. Congratulations to all the readers who can maintain that state of being. I don't get it why you're shouting at me, mate. I'm not guilty for your dysphoria. So there we go. Let's just get that straight. You probably don't need this website. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for trying to push me away from trying to learn about this topic. You've done an amazing job so far. Let's keep it coming. I do not watch porn, but I come a lot. Yeah, he's so dirty-minded. All he thinks about is like, come a lot. I'm addicted to World of Warcraft. I don't have any time to watch porn. Yay! What'd you play? I play a lock. If I had to choose preferably what type of lock, I mean, Affliction has never been an actual rogue. You play rogue. That takes a certain type of character to play a rogue. You understand that, right? You've got to be a pretty cool person to play a rogue. Only cool people and really weird people play rogues. It's either one or the other. But usually they're pretty cool, not gonna lie. I hate rogues. So I'm not cool, which is amazing. I also could not be weird. So there is that. I'm that certain type of person. I'm weird. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I like ranged. Okay, no, I don't like range. What the fuck am I talking about? I like warriors. Fury warrior. Okay, Fury warrior is my biz. Okay, I like spamming 5 buttons. That's 5-button rotation. Now I'm talking about retail. I'm not talking about classic. I don't know which one you're playing, but I've been playing World of Warcraft since like 2007. Yeah. I'll literally log into my account to prove it right now. Like, I'm really proud of my account. I have every single character you can imagine, like, up there. So, what is your opinion? WoW porn. Yes, there is WoW porn. Don't know if you knew about it. What is your opinion on Dutch swearing? It is common to swear with illnesses and stuff, mainly tuberculosis, cancer, and homosexuality. Xen, homosexuality is not an illness. Okay, let's just be clear about that. But I don't understand. What is your opinion on Dutch swearing? It is common to swear with illnesses. So somebody's sick and they swear. I don't understand. makes no sense. Body integrity dysphoria. One, they didn't mention there. Body integrity dysphoria. That hidden annotation. Are you Romanian? I'm Canadian. Yeah, he lives in that in the one place that shall not be spoken of in this chat. Canada does not exist in this chat, guys. We've already established this. We nuked the fuck out of it like a week ago. It's done. It doesn't exist. All right. I used to main Warlock on retail. Yeah, Warlock is so dope. But on Classic, I made it Rogue. Yeah, I can imagine. I play retail and Classic right now. Yeah. Sorry, I can't come to work today. I caught the game. Yes. Holy shit. No, like instead of screaming fuck you, scream cancer. Yeah, I say that all the time to you. It's like you're giving me cancer. Or it's like just cancer. Yeah, you just like AIDS. You and like Easy Game. Yeah, you two are just like AIDS as far as I'm concerned. It's like I could choose to do anything with my life but spend any more time around you or Easy Game. It's just like you guys are just like insanely toxic. Yeah. Okay, I don't like the word toxic. I just don't. I usually get called that in League of Legends. Apparently, I'm toxic, guys. I don't know where they get that from. No, like instead of screaming "fuck," yeah, Google it. He says, "Body integrity dysphoria." I think there's some hidden body integrity. Yeah, I think I know where you're going with this. Yes, I'm pretty sure this is like a retaliation to the idea that you don't have any integrity because you are what you are, which is what you were born as. And so, okay, never mind. This is a human being without a leg. Body integrity dysphoria is an extremely rare phenomenon in which patients prefer to cut off their healthy limb because they feel a mismatch between I'm not even looking at chat right now, but I know the comments are coming. In body integrity dysphoria, patients decide to go for amputation in search of their true selves. Why did you ask? It's not an illness in the same way as, the same way as like the flu, but it is an illness in the same way that depression is, or like ADHD. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. Zero. In fact, the best argument you could possibly make would be like being gay is like something that is fetishized, or you know, that path that you like to go down all the time. Like just stay on that path, and like 40% of the time you might seem like you have something good to say. All right. This whole somehow homosexuality is equivalent to depression or ADHD. You're born with it. I mean, they searched for it, bro, in the brain. They searched for it in every part of human beings' bodies and never found anything. But I mean, it's there somewhere, boys. It's there somewhere. That sneaky homosexuality cell, it's there. We just can't identify it. You're born with it, so it's not something that goes and comes. It is a mental illness that you will have to do. You realize that mental illnesses can be identified, right? You realize that in a lot of scenarios. In some scenarios like gender dysphoria, it's very difficult. Exactly what part of the brain is like whatever with it. So it's not something that goes and comes. It is a mental illness that you will have to deal with all your life and that you still need to go to work with. I'm not trolling anyone. No, you're not. It's a genuine thing. I thought that originally. Yeah, I thought that this was like the body integrity thing was like a meme. Yeah, that's my bad. You're not trolling anyone, no. No, like Bob stabbed a guy in the street. He is a cancer boy. Or like you are a cancer lot. Okay, that was, and I don't know. It's like a metaphor. It's like cancer, that thing. It's like a cell of a group of cells that are all working together in like this rogue scenario where like all the other like white cells cannot even identify them, and then they just grow and grow and grow and become a fucking tumor and like kill people. Yeah, they're bad. You're bad. Cancer. Yeah, that's how it works. Well, rogue is similar to thief. Yes, they can literally pickpocket people. They're pretty OP, yes. And I wish you to never encounter one in PvP, because they, if anybody is cancer, rogues are. Like this, he says. Like this. Yeah, it's been around for a long time. It's the same as transgenders. They want to amputate their boobs. Okay. By the way, did that in Sweden. They did that in Sweden. After Sweden made, yes, they did that around the world. Do you know how much money went in from like religious doctrines into or organizations? How much money went into proving that homosexuality is like a mental disorder or it's some dysfunction of the brain or body? A lot of fucking money. A lot of money. Yeah, the religious people were all over that shit. And they were just waiting for years and years for something to come out. Yikes. And then eventually they gave up. And isn't it fucking coincidental that they just started saying, hey, God says that it's wrong. And now, fuck all that science shit. That doesn't prove anything. It's just wrong. It doesn't exist. It's all illogical. All we have is logic and reason, apparently, according to people like Zen. Just listen to God. Also, maybe being gay a mental illness. A lot of people called into work sick because they felt gay that day. Yes, that is fucking based. There is no depression gene or ADHD gene either. It's not a gene. Do you even know what a gene is? Yes, but that's not the type of illness it is. It's permanent, like mental illnesses. It can maybe be healed, but it's not like a weekly thing that comes back. Okay, I just think you're full of shit. I think being gay is about as... Okay, it's not as normal as being straight, but it's not very rare, extremely rare. It exists. It's there. There is also no autism brain cell. Okay, then. Well, guess what? Psychologists and psychiatrists have a way of identifying these illnesses. Don't ask me. I'm not a medical professional. Can gay people get disability pay? Well, if they have an illness, they might have wanted to shut up like 10, 20 years ago when this shit was like illegal and it wasn't mental illness. They could have just like checked in. Because they have a permanent mental... Yeah, apparently, according to Zen, it's a collection of symptoms that we label unnatural. Yes! God, I love this word unnatural. It is the best fucking argument. Reminds me of the church. It's unnatural, therefore it must be bad. Because it goes against health. Don't know how. Apparently, putting your dick in another guy's ass is unhealthy, guys. All right. Something happens in there. You don't know what it is. It's like a vortex. It's like a black hole. We can't explain it. There's no logical reason why that would happen, but it's there. Okay. So penis, ass, don't do it. Why would someone choose to be gay with the amount of hatred gay people get? Yes. This is a good argument for why would... Okay, I have an argument. I'm going to take... I'll be based. I'll do the controversial take. While they might get a lot of hatred from the outside, they get a lot of love from the inside. God, I'm too good at this. Yes, they identify it with symptoms. You can do the same for homosexuality. So with the same reasoning, why is autism a mental illness and not just a natural, healthy variation of humans? Because it is a disability by nature, or by nature. I know, I'm really funny. I know. Holy shit, I knew it. Holy shit. Is it not just a natural, healthy variation? Because it's a disability. Disabilities by nature disable you. They give you a handicap in life. Okay, they limit your abilities. That's the idea. Okay. So therefore, a disability can never be a healthy variation of a human. By nature, having a disability is an unhealthy variation of nature, unfortunately. Because they have a fetish for anal sex with men. It's a little bit specific, isn't it? What about dildos? What if they just stick to dildos, then? What if they shove a 12-inch cock with those little bumps on it up their butthole? What if they do that? As long as it's a dildo, it's fine then, right? Is it taking up the ass the problem? Or is it that the one doing the putting in the ass is a man? Which one's the problem? Yes, and by nature, homosexuality is also a disability. No, it's not. It's similar to infertility. Oh, right, okay. It is an evolutionary disadvantage. Well, then, they don't need to sit around and wait for them stupid women. They can just fuck each other like bros and shit. Maybe that is true now, boss. But look at someone like Alan Turing. The man was brilliant intellectually and ended up dead because of the legal persecution. Oh, inappropriate didn't get the joke. Globalized, he didn't get the joke. My humor has not reached its maximum capacity. Yeah, it was a joke. Like, they don't get love from the outside, they only get it from the inside. Okay. I know gay men that refuse to do anal at all. Okay, that's awesome then. So are they really gay, Xen? If they don't take it up the bum, are they really gay? Oh, sorry. I know gay men that refuse to do anal. There you go, Xen. So are those men actually gay? Why do you know so much about how dildos look? Oh yeah, I mean, just like basic knowledge. I thought this was what everybody knew. No, oh, I'm caught, red-handed. Perpetrator found. Motherfucker. They're like for increased the little bumps on it. They're like for increased what do you call it? Like they stretch the asshole to the It's the maximum combat. They like massage the asshole, apparently, and the vagina, just all the mouth, possibly even ear. I mean, if you're into that type of shit, who am I to judge? But yeah. Or are they gay transgender men who are actually women? I don't know. So you tell us. You seem like the professional here. Where is your collection? Holy shit. You do like that a lot, huh? Yeah. Apparently, yeah. Seems like my type of thing. Bumps on the dildo. That's what I call them. What are they called? Sensual bumps? What are they? By the way, sex shops are very common from where I come from. You possibly cannot talk, Mr. Netherlands. You literally walk outside your home and there are literal sex shows on the corner. You can just go in and watch two people fucking, all right? So I don't know what you're talking about, how I know so much about dildos. You don't need to walk very far down the red light district to see, like, just like look into a window and you pretty much see every variation of dildo that has ever existed in humankind. I'm not Netherlands. No, you're not globalized. I don't know what part of Xen you didn't understand, but yeah. Xen knows what I'm talking about. He is Greek. Yes, we all know the Greek argument. He's Greek. He likes oiled men taking it up the bum. He likes watching his wife get cucked, apparently, in the background. She's apparently a ghost. Apparently, but yeah. He is Greek. He likes oiled, big up men doing a naked sport. It's brilliant. I love this. He watches this video he got from my boy Pythagoras on Greek sports while he uses his stone ancient dildo of a Greek idol god. Holy shit, you can be real creative when it comes to gay shit, Xen. I wonder where that comes from. Seems like you've got some hidden intentions there, my boy. I'm not from Amsterdam. We do not have sex shows. Amsterdam is completely different from the rest of our country because they... Oh, really? Oh, okay. Since when has weed been illegal? Huh? In the Netherlands? Didn't know that happened. Okay, that's irrelevant. Wait, so, like, prostitution isn't legal in, like, the Netherlands? It's only in Amsterdam. That one region of, like, the Netherlands. It's like, if you're any deranged, fucking unhinged people, just go to Amsterdam. We don't want to deal with you. We've already built a place for you. Just go there, fuck off, and stay there. Yeah, is that what purpose Amsterdam serves? Oh my God, how can you so perfectly describe Greek culture in a single paragraph? Hey, come on, guys. Don't be shitting all over Greek. We're all using Greek right now to communicate, by the way. You all know that we are the superior race, okay? You all steal from us every single word you speak. Okay, not every single, but most words, like 80% of the words you say come from Greek. Just telling you that, okay? We are superior in philosophy, in grammatics. No, globalize. No, you know that's a taboo. We don't do that here. Why is this motherfucking woke mod not doing its job? Wait, that's literally the only thing that should be censored, right? I'm changing the settings on this mod. The word Turk is never being permitted ever in this fucking chat. I feel like if the Abrahamic God exists, they are a real sick fuck. Yeah, I agree. To make people gay, but also have people hate gays. Yes, agreed. Do y'all think God has a fetish for watching? Yes, I think so too. Inappropriate. I see where you're coming with that one. I think he has a secret kink for humiliation. W Turks. Yeah, right. My language is older than Greek, so you steal from us. What the fuck? What are you, a Jew? What the fuck? What the fuck is older than Greek, bro? Where are you from? The fucking Mayans or some shit? Where the fuck are you from? Like, Greek goes back to like 3000 BC, bro. Or okay, no, that's too far. 2100 BC. Lithuania? Who the fuck gives a fuck about Lithuania, bro? You kidding, right? Lithuania? Like 78% of the population of Earth doesn't give a fuck about Lithuania. Nobody cares about your stupid ass language or your stupid, even fucking stupider country. It's just irrelevant. Yeah, fuck Lithuania. Based Xen. Here we go. This is one time I'm going to agree with him. We have real culture, bro. Have you ever seen the fucking Acropolis? Huh? That shit was built like 1,000 years ago or some shit. It's still standing. Bruh, we literally have like Greek gods and like, yeah. Come on. You can't argue with that. We have an Acropolis. Yeah, we do. Bruh, like, you don't understand the type of shit the Greeks had. Lithuania, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about this stupid ass country. Where the fuck is Lithuania even? Is it like on top of Finland? I could literally just like point on a map. I wouldn't have any clue where the fuck Lithuania is. Actually, I know where it is. But that's just because I'm... No, you don't get to swear at me in your fucking languages. I'll start talking Greek, all right? So you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because we are pretty based when it comes to insulting people. Lithuanian is the oldest living Indo-European language. Yeah, but nobody fucking uses it, bro. Just because it's old doesn't mean everybody uses it. No, it's not fucking Greek. Xen? That's not Greek, bro. That's like some random ass shit you strung out your asshole. Yunansa Konusa. This is Turkish, you piece of shit. This is Turkish. Why are you trying to make me read Turkish? Motherfucker. Lamau. I'm so funny. My name is Xen. I like gay porn. But I pretend to be fucking Islamic. Fucking piece of shit. Go and stretch your asshole. Do yourself a favor. You've been urging for it all night. 3 million people use it. Who the fuck cares, bro? You random ass language. Fucking Lithuanian. I've never been so... If that's a big store in Kaunas. Fuck Lithuania. Even Xen's in on it, man. Even Xen is on that. You know, I'm really annoyed. You are vast and unstoppable. So this guy wrote this post like a fucking long ass time ago. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. So this is what he looked like then. Let's see. This is what this person looked like then. This is what they look like. Arguably more ugly. Arguably. Like, this person hasn't become queer writer, unlearning shame and reclaiming self. He, they. The more hostile I became toward my eating disorder, the more I frustrated. Oh no. Oh no, come on. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this seems like an enemy to humanity, boys. Oh. I think I'm gonna have to draw the fucking line at eating disorders. Like, they can't possibly be, like, what is this eating disorder? Riz. You want me to riz you up, Limas? You sexy fucking demon. God, Xen's into that shit. He'll riz you up. The boss. Remember that girl who left me and then I beat up her new boyfriend? She was Lithuanian. Yeah, based Xen. Fuck them fucking Lithuanians up. This guy is a woman. Xen, you're fucking unhinged, bro. Do you understand that? Look, we have Acropolis too. That's not even how you spell Acropolis, bro. No, Xen, I'm not clicking on any of your fucking links. I've already been through this. You motherfuckers. This is not okay. This is not okay. You can't just be, look, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody has something to say about Greeks, okay? But then you steal all our fucking words. Look at this piece of shit country. What the fuck is this? Why didn't you just like merge with like Belarus, do the Russian strat or something? Like just like give half of your country to like Latvia and the other half to like Belarus. There you go. Some to Poland. There you go. Zero reason for your existence. Zero. It's like no reason whatsoever. Holy fuck. It's like if I scroll up enough, it's like it doesn't even mention the name of your country. By the way, this is me talking. Look at that shit. It's like, yeah, at least if I was Greek, I'd have a leg to stand on. At least they have some like portion of land that is like reasonable. Like, what the fuck is this little shit thing here? Like, look at this. It's like a speck. It's like I can't even see it, bro. It's like I have to squint to see it, and then I can't even see my own country. I can see the border that separates us from the Turks better than I can actually see my country. This is amazing. This is amazing. Look at these motherfuckers up in here. Look at them. Fucking naming shit in a Turkish bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Just like cut half of the island off. Roll out into the middle of the ocean. Go and connect back to where the fuck you belonged 100,000 years ago. Fuck off out of here. That's what I think. Fucking Turkish bastards. No, Xen, you're in punishment. You're in punishment today. You have to behave yourself. You have to be a good boy. We've already talked about this. I'm not clicking on your links. When I say I'm not going to do something, I don't do it. Okay? No, I don't care. You have to earn my trust again. See Acropolis. It's not offensive, even for LGBTQ, except maybe for the Turks. Oh, he knows how to win me over. I mean, if it's against Turks, that kind of changes the situation. Don't you agree, boys? Like anything that offends the Turks, that's like that should just be like naturally good to the world, right? We all agree on that? I think we can all agree on that. This is the Turk living in Berlin meme, but it's the Greek living in Moscow. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Oh my god. Ow, my ribs, they hurt. Do not make me laugh so much. I cannot anymore. Okay, then press it and you will trust. No, that's not how it works. I've put my boundary down. You do not overstep your limitations, child. Okay? Press it. You will like. No, you are inferior. You are an immature child and you deserve to be treated this way. So, nope, not having it. Here, this is the most you're getting today. You can listen to a trans woman. Maybe it will like make you a little bit more intelligent in life.
You know, I just don't, I feel like socially I sort of fit a script for women better. And physically, I have this kind of this sense of alienation from my body that is making it hard for me to like. I would sort of feel like I had to be detached from my body or go outside of my body. I didn't feel sort of physically connected to the world, and people who are sort of like trans women who are sort of like not aware that they're trans yet tend to do a lot of things that they can't quite explain to themselves, like an atypical for a man amount of body shaving and or that kind of thing. Just kind of trying to have a more androgynous look, I guess, was something that I'd been doing for a long time. And then, I would kind of like, as a joke, it's Halloween. Well, what if I was a girl? Isn't that funny? What if, and that kind of thing. And at some point,
That's pretty based, man. Imagine that. It's like, I don't know how to explain this to my family or friends or anything. So you like use opportunities like that. That's like, it's a shame that has to happen, but that's pretty based. Holy fuck.
You realize that, like, it took me a long time, honestly. There was a lot of denial.
Wait,
and
why have we got a lot of Turkish, like, can we stop praising the Turks? Like, you'd literally be the same thing like praising Hitler. You realize that, right? I've had this conversation with somebody else who thought it was a good idea to praise the Turks. Yeah. You better be careful. Because the shit they did in Cyprus when they came over in 74. Yeah. And the only reason for that was literally because of our race. Yeah. It's very, very similar. There are a lot of commonalities there. There's nowhere near the amount of people, but when you take it in terms of percentage-wise, it's fucking brutal. What happened? Watch this W Turkish video. I'm not watching anything. W Istanbul, W Turks. My man, let's do arm wrestling and you will see who is the child. You'd probably lose as well. Imagine that. Holy fuck, bro, I'll destroy you. Probably not now. I mean, the only exercise my hand gets is like a wank, I guess. Kind of. I don't really do much of that either. So it's pretty useless. It just like directs the mouse to do things. The other one like presses buttons on the keyboard. I'm about as soy as you can possibly get at this point. Greek cuck boy. Boring, won't watch licks. Amazing Turkish culture. Beautiful then. Fuck you, bro. They built Istanbul. You can go and fuck yourselves. Istanbul, all right, used to belong to the Greeks. Okay, it was the Greeks' sophisticated place. It was the great place of where philosophers used to live, and where the amazing writers and poets and artists and all the ancient history of Greece. And then the fucking Ottomans came in and they burnt the oldest and most biggest library in the whole fucking world. It was an absolute disaster, yeah. Ne, Constantinople, yes. What is known today as Istanbul is a beautiful city. Okay, maybe it's like, I don't know. What is Constantinople called today? Is it still Constantinople? Yeah, Constantinople doesn't exist, my guy. Yeah, it's where it used to be. Antalya, maybe? No, it's not Antalya. It's Istanbul, bro. This used to be Constantinople. I'm pretty sure. Thessaloniki. Larissa, Athena. Where is Athena? Piraeus. Yeah. I could be wrong though. Where is Constantinople? Yeah, it is. Constantinople. It became the capital of the Roman Empire during the reign of Constantine the Great in 1330, following the collapse of the West. Okay, so what is it? What is Constantinople called today? There you go. Told you. I know my history, bro. I know my history. Yes, and look how beautiful Istanbul is. Athens is another beautiful Turkish city. Athens is Greek. It's never been Turkish. It never will be Turkish. Alright? You're starting to sound like fucking Erdogan. The fucking piece of shit president they have. Yeah, the Greeks walked so the Turks could. God damn, I was a piece of it. Search Mina Mintip on YouTube. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I don't trust you today, Xen. I've already made this very clear. You misbehaved, you act like a child, get treated like a child. Okay? It's about as simple as it gets. You forget who I am. Fuck around and find out. This is you, Xen. Here comes the racist meme. Here it comes. Up. Here's the racist meme. Goodbye. Fuck off. Get out of here. Get out of here. You see? Bro, it is safe. You can trust me. I don't trust you ever in any scenario, at any time, at any point. Ever. Ever. I never trust you. The only reason I have ever clicked on your links is because they're funny, they're stupid, they encompass what it means to be Xen. And today, you overstepped your boundaries. So, know your place, scum. There you go. God will skin me alive if I'm lying in the grave. When I say wallah, you know I'm not lying. Okay. Trust me too, it's great. No. He needs to know his place. Do you agree? Probably not. If it comes from Bricks News, Russian President Putin says the West is promoting open Satanism by adopting gay... It's Xen's older cousin. Holy shit. There we go. Holy shit. It's Xen's older cousin. Holy shit. He's so base, right? Huh? God, you'd probably love to suck his dick, wouldn't you, Xen? There you go. Yes, you would. Uncle Putin, please come and liberate us. Holy shit. You're only one step away from becoming mini Russia, alright? Be careful out there, little fucking Lithuania bullshit, random ass country nobody gives a fuck about. Yeah. You're one step away from being fucking Donetsk, okay? No, the CIA is Putin's greatest opponent. Oh, fuck, he's back. He is back. Oh no, here we go again. Hey, Toxic, did you see the news? Brazil is all over the news. You were right, the FBI is included in the elections. They were behind the rigged elections. Toxic, stand up for your country. L Lithuania, W Russia. Yes. Thanks for the reception. There you go. Actually, wait. I do not need a penis to be... Well, do you have gender dysphoria? That's my question. That's the ruling question. Yes. Putin is right, of course. Holy fuck. It's like this is the Putin, this is the Trump of Europe. This is Europe's Trump right here, boys. Basically, same hairstyle, same like cheeks. The eyes are very different, but everything else is pretty much the same. Yeah, this is Europe's Trump. Religion aside, okay, the fact that they're pushing transgenderism when they know it does much more damage to the affected individual than it does any good goes to show how barbaric and disgusting. Oh, okay, really? Really? All right, here we go. Any data you would like to provide back that claim up? Because I'm genuinely interested in any data you would like to provide to back that claim up, because I'm genuinely interested in your claims and could really use the ammo. Tie, good sir. You would like to provide to back that claim up, because I'm genuinely interested in your claims and could really use the ammo. Tie, good sir. Yeah, because if this guy has some data that possibly suggests that to be true, then I want to know about it. I need that data, if that data exists. Let's see what he says. Tie, good sir. Best prime minister in history of Russia. Welcome to 1992. Wait, when was when? Okay, let's just do it. Putin. I'm back on it, boys. I'm back on it. We need to do it. We need to do this every single day, little by little. Okay, presidential terms. Welcome to 1999. Wait, where is it? Presidential terms. Let's see. Okay, Wikipedia. Where are you? Wikipedia. In office, 7th of May 2000 to 2008. Acting from 1999. Prime Minister of Russia. Oh, incumbent. President of Russia, incumbent. Okay, Jesus Christ. How many? Independent. 1991 to 1995. Other political affiliations. Look at them all sitting together, enjoying a nice cup of tea. Isn't that amazing? Lithuania owned all of Eastern Europe, and Muscovite duchesses used to fuck Lithuanian Grand Dukes based. Wait, no Xen, no W Ghana. I'd rather have Putin rule America than Trump. Yeah, I'm sure you would. Doesn't make sense. Putin and Trump are alike. Why aren't they allies? Okay. So when I say that somebody looks like somebody else, okay, and they have similar, okay, so they do have similar ideologies. Does that necessarily mean that they have to be allies? Does it? That doesn't make sense, right? It's not possible that we can have, you know, similar ideologies and we can disagree about a single thing, but somehow that single thing rules out everything else that we agree about. It's not possible, right? Yeah, no. Okay. They are the... Trump calls Putin a genius at any opportunity he can get. Yeah, and Putin says that Trump is unhinged. So there's always that, and how he would prefer Biden to be president instead of him. Yeah, minor detail. L Greece, L Lithuania, L Europe, W Turkey, W Russia. W Afghanistan. Why'd you put W Lebanon, huh? Is that because your wives? Is that because your wifeys are from there, huh? Huh? Is that why? Yeah, W Lebanon. Yeah. W Lebanon. Who doesn't like a bit of Lebanon, boys? Who doesn't like a piece of Lebanese ass? Yeah. W Lebanon, good woman. No. Nice ass. That's what it's all good for. It's only good for the ass. You can erase everything else. Prime Minister, W Afghanistan, W Saudi Arabia. You can see where Xen's allegiances lie. By the way, did you see Cenk endorsing RFK Jr.? No, I didn't. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's just... Why the fuck is he even running? Jesus Christ. Cenk? I mean, he's better than his fucking nephew. He's better than his nephew, I have to admit. Afghanistan, Zindabad. Vigilante News. Leftist Cenk Uyghur. Is that how you spell it? Uyghur makes shocking statement. I'm now considering RFK Jr. Of course he is. He says Biden has been corrupt his whole life. You're never going to get anything but corruption from Joe Biden. Uyghur issued another staggering statement. The Democratic Party, they love to rig elections. Okay, so is this what he's saying in the fucking video? Let's just hear it.
It's definitely a bigger threat. The headlines are wrong. He didn't say that Biden is definitely a bigger threat. He said he could make an argument for that. And you've got to be careful with that. And you know what the mainstream media loves to do. They love to smear.
What do you mean 6 years ago? Biden. Joe Biden. Recently, bro. Recently. Trump put in a real moment in US politics. Putin talk. Let's see what we're gonna find. 1 month ago.
Для нас кто лучше, Байден или Трамп?
Байден. Он человек более опытный, он прогнозируемый, он политик старой формации. Но мы будем работать с любым лидером США, которому окажет доверие американский народ. Послушайте, я когда встречался с Байденом в Швейцарии, это было, правда, несколько лет назад, 3 года там, ну, и тогда уже говорили о том, что он недееспособный. Ничего подобного я не увидел. Ну да, он подглядывал свою бумажку, я, честно говоря, подглядывал свою. Ничего такого нет. Ну то, что он где-то, выходя из вертолета, ударился там, головой этот вертолет, ну, кто у нас
Exactly,
не
bro.
ударялся
Exactly.
где-нибудь головой? Пусть первый бросит в него камень.
Right? Okay, we watched that. Let's hear that again.
The headlines are wrong. He didn't say that Biden is definitely a bigger threat. He said he could make an argument for that.
Okay. Let's hear that again, boys.
Для нас кто лучше, Байден или Трамп?
Байден. Он человек более опытный, он прогнозирует.
Yeah, but he didn't say that, boys. I mean, come on. Seriously? I mean, who can even think that he possibly said that? Jesus Christ. Fucking young Turk pieces of shit. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Biden, Joe Biden. Okay, let's watch this. What is he saying?
And you've got to be careful with that. And you know what the mainstream media loves
Fucking fat old Turks.
to do. They love to
They should change it. It should be fought. Instead of TYT, it should be fought.
smear
Fat
anyone
old
who's an
Turk.
outsider. So boom, they took that as an opportunity to do that. So he's right about that. Number
There's such snaky. Okay, I'm doing a bunch of stereotyping. None of you are allowed to do this. Only I have the authority to do this, or anybody who lives in Cyprus, as far as I'm concerned. If that doesn't apply to you, then you are not allowed to do what I do next. Okay, I do not approve of it. I do not endorse it. I will never do it to any other race. Okay, but I'm allowed to stereotype when it comes to Turks, because as far as I'm concerned, they're all smelly bastards. Okay, let's just get that clear. Do you like Afghans? They are based people. I like Russia because they labeled LGBTQ a terrorist movement. And Ghana is also a major W. Yeah, because it fucking kills people who think differently and have some like mental disorder or some shit. Like, yeah, W. Wow, amazing. Amazing. They couldn't be more base, couldn't they? Putin wants Biden to be president because they are competing, and he knows that Biden is a cuck, leftist femboy who Russia can easily win from. He wants Biden to lead so he can win because Biden is a bad president. Of course.
two, he's right to be concerned about Biden.
Wasn't asked who he preferred. Oh, it was him. Let me see. He said, who is better for the US?
Байден или...
Wait a minute. No, that translation. Нет, я уже перемен.
Для нас кто лучше?
Ксуш. Выбери, гумбаре. Для нас что лучше? What does he say?
Для нас кто лучше?
Для нас кто лучше? Who do you prefer? Which is better for us? Not which is better for the US. Okay. So that's very specific, yeah. But then again, yeah.
Байден или Трамп?
Байден. Он человек более опытный, он прогнозируемый.
But he's saying he's more experienced, which he is. Trump is a fucking businessman. He's a grifter. He's like the king of all grifters. He's such a fucking sketch history behind him. Like, he's not a fucking politician. He doesn't know how to operate in this sphere. He's blind. He's literally fucking blind when it comes to anything. He has no fucking idea what he does. He just pulls shit out of his ass. And then says he's going to do a bunch of shit and does like 10% of it, maybe. Only because his fucking cabinet is the one actually making the... Like, it's insane how fucking bad he is. He's just good at convincing people to like him. That's it. Does nothing else. He's useless. Also, he likes Biden because he is experienced. Okay? So that means that when you're a politician, when you're the president of a country, you're making good decisions for your country. And that oftentimes requires compromise. Okay? And when you're experienced, you understand that you're going to have to compromise a lot of the fucking time. In fact, most of the time, if not all of the time. And he's saying he's more predictable. Yes, because he makes good decisions or sound decisions. Decisions that would be the logical decisions to make given that you are the president of a really fucking big, important part of the world, which is America. Also, I have a story for you. In my school, there was this boy who had a father who liked to wear dresses. That didn't end well. The mother divorced him and remarried to a Turkish man. Their child is called Emery, who's my friend. That's how I know of this guy. We used to bully him for his father and show people pictures of his dad in a dress. Me and Emery burned LGBTQ flags of our school. Of course you did. Because guess what? LGBTQ is guilty for that man wearing dresses. I like that. Yes. So based. Biggest true of truths I've ever truly heard. Man decides to wear dress. LGBTQ guilty. Cross-dressing? Do I think cross-dressing is part of the LGBTQ? No, Xen. It's existed for thousands of fucking years. I think our air heavily switched. Much more red now. A lot of New York heavily red now. Yeah, exactly. Inappropriate brings up an amazing point. I am interested, Sammy. So you're saying when you say red, I'm not American, so I'm imagining that means Republicans, right? So if you're saying that over the last 6 to 8 years, I've seen our area heavily switch. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I can imagine that has a lot to do with people's relatively obscure understanding of, what the government does in a situation of crisis, which was COVID. And it's looked at as if, anyway, I don't want to get too much into it. But basically, COVID makes people lose a lot of trust in the governments around the world, blah, 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 especially in America. Considering that freedom of speech is a huge fucking part of it. I have a good argument for why they did that. Nonetheless, you have Trump, basically... convincing people that, the government is bad. You have these fucking shadow groups, cabals and shit. Everybody's believing in conspiracy. It all lines up with, those ideas. Conservatives and, Republicans are, very mixed, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that would be interesting to understand. I honestly don't want to see a future where Trump is president again. It's probably a bad idea. Yes, a kilt is a dress, Xen. You have to engage with that. Either way, a lot of folks locally want a change. Yeah, I understand that, but Trump's not the person who's going to do that. And I don't think they know what change means. I don't think they have any idea. Yeah, Xen, like a kilt is a dress, my guy. And that's not even mentioning like the fucking Mayans who literally wore like full fucking dresses. The African cultures who like basically wear like robes and shit. Like the Greeks used to wear robes. Like if you're going to start convoluting these two things, but nonetheless, like even just cross-dressing, like the idea of like a man dressing up as a woman or a woman dressing up as a man, these things have existed for a very fucking long time. You can argue that it was just a joke or whatever, but nonetheless, it still happened. Yes, but a robe was not considered something manly, all right? It was never like that. It was like, it was comfortable. That's why they fucking wore it. Nonetheless, Right, Zen, you have to engage with kilt, okay? This is literally a known thing that the Scots have always been laughed at because of. This is arguably a skirt, okay? It's not even a dress, okay? It's a skirt. And both women and men wear it, all right? This is a kilt, okay? Okay, we're going to have some gay pictures in here, but nonetheless, this is a skirt. And the Scots know it's a skirt. Do you even know the history of kilts before you even try to talk about it? The idea of kilts was they would go into war and they would lift up their skirt and show their dicks and their balls, and it would be a sign of masculinity. It was like something that wasn't like done. So you can't argue on this, all right? It was a skirt that women wore, and then the men started wearing them in order to like prove something or like make a point. So this has happened before in history, okay? It's only on a level that is socially acceptable. You're bad faith though, and you will never engage with anything that anybody ever says, even if they're right. So I don't even bother anymore. I just say Zen W based the end. It's the anatomy of a woman. Yes. The shape is meant to make it more of this hourglass body because the bottom, this is a relatively new thing. The hourglass shape is a relatively new thing. You don't go back into history and go to fucking the Middle Ages or the medieval times and you say that they used to make fucking dresses the hourglass shape. No, they fucking didn't. This is a relatively new thing on the global stage. The humanity has existed for like 30, 40,000 years, and this has only ever been a thing in the past 100 years, 150 years. Like in the early 1900s was when they started like fitting dresses to women's bodies. Like, you don't even know history, bro. Corset is not even has to do with anything. You just pivot. You started with dresses. You didn't engage with the kilt, even though the Scots have been humiliated for fucking so fucking long, and everybody, and even they say yes, it's a skirt. It was woman's skirt, yes, and we stole it, yes. But you don't want to. The whole hourglass, you used to wear it in the Middle Ages to get an hourglass body. If you're talking about empresses and fucking princesses and all of this shit, fine, okay, but you have to understand and you have to engage that they were a minority and everybody else just wore normal fucking clothes. There were no fitted clothes to women's bodies. This is not a old thing. This is a relatively new thing. Are women gay for wearing heels? Google medieval high heels. Medieval high heels. Yeah, but even if we do, he's not going to engage. This is why I don't bother with him. Medieval high heels. Yeah, this is something that fucking like the rich used to wear. It was like a sign of superiority or whatever. That's, yeah. It's men who used to wear it in order to look taller than they actually are. Like, but you won't engage with it. You don't like it, and so you don't engage with it. It is what women used to wear in the Middle Ages to get, again, you're doing it again. Yes, it is an old thing. There has been no culture in the entirety of history where they wore the same shit. I literally gave you an example of the kilt. Women used to wear it. Men started wearing it. Engage with it. Women used to wear skirts. The men stole the skirts. You can argue that it was for a specific reason. And it wasn't just to dress up as women. Nonetheless, they wore the skirts. Similar thing used to be, but nowadays it is not a male. Okay, now you're going back to the future. Do you see this problem that you have when you engage with people and they just get tired of you arguing because you just like, you never will let down, even if you're entirely wrong. It's just boring. It's childish. It's immature, and it shows a sign of bad faith and not wanting to like engage in a topic.
Yeah, a threat to democracy himself, maybe not for the reasons that he's stating.
It's just
annoying.
But
Biden did, support anti-democratic movements. say that Biden is definitely a bigger threat. He said he could make an argument for that. And you've got to be careful with that. And you know what the mainstream media loves to do. They love to smear anyone who's an outsider. So boom.
For fuck's sake, Cenk, you are an insufferable human being. Jesus Christ. You know exactly what Putin was saying, but because it doesn't suit your agenda, you're doing the Xen tact, where you're going to try and pivot, distort it, manipulate it, change it, and make it, roll it up into a nice ball of creme de fuck lait, and serve it up on a silver platter to your insignificantly stupid fucking audience.
They took that as an opportunity to do that. So he's right about that. Number two, he's right to be concerned about Biden being a threat to democracy himself. Maybe not for...
Wait, is he talking about RFK Jr.'s? You can argue it for a skirt, sure, like the kill. Okay. Ooh. You can argue it for a skirt, sure, like the kill. Engage, you just aren't making any points. No, my point was very simple. Women used to wear skirts. The men stole it, started wearing them as well. That was my argument. Also, your argument when it comes to hourglass shapes is irrelevant because people were extremely poor. They didn't have fucking extra resources to spend fitting dresses to their exact shape. This is not a old thing, okay? If it happened in like the monarchy, like the queens, the fucking... look at that blue thing on screen. RFK Jr. so he's talking about RFK Jr. He's not even talking about Putin. Am I just misunderstanding it? Yeah, I am. Okay, never mind. All right, let's look at that then. Where is it? RFK Jr. Biden. I guess I want to. Is Biden's biggest threat? Okay, so here we go. This is it.
Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate your time. So you're Jeff Zeleny going through the role that Jill Stein played when you just look at the vote tallies in the state of Wisconsin. Only need 2,000 votes to get on the ballot in the state of Wisconsin. So what do you say to Democrats who point to Jill? It can't
possibly be like thinking about RFK Jr.
Stein and say, that's going to be you.
Well, right now, I don't know what I'm going to do, who I pull more from in November right now.
Like, we can't have this. Seriously? Like, you make fun of Biden for falling over and shit, and bumping his head on shit, and doing all of this crap. Like, eating an ice cream and fucking off into the wilderness by himself. But I mean, bruh, like, by the time this guy actually makes a point, like, the war will be over, if you get what I mean.
Now, I'm pulling pretty much equally, probably a little more from President Trump. As you pointed out, I want to pull from both of them. But, do you want kind of a glib answer or a thoughtful answer?
I can't, bro. How the fuck does anybody listen to this? What the fuck is up with this guy? Yeah, this is RFK Jr., bro. Like, I heard him speak, like, quite a long time ago. It's insufferable. I don't know how to listen to that. No, it's not some clothing. It's just for one sex due to cultural reasons. Like, for example, certain hats, but other clothing is clearly for one sex because it should fit the female body. Xen. You can argue. What about the kilt, Xen? Can we at least get a point on that, huh? Can we at least get that? Even though the whole world agrees, including the Scots, everybody agrees about this kilt being women's skirts, and they just stole it for a specific purpose. Can we agree to that? Can you agree to that, Xen? Can you engage with that? What the fuck is up with this guy? Did he take a few hits on the head? Yeah, the vaccines will give you autism. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. He's an old guy. He obviously has some fucking impairment when it comes to how he speaks. Say, ha, 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 we're so funny, we're so edgy. Nonetheless, you're talking about being president, bro. Like, imagine getting up on a stage after, Like, you need to give a serious speech regarding like some shit that the fucking Middle Eastern people are engaging in, some like random ass shit once again, like every time, and you've got to deal with this. Like, bruh. Like, oh no. How do we go from one to the other, bro? Can't you just find a normal human being? Oh my god. Yes, the kilt, you can argue it's not for only women now because it's just fabric you wrap. Oh my god. You see, even the way you can't just say yes, that is what happened, because that clearly explains how women wear skirts. Now the Scotsmen are wearing skirts. They're calling them kilts. They have a specific reasoning behind it. But nonetheless, it's like, bruh. No, I've made a rule. I've made a rule, Xen. Me and you will never go one-on-one in a voice channel, okay? And me and Easy Game are never, ever again going one-on-one in voice channel. Me alone with you, me alone with Easy Game is never happening again. I've made a rule. My mental health is far more important than any point that needs to be proven in the voice channel. It's not happening. Can't be asked. You guys drive me fucking mental. Up around your waist, it doesn't have pockets for tights or like, okay, I'm done. He is buff as fuck though. Yeah, amazing. Have you seen him lift? I mean, bro, the vaccines are shit, yeah. Do you reckon so? Of course. Do not take vaccines. No, do not trust the government. Yeah, let's trust Allah, guys. Let's all trust Allah. Yeah, the vaccine will make you gay, Lamar. Okay, my point is just that kilt is not specifically shaped for female bodies. I know. It's like women wear skirts. Now the men are wearing skirts. There is no fucking excuse. You can't like excuse it as not being like a bra or a specific thing that women wear. No, it is a literally specific thing that women wore. It's called a skirt. The men took the skirt, started wearing the skirt. It's about as simple as it fucking gets. But you can't even engage on that one simple topic. Because God forbid that you would give a point to your enemy. God forbid. You might actually learn something, but no. Who the fuck cares about learning?
I'd always prefer thoughtful.
Okay, I mean,
and then if you ever actually end up arguing or debating with somebody who has half a fucking brain cell, they'll make you look like a retard, literally.
You have both sides using scare tactics. Republicans say that if Joe Biden gets in, it's going to be the end of
okay, I can't. I literally prefer to listen to Cenk.
The headlines are wrong. He didn't say that Biden is definitely a bigger threat. He said he could make an argument for that. And you've got to be careful with that. And you know what the mainstream media loves to do. They love to smear anyone who's an outsider. So boom, they took that as an opportunity to do that. So he's right about that. Number two, he's right to be concerned about Biden.
He didn't say that Biden is a bigger threat. He's saying that he can make a case for that. Okay, I have to think now. So there is a scenario where he is a bigger threat. There is a scenario where he's not a bigger threat. Is that what's being said here? Do I seriously need to listen to this? Okay, we're putting it on 2-speed.
Democrats say if Donald Trump gets in, it's going to be the end of democracy. And I don't think either of them are actually going to destroy democracy. We have institutions in this country that are pretty enduring. And if you look at both those candidates, they're very different in their temperament. They're very different in their ideology and in their rhetoric. But on the issues where they actually depart from each other, it's a very narrow band of issues. And it's the cultural war issues like abortion, guns, the border, and they're all important issues. But they're not existential issues. On the existential issues, neither of them has the capacity to address them. The biggest one being the debt. We now have $34 trillion in debt. The service on that debt is more than our military spending. So, and within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar collected in taxes are going to go to servicing the debt. And who ran up that debt? It was President Trump and President Biden together, just 4 years each. They ran up more spending than all the previous presidents going back to George Washington combined.
Yeah, but you could say this about Obama, about about fucking George Bush. You could say this about George Bush for the prior president. You could say this about the prior president compared to the previous president. What you are talking about when you make this intonation is that somehow Biden and Trump did something different than every other president, which is not the fucking truth. This is just a consequence of how money works. Inflation goes up for every dollar borrowed. In debt, it's just going to have less value. So you need to borrow more dollars. Do you get how that works? It's not about being incompetent as a president and taking on more debt. No, you're taking on the same amount of debt that the previous one. Just now, there's an increased level of inflation. So naturally, you're going to have to borrow more to accomplish the same goals. It's a pretty fucking easy concept. Why do you have people running for president don't understand? Okay, he probably does understand. He's just phrasing in a specific way that has an intonation that somehow, I'm even defending Trump right now. Don't ask me why. But how Biden and how Trump took more debt than previous all presidents. Yes, the same could be said about Trump and Barack Obama. The same could be said about Barack Obama and George Bush. And just keep going back in history and you will see this. He's saying it to make them look bad. But anybody who understands basic fucking principles of economy will know that that's not the case.
Disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60%. It's the biggest issue we have. $4.3 trillion that we're spending on that. And it's 4 times.
What are you saying? RFK Jr. will never be my president. He sounds like shit. Yeah, we're all in an agreement about that. Hopefully he doesn't win. I don't want to listen to him. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's insufferable. I have it on 2 speed and it's like I can barely understand what the fuck's going on. Inflation is inevitable. Agreed. Yes, it is. And that's why this is a bullshit fucking argument. Why? He has dementia. He is not fit for president. Neither is Trump, the fucking grifter. And neither is this guy who needs a fucking sound box. Okay? It's just the lesser of 2 evils. And as far as I'm concerned, or this guy or Biden is fucking better than Trump. Like, by miles ahead. And if you want to, like, Biden is the best out of all 3 of them. Even though he's fucking senile. Yes, that's how bad it is. That's fake news. Well, he is old as fuck. So, like, we can't say it's all fake news. But how much they make it sound, they're obviously going to make it seem like a bigger problem. Anyway, Biden's not even making most of the fucking decisions. It's his chamber. It's the people who are beneath him. Send you videos on the American. Yeah, don't engage Soviet mind. Like his best arguments. I'll send you a clip of this that's taken out of context, 5-second clip or whatever. It's such bullshit. Oh, it's not. It's called just being old as dirt. Yes. It's as simple as that. Yes. At least Biden doesn't wear diapers. No, it's not. There is a mental issue when you can't walk along a path, bro. You're not 80 years of age, bro. How old is Joe Biden anyway, bro? Joe Biden. How old is this? Look at this. Look at this charming young fella. Look at him. He's so lovable. I don't know why everybody fucking picks on this poor guy. He likes eating his fucking ice cream and going for a walk around in the fucking park as if that was what he intended to do. I mean, why have you got issues with this guy? Like, he's 81 years old, bro. He's 81 years of age. There's no mental issues, bro. You have mental issues, Glenn. Being old doesn't make you retarded by default. Oh, really? Oh, really? When was the last time you were old? How about you tell us that, Zen? Trump doesn't even know who he is running against. He has no idea. Didn't he mistake Biden for Obama? Yo, he has no idea. He was literally shaking hands with the fucking #1 dictator of the world. The fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. During his deposition, he gave them clear answers to their questions. Yes. Early life, 1942. Yes. Yes, he's really old. Yes. No, he doesn't. He gives retarded leftist answers. Oh, shut the fuck up. I can't be asked. I
Almost 5% of our
can't.
military budget, and it's getting worse and worse. You've never heard.
Retarded leftist. How about you give us a specific example of a retarded take? Because apparently, retarded takes, as how much you are concerned, is homosexuality is okay and acceptable and is like it's fine. You're going to be fine. What else is there? Marriage after the age of 18 is not recommended. You want to get that shit done by 16, and you want your dad included in the decision at all costs. Men equals superior to women by default. What else is there? Let's see. What else? What other Zen takes do we have? Yeah, I don't think I need to go further than that. Holy shit. What are you talking about? They did a mental evaluation and he answered the questions clearly and coherently. Oh, did he? I didn't see that. Biden says that trans women should compete in women's athletics. Eesh. Okay, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I am going to have to sit on the fence with that one for a while. I can't. It's just a purely physiological thing. Now, you know my takes when it comes to LGBTQ and transgender people. I've got no problem. I'm not fucking Zen, okay? Obviously, there's a kind of conversation that needs to be had when it comes to like gender dysphoria and all of that stuff. But yeah, sports, women's sports. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not educated enough to talk about it. I don't know. I'm just at first sight, it feels like physiologically you're gonna have it more pluses by being a what is it? AFAB, so assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, and then getting into sports, given that you've already had time to build your bone density, lung capacity, and all of that good shit, and then you transition, you ultimately have a, what do you call it? An advantage. So I don't know. At first sight, it doesn't feel reasonable that's going to be a good take, but have you watched his speeches? There is no way you hear him talk for even a minute and believe this. Zen, do you hear what we are listening to at the moment? Huh? Do you hear what we are listening to at the moment? Here's an example of what could potentially be the future. Be ready? Let's go.
President Trump talked about it. Never heard President Biden.
Oh, can you not hear? Here, I'll put the volume up. Maybe you can't hear.
All of these issues, AI.
Okay, here we go.
Neither of them has the capacity to deal with these, and all of those issues are created by a system of corporate capture.
Okay, now let's compare. Okay, now let's compare. Trump speaks. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Where is he? Let's hear something, at least something. Donald Trump monologue. Okay, amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is 8 years ago. No, I'm not giving you that much fucking charitability. Excuse you. 1 day ago. I don't know. We're probably not going to hear him here. All right, here we go.
State judge just ruled that he's crooked as you could get. And a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. This is a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times.
I've already been down 7 rabbit holes, and we are 13 seconds into the video.
But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company. Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York.
Okay, we're up to 56, 29 seconds in. So we've got that. Oh, let's compare. Okay, there we go. 1 second. Don't worry, we'll get there. Let's see. Okay, right, here we go. Here's a good little chap. Here he is. Biden speaks. Here we go. There we go. To it makes blunder. No, just something. Where is it? Let's see.
Don't worry, Mr. This is one of the big great speeches. I was telling your secretary, I was in Jordan and
Okay, that's 5 months ago. I don't know if you guys want to do this, but wait, is he actually there? Is that him? I don't know. Is that him? I have no idea. I mean, it's the. Shut up. Here he is. Is that him? There's no way that's him. No, that's him. Oh, that is him. Okay, here we go.
And you nailed it.
Look at him. He's smiling. Little chap. Look at him. He's so full of life. What the fuck are you fuckers going on about? Look at him. He's smiling. He's laughing. Has a good old time.
I have one. I want to talk.
Just don't let him speak.
I want to look to the future, but one last glance to the past. In 2014, you had just called LaGuardia a third
Can we
world
let him
airport,
speak,
and-
please? I don't give a fuck.
but that didn't take me a hell of a long time.
Yeah.
The last guy had infrastructure week every week.
Yeah, you did.
But we actually got it done. How can you be the leading country in the world with it ranked number 13 in terms of infrastructure?
I mean, he's actually saying something factual. What the fuck are you guys going on about? Look at this shit. Look at this. Then we'll go again. How about this? All right. So one.
Corrupt merger between state and corporate power that has absolutely subverted and undermined our democracy.
He barely got through that one. Two.
Where we have a totally corrupt attorney general. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I will get Trump. Everybody's saying it. Letitia James. They've all seen it.
Conspiracies, rabbit
Well, we'll be
holes,
appealing.
misnomers, bullshit, fake news.
Not possible.
Yeah.
Not possible. But that's not the only thing we're doing.
There we
Because
go.
A lot of things changed.
You got a lot of things changed, and I want to ask about that.
Good
but
for
there's
you.
Something that I've been very. it just
Joe
speaks to the era we live in now.
Biden.
There's a Dark Brandon conspiracy meme, and this is something that you seem to
Look, he doesn't like conspiracies, right?
have a lot of fun with. You've co-opted.
Look at him.
You've co-opted Dark Brandon. This is a yard sign. And do you enjoy playing around with the Dark Brand meme?
No, I resent the hell out of it.
Okay.
He's a fucking Chad, bro. Look at him. He's putting on his glasses. Look at him. He is chilling, bro. Chilling. Look at this guy. No one takes you serious, yeah. Example, an easy gamer. Wow. So let me get this straight. So David, the racist fucking Zionist guy who hates his wife, yeah? Okay. Which, I mean, David's about as sane as you guys can possibly come. So David's like at the top of my list. Then we've got Easy Gamer, who's just like a fucking bot repeating Jordan Peterson quotes and doesn't really know how to make any solid argument. Yeah. And then obviously you, who are just like out of your own world. So yeah. You are some kind of communist. Oh, how did you figure that one out? Was it the name that gave it away? Soviet Mind. He is the best orator there ever was. Yes, he's amazing. In terms of speech and ability, 1, Trump. 2, Joe Biden. 3, RFK Jr. Meh, I'll take it. Fine, whatever. Yes, Trump speaks better, but the things that actually come out of his mouth are bullshit. You've got to take that into consideration, right? You've got to take that into consideration. You can't go to the fucking Supreme Court, get convicted, and then come out of there immediately and just say it's all fake news, it's all bullshit, they're all corrupt, they're all against me, I'm a victim, right? Right? There you go. Do you think Trump got that diaper butt? Yes. He got that dump truck. Really do. Trump moves like a gazelle. But thinks like a lion. No, you've got them the opposite way around. All right. you've got them the opposite way around. You need to replace he moves like a lion, but thinks like a gazelle. Yes, that is Trump. That is literally Trump. He moves like diaper butt. Woke mod. What is it? What is it? Okay. Yeah, that's not illegal yet. When it will become illegal, then we can ban it. Easy Gamer knows how to make of course he does. And I wonder why you agree with that. Let me guess, because you're always in an agreement together, right? Yeah. Somehow nobody else ever fucking agrees with you or him in the voice channel and outside the voice channel. But yeah, duo, tag team. You guys have got this shit under control. You're always right. Yep. I like that logic. If I ranked your sanity, it would be the opposite of your list. You just think in terms of the leftist bullshit. Yes. And that's why you rate it that way. It's not like you are some kind of knower of all truth. Obviously not, because I've never claimed that. And when I'm wrong, though, this is where you will understand whether somebody's good faith or not. Because when you are wrong, right, you can do two things. You can refuse to admit you're wrong, which will only serve you no purpose, okay? The only purpose it will ever serve you is like convincing some stupid people that somehow you're still right, okay? But they're stupid. So at some point they might become smart and then stop following you. So you can do that, or you can admit you're wrong, understand you're wrong, learn from your mistakes, and then actually defeat your enemy. If that's what you care about, which is like what I care about. It's like, I don't have a problem being against leftist people, but giving bullshit arguments for why they are weak, stupid, bad, or not better than like other people, you need good arguments. You need good arguments. And unless you're willing to learn, you're never going to get good arguments because you don't get past the first stage. You're just repeating your own bullshit. Trump is involved in serious tomfoolery. Yes. True. Trump is a retard. Yes, he is. Trump rolls with the gangsters. Agreed. Big G. He is. Yes. He's a grifter. That's what he is. It's fine. But Trump has the GAT buff for his speech. Speeches. Yes, agreed. Didn't Stormy Daniela say Trump has micro penis? Exactly. That just makes him like 10 times worse. Like he's Trump, does all Trump-like things, and he has a micro penis. Imagine that. Doesn't even get the big penis vibes to talk and like actually talk with his chest. It's like it's not coming from his balls. You get it? Like Biden, like that's all coming from his balls. Like Biden must be like, yeah, he's. When I'm wrong, it's just when you realize when you are wrong most of the time. There you go. When you are clearly wrong, even though like before you were arguing like insufferably about how a kilt is not a skirt and you were just refusing to acknowledge that or accept that, and you were finding any way to maneuver around the conversation, manipulate it, change it. It's not like a bra. It's not like this. It's just a skirt. It's not like just women wear skirts. No, of course not. I mean like, yeah. So you were refusing to acknowledge that from the very start. You were wrong about the high heels. You're wrong about the fucking hourglass fucking dresses, considering that costed a lot of money and that was an advantage that only the rich had in the past. But you don't know these fucking things because you never research them. You never listen to your enemy. You're always repeating your own fucking narrative. So you're never going to learn. It's about as simple as it gets. For me, if you convince me, I would know you won't. You will never change your opinions. But you have only done that twice so far. And you haven't changed your opinions. You haven't changed your opinions. You just haven't. It's like all repeating the same thing. I don't see how you've changed a single fucking thing, even though I have been right. Your enemy being right doesn't fucking mean shit, okay, for them. It's supposed to mean something for you. You're supposed to learn from it. You're supposed to appreciate being wrong because the other person has informed you of what is right. Now you can use that as momentum to attack your enemies. My goal here is to get you guys, and myself included, to be trained enough and literate enough to be able to argue with people on an equal term. But in order to do that, you have to first get past the basic bullshit arguments that you can literally rattle with in your brain for like 5 minutes and come up with an argument for them. But yeah. Biden doesn't have the same sex appeal as Trump. Agreed. That is true. Hunter has a hog. He must have got it from somewhere. I agree. Definitely. Based. Good point. I never said all women had a corset or that high heels were never for men. I haven't even listened to my opinion. You are wrong here. My point is that high heels or skirts are not shaped for women. Do you hear yourself talking? Do you hear yourself talking, my guy? My point is that high heels or skirts are not shaped for women. No, of course not. They were made for men, guys. Skirts? Yeah. No, those things, those were made for men, guys. Those were made for men. You don't understand it, though. They were always made for men. It wasn't like they were made for women. No. Or shaped for women. No, I mean, of course not. It was always made for men. Nice argument. Do you get my point now? You're ridiculous. They were made for women. Your argument that they're not shaped for women? Literally cut off at the knees. My point here is not to be your enemy. Unless we are in a debate together, a competitive environment where we have a debate. My goal here is you are my boys. I'm going to be wrong sometime, and you're going to be wrong sometime. And when that happens, we're both going to admit it. We're going to come in good faith so we can get past the bullshit arguments and get to the top level where we can argue and debate at a top level. In order to do that, though, we have to let go of these little petty things. It wasn't easy for me to go from completely against LGBTQ to now supporting gender dysphoria. I might not be all the way. I don't understand xenogenders. I'm very honest about it. I don't understand this incel fucking infatuation, this kink they have with transitioning into female. I don't get it. It makes bullshit. In fact, it does only harm to the community as far as I'm concerned. But I might still be ignorant. Nonetheless, my position has changed because new knowledge has enlightened me, has changed my opinion. I haven't seen that ever happen to you since the start of our conversations. Even though, like right now, you should not be arguing about skirt was not meant for women. You should not be arguing about this. Skirts were always a woman's thing. That's why you should say, yes, okay, that is a good argument. Fair play. So then you're supposed to think of a counter. But if you can't get past, oh yes, skirts are meant for women and men wore them, so that is a good argument. What is a good counter to that? You don't get past that. So you never arrive at the good counter. So you never evolve. You never learn the next counter or the next counter or the next counter. And so I just have the reason to believe it's bad faith. It's an egotistical thing. It's a pride thing. It's a whatever the fuck thing. And I'm not interested. If you're saying that bras and like dresses were fitted for women, but somehow skirts were not, we're not on the same level. All right? We're not. I'm not even going to read your message. I can't be asked. I've already dealt with it. If you were supposed to agree to it, it should have been earlier. We're watching this now.
My favorite one recently is there are 18% of Americans, according to recent polling, have believe that you and Taylor Swift are actually working in cahoots. And after the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, you posted this on social media and you wrote just like we drew it up. Now, I have you on the
Wait, that's not a real comment. There's no way he actually did that.
There is an active conspiracy between you and Miss Swift.
Where are you getting this information? It's classified.
It's classified information?
That's classified
You won't share it with us?
I'm not gonna, but I will tell you, she did endorse me in 2020.
She did. I bet you might be wondering. You think it might come around again?
I told you it's classified.
I'm gonna
He's so bad at acting, but good props to him for trying, man.
ask you another question because we mentioned Parks and Rec, and Parks and Rec was a show that was about how government could actually help people. And it was a really optimistic show. Real quick though, well, do you believe any conspiracy theories?
What do you mean skirts are fitted for women? Men. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, you understand that it's really easy for me to like challenge you on this. Who wears skirts nowadays? Xen? It's a simple question. You don't need a whole paragraph. It's a simple question. Who wears skirts? When we say skirt nowadays, who wears skirts? It's a pretty simple question. I'm still engaging with you. So instead of being arrogant, saying, oh God, tell me how a piece of fabric that doesn't have an inherent shape is fitted for anyone. Okay, so tell me, who wear skirts nowadays? I agree with inappropriate, that's based, but let's go. I'm not answering who wears it. I'm not asking who wears it. I don't care who you're asking. You need to ask it. The reason you need to ask it is because that answer that you're giving me, women. Yet we have a nation of men, specifically, entirely, who wear skirts. They are the Scottish. Yes, we understand they are kilts. They are skirts. They originated as skirts. This type of skirt is specifically worn by men. You can shut the fuck up. There's nothing special about them. They were women's skirts, and the men... You don't even know the history of kilts. You don't even know the history of kilts. You don't even know about the yellow bellies. You don't even know about why they even wore the skirts in times of war. No, this is the problem with you. I will not engage with you. I will not engage with you when you talk about things that you have no idea about. I give you a good argument, but you refuse to engage with it. And then somehow I'm supposed to be considerate of you and engage with everything else you're saying. We'll go through it one by one. The reason, all right, the idea was, no, you don't get to say that. Your argument, okay, originated from your friend in school who had a dad who wore dresses, okay? And you had a big problem with him wearing dresses, and so did everybody else. And in fact, my school would have had a problem. Any kid, any average person would have a problem with it 10, 20 years ago, whatever. Because it's like, yeah, women wear dresses. Why the fuck are you wearing a dress? Okay, so my argument to you then, if that's your logic, and you still believe that's a logical reaction and how burning LGBTQ flags as a result of that was a good idea, my answer to you then is, okay, well, skirts, okay, were always worn by women, men, whatever. If you even don't want to engage with that, fine. But nowadays, my answer to you is, who wears skirts? Inherently women. Yet we have a whole nation of men who wear skirts. Your argument is, okay, not yours, somebody else said, I think it's distorted, said they are kilts. Okay, they were skirts. And the men just took those skirts and wore them in war. That's how long the dresses used to, the skirts used to be, my guy. That's what they looked like in the old days. So they took the skirts and they went into war. Listen to me, in Scotland culture, men can wear skirts, bro. Why though, Xen? Why is it acceptable for that man, your friend's dad, wore a dress, he's humiliated, he's laughed at, okay? Because only women wear dresses, okay? And that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. You characterize that as a bad thing. But you're clearly seen here defending a race of men who clearly wear skirts. Even though no other man in the world wears skirts unless they are transgender or they are whatever, something else. Okay? So Give me a reason. You haven't given me a reason. You're defending them. You're saying that it's okay that they wear skirts. And I'm saying there are holes. There's no consistency. One of them is a bad thing because only women wear dresses. And this is one man who wore a dress, okay? Only women wear skirts. And these are men and they wear skirts. You don't have a problem with them. You're defending them. You have a problem with him. You're not defending him. Inconsistency. Why? There is no hole. You just yap. Okay? This is your answer. This is why I hate you. This is why I don't want to engage with you or Easy Game. Do you understand it? Because this is your reaction. Whenever I give you a good argument, you don't like it. You don't want to answer it. So your answer is, yes, because, okay, read my messages. Yes, and the fucking dress he wore in that culture is not something normal for men to wear, and it is also never could because it literally has a part that is meant to shape around the breasts and the arse. Okay, Xen, it's a skirt. Only women wear skirts, okay? Only women wear skirts. Today, in the world we live, only women wear skirts. And your argument hinges on the design of the dress, you know? It was actually made for men and women universally. Yeah, but in the world we live in today, only women wear skirts. Only women wear skirts. Yet you have a whole race of men who wear the skirts. Why are they not bad? Why is he bad? The problem is the fitting. The problem is the fitting. Let me understand this. Because in this culture, it's meant for women, not men. And this is another category because it physically is made for women, not only culturally. Yap, 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 yap. And you say to me, I yap. You skip my messages. Read it all. Yes, but in Scotland, no. It was only women. And the men took it to prove a point in war. They literally went into war and lifted up their skirt to show their dicks and their balls and how they were men. That was the point. And ever since then, they've looked at it as a message of showing your superiority. You don't even know about these things, yet you feel you have the authority to argue about them. And when I prove you have a problem with this, your argument hinges on dresses is fitted for women. Skirts are not fitted for men. So my argument to you is, okay, if they're not fitted for men, then why do only women wear them? Why do only women in the world wear skirts, Xen? And why do you have this race of men who do wear the skirts? And you support them. You're saying it's okay, it's acceptable. Yet this is not okay. Skirts are not fitted for anyone. Okay, do you understand where I draw the line? Because I've clearly explained to you that it's not the fitting that matters. Because if it was the fitting that matters, women universally wouldn't be wearing skirts. Yet they do. So whether they are fitted for men, designed for women, or whatever the fuck is the case, only women wear skirts. Only women wear skirts. No men wear skirts in the world. Yet you have this race of men who wear skirts. In the case where there is no fitting, it is culture. So in a cultural, so now it's culturally acceptable. So now if the culture accepts that you wear the skirt, it's not something bad, right? Is that where you're going with this? Let me just get sure of that, because I'll know what the next thing I need to say is. Yes, okay. So theoretically, in Germany, all right, it was acceptable for men to wear dresses. It was acceptable for men to wear dresses, just like women wore dresses. Would it be acceptable if every other nation in the world had a problem with it? Let's see what your answer will be now. I'm very curious. Very, very curious. Yes. Oh, so now it's acceptable, right? It's not acceptable for us to not say anything about the Scots wearing kilts because that's a cultural thing. This is a cultural thing now for men to wear dresses. So why should they have a problem with it? Your answer should be no. But it's yes, because you have inconsistencies. And this is the thing you do consistently with Easy Game. And it drives me to my fucking borders and beyond. You are a fucking vile vermin, waste of fucking time, Xen. Get your shit together. If you want to debate people, educate yourself. Trust me, brother. Trust me. If you want to argue with people, the only way you win is not with arrogance and stupidity and stubbornness. You never win. You will always lose. You are weak, you are pathetic, and you are a vermin. I'm telling you this for your own good. Because you look like an idiot. Stop. Yeah, I can't be asked, man. I can't be asked. You drive me up the fucking wall, bro. Because I know for sure I can just ask a simple question and understand whether I should be reading this or not. Are you agreeing with what was said? Do you agree with what was said? Yes or no? So now you're arguing that men should be able to wear dresses. Should be allowed to wear dresses too. Really, you got the opposite reply in your head because you're stupid and can't tell yes from no. Banayam. No, Xen, I asked you. What I asked you was if you answered incorrectly. That's one thing. Whether I asked the wrong question, that's not possible. And the reason it's not possible is because I asked you, they decided, right? If Germany decided that all the men would wear dresses, okay, would it be okay if the neighboring countries have a problem with that? And your answer was yes, meaning that it's not okay for the rest of the world that Germany has decided to wear dresses. Men in Germany have decided to wear dresses. So your answer was that, yes, they shouldn't have a problem with that. The rest of the world should have a problem with that. It's okay for the rest of the world to have a problem with that. But nobody has a problem with men wearing kilts in Scotland. So it's just stupid. Because your argument was based on culture. First, it was based on fucking body measurements. Then it was measured on something else. Then you pivoted to culture. So I knew I had you where I want you once you went to fucking culture. Because it's very easy for me to just say, yeah, okay, what if the culture in Germany accepts men wearing dresses? Is that acceptable should that be acceptable for the rest of the world? And your answer, or should they have a problem with it? And I'm recording now, so I can literally go back and see the recording. I know, should they have a problem with it? Your answer was yes. Just about everyone, men or women, wear skirts while hiking the Appalachian Trail. Off topic, I know, just saying. Yeah, I think skirts are fucking based. Like inappropriate things, yeah. You just get fucking air condition. It's like literally what you need. Why the fuck are women wearing skirts? It's fucking impractical. They ain't got nothing that needs like breeze down there. Like men are the ones who should be wearing skirts, guys. That shit's OP as fuck. You let that air run in. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's a base take. Exactly. They're breathable. Exactly. You need to breathe. You need oxygen. It needs to breathe. Yes. I don't want to strangle my... Exactly. No more fucking underwear. No more fucking trousers. I think we should all start wearing fucking skirts. That's what I think. That is based as fuck. And I think the more pink your skirt is, the more based you are. That's what I think. What do you guys think? I'll even have like fucking like little unicorns on my skirt as well. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. Holy fuck. Imagine that. Wearing skirts, bro. Sheesh. Yikes. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Nah, I'm not a through hiker. Nah. You can't get to back off it now. We're all wearing skirts. Those men should be allowed to wear, so now you change it, kilt or skirt, just like those Scottish men. Those men should be allowed to wear the kilt or skirt. No, that wasn't my question to you. Because that cannot be, that is not analogous, basically. The Scottish men, if their culture decides it's for men, yes, so that's why I gave you the argument with the Germans. But hat isn't the case. But the fuck not? Hat? The fuck does a hat do? I don't understand it. Dad doesn't live in a culture where skirts are for men, and he wasn't even wearing a skirt, but a dress. So you can't use that argument because it's physically fitted for a woman, so the culture doesn't matter. Yeah. You had no problem when I was giving you the example, yet as soon as I'm done giving the example, you don't get what you wanted. Now you want to switch it and say that my argument was actually wrong. But it wasn't fucking wrong, because I told you it's culturally acceptable. The same how you said to me the reason why kilts are acceptable is because it's in their culture. So I gave you an easy. It was easy. You made it easy, real easy for me to win. This is what happens when you give bullshit fucking arguments. You're going to get done. You better be glad that it's me doing the dunning here right now, because I can deal with you. Somebody else, though, they're going to make you feel like a fucking child, bro. Ugh, if only you knew. Wouldn't go over to well in the rock quarry mine. Ouch. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah. It's suitable for certain occasions. That's not one of them. What if you have a dress fitted for a man? Exactly. But he won't engage with that. He doesn't like it. That's a problem. You get my point now? No, I don't get your point. You have no point. You have no leg to stand on. You made it real easy for me to destroy your argument because you based it on fucking culture. And so I gave you an analogous example. You see how that works? Culture, skirt, dress, pretty much. And your answer was the same. Your answer was, we should have a problem with the Germans wearing dresses. We shouldn't have a problem with the Scottish wearing kilts. It's like, why the fuck not? It's inconsistent. If you haven't got a problem with the kilts in Scotland, you shouldn't have a problem with the guys wearing dresses in Germany. That should have been your answer. Then at least you would have been consistent. You're not consistent, though. So yeah, that's the problem. And this happens constantly, and it's not just you, Zen. Imagine this times 2. Times 2. Because that's what happens whenever we get into voice channel. It's you and Easy Game. And you basically strawman the fuck out of me, make me think I'm fucking crazy, because now there's 2 people saying that I'm wrong. So there's a part of me that's like, oh, fuck, am I wrong? No, it's actually you guys are fucking imbeciles and fucking dogshit human beings who can't even admit you're wrong. You're so fucking childish. Filled with pride and ego. Pisses me off more than anything. I hate egotistical people. I despise them with every fiber of my being. Like, put your fucking pride to the side, you child. Get on with life. If it makes sense, go with it. If it doesn't, fucking drop it. Who the fuck wants to say stupid shit? Is there anybody in this world who wants to say stupid shit while knowing they're saying stupid shit? Honestly, guys. Am I autistic about this? Is that what's going on? Autistical people aren't necessarily prideful or egotistical. Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying autistic. I don't think they are autistic. In fact, I have praised them multiple times, saying that I'm actually like they adapt. I see that they are intelligent because they adapt. Both Zen and Easy Game, they adapt. Like when we first got into I was watching recordings over the last week or so, and it was like the first video chat we had. It was like pretty how do you say it? Civil, like this, and I was being the unhinged one. I was unhinged like the first day, and Easy Game was like, yeah, he was totally chilled, like he was asking blah blah blah. Then Zen comes in. Zen's like totally peaceful. So we're having this conversation. Day 1 goes past. Day 2 rolls around, and now they come in, and they've already adapted, bro. They've already adapted. Both Zen and Easy Game. They've both adapted to my pace and to the way I behave. So now they're not letting me finish my sentences because I don't let other people finish their sentences. As far as I'm concerned, if it's bullshit that you're just going to yap on for the next half hour, I'm perfectly fine interrupting you. And so they start doing that. And then the next day, I've already gone, I'm still above them in levels of unhinged. Now day 3 rolls around and they literally don't even let me talk. So I was like literally praising them. Why are you still yapping? No, I'm not still yapping. You missed the whole part where I was basically criticizing you for being bad faith. You missed it though. If you want me to run you through it again, but you won't like it, so I'm not going to bother. You can go on living the rest of your life thinking you are right about everything, and it's fine, mate. Don't worry about it. So did you realize yet? No, I didn't realize, Xen, because my question was pretty simple. It's pretty simple, mate. If the German culturally accepted men wearing dresses, should the rest of the world have a problem with that? And your answer was yes. Meaning that the rest of the world should have a problem with that. When it comes to the Scots and their kilts, it's not though, obviously, because you don't have a problem with them. You think culturally they did that, so it's acceptable. Here it's acceptable, there it's not acceptable. Inconsistency. If you had said, yes, it should be acceptable, nobody should have a problem with that, then it would be consistent. Both of those statements are true. And they match each other, but they're not. They're not. So what do you want me to say? Scottish, you won't, look, the only thing you should be saying now, right, is engaging with the words that are coming out of my mouth. But you're not. Scottish man moves to the US, he will get criticized. I don't understand what the fuck this has to do with anything I just said. This doesn't have to do with anything I just said. This has nothing to do with it. I don't have an issue with it because I understand it's another culture, but it looks gay to me. So that you're inconsistent. You have a problem. You don't have a problem with the Scots. You've been defending them the whole time, saying that no, it's not their skirts. It's made for women and men and blah, 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 and all of this fucking bullshit. You've been defending them very, very tightly. When it comes over here, even though the only people wearing skirts in the world are women. When it comes over here and I say, okay, seen as culture is the factor that you are paying attention to, then fine, let's look at this one over here. Dresses. It's culturally acceptable in Germany. Should the rest of the world accept it the same how they accept the Scottish? Your answer should have been yes. Should have been yes, because that's consistent. It wasn't though. You said they should have a problem with them. So if you didn't understand my fucking question, not my fucking problem. I made it very clear. Should the rest of the world have a problem? Your answer was yes. Meaning that it's not acceptable. I'm done, Xen, I'm done. This is the last fucking sentence. If you don't engage with what I'm saying, I'm not reading anymore, okay? I'm literally, I lose interest. I praise you all the time for being able to adapt, being tough, and like all of this good stuff when it comes to like debating. But the one thing that is really bad about you, is really, really bad about you, unless you work on it, nobody's ever going to want to debate you, is your inability to engage with what somebody else is saying. To allow your pride to subside, your ego to fall back and actually proceed in the name of knowledge. Knowledge is not the thing that you care about. You don't. You care about being right. That's what you care about. This is the last. I'm not reading all of these fucking paragraphs, bro. If it's just ranting and rambling, I already know what is what. Unless it says here that, no, I mean, if I go to Scotland, it looks gay, but I accept it. You were perfectly accepting it like all this fucking time. Another fucking inconsistency. You were defending it this whole fucking time. Now you don't have a problem with it? I don't care. I don't understand what this has to do with any of it. You're just spamming the same fucking sentence like an idiot. No, I mean, if I go to Scotland, it looks gay, but I accept it. If I went to Germany with those men wearing dresses, it looks gay, but I'd accept it. You didn't. You didn't. You didn't accept it. You burnt fucking LGBTQ flags and shit in retaliation to it. Your friend's family got divorced because of it, apparently. So why the fuck did you have any positive... your answer from the start should have been, no, that's weird. Why are Scottish men wearing skirts? Like the rest of the world. This is like the one point that you should stand on, that you would have usually stood on, but you don't. Because everybody else is in agreement, including the fucking Scottish. I can't be asked, Zen. I can't be asked. You're too stubborn, man. You're too stubborn. I can't be asked. Like, you drive me to fucking hijack the fucking stream and do this all the fucking time. It drives me fucking mental. You just will go and go and go, bro. It's like one thing to be stubborn. There's another thing to be arrogant as fuck. Holy fuck. God, it pisses me off. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, many of those men were gay, but I accept it when they're trying to look like, oh, I can't be asked. You understand? No, I don't understand. No, I'm saying yes, the Germans should wear it. Should other have problem? No. So now you've changed it. That's not what you said before. I literally have a recording. You really going to make me bring up the recording of the question that I asked you? Which was, should every other country have a problem with it? And you said yes. If you didn't understand the question, that's one thing. But you didn't proceed to say, oh, fuck, I didn't understand the question. What I meant was, no. You didn't do that. You start arguing with me again and again and again and again. Even though you're just wrong. You're even admitting it here. Like saying that actually, this is what I meant, bro. No one should have an issue with it. Only you can't expect people to think it looks, not think it looks gay. Read that. You will understand. The Germans should be allowed to wear dresses. And no one should have an issue with it. Only you can't expect people to not think it looks gay. I haven't changed shit. This was my... Oh, fuck, I can't be asked. Yeah, cannot be asked. Zen, if you want to think you're right, my guy, you're doing yourself a disservice, but go ahead, be my guest. Be my guest. I'm not. Because here in the Netherlands, skirts are not for men. That guy wanted to look like a woman. And that's why I said to you, apart from Scotland, the only people who wear skirts are women. So the fact that they are fitted for women means nothing if every fucking woman decides to only wear skirts. But we're just going in circles. I can't be asked. No, we're not agreeing to that because I want to wear a skirt when I travel up the mountain with my friend Inappropriate and the mining guy. But the mining guy is going to have some issues when it comes to certain places. So yeah, I want to wear skirts. Fuck that. That's not middle ground. That's discrimination against my genitals as far as I'm concerned. My balls need to breathe. My balls have been constricted. They've lived in slavery for thousands of years. They need to have freedom. We need a revolution of the balls. That's what we need. That's what I think. It is for men culturally and those men. Sundresses are hot as fuck. What is a sundress? Why can't skirts be amazing on men too? Yeah, that would be dope, bro. Imagine if we would all walk around with skirts. That'd be so dope, man. Like, I come from a hot country. Do you understand how my life would have changed if I could have wore a skirt? Do you understand? Like, I mean, come on. Like, seriously, I come from a really hot country. So in the summertime, it gets up to like 40 degrees Celsius, which to any idiot who doesn't know how to use Celsius and they use fucking Fahrenheit and bullshit, I'll even convert it for you. Seeing as you guys are too stupid to use fucking Celsius, you have to invent your own fucking shit. Here we go. So 40 degrees. How much is that? 104 Fahrenheit. Yeah, 104 Fahrenheit. That's how high it gets. It's death in the summertime. Yeah, I can't because just with the idea of what a sundress is, I'm probably going to get banned. Like, I already see what Google is going to come up with. Like, are they see-through? They're see-through, aren't they? Sundresses are pretty much see-through, right? They've either got the big fishnets or they're like mesh, right? Sundress is a type of dress. I'll probably like it anyway. If it's got the word sun and dress in it, I probably like it. Oh my god, bro. This is my favorite dress of all. Like, these are so nice. They're so nice, these dresses. They are unbelievably sexy. They are so hot. Like this one here, yikes. Yikes, bro. That shit is nice. Woo! Oh my God, I'm getting hot. Holy shit. It's all that testosterone coming up from my balls. See, if I was wearing a skirt, it would flow down somewhere, somehow. Look at that. Wow, these dresses are just yikes. Okay, that's enough of that. Wife's gonna walk in at any moment. It's a normal dress. Bro, I don't care. It's not a normal dress. I love these dresses. They are like the best dresses that have ever existed. Yeah, these dresses are the best fucking dresses that have ever existed. And anybody can try and argue with that. They are going to fail miserably. Okay, well, wait a minute. I better be careful with my words. Because I'm pretty sure there are other dresses out there. There are other dresses. Let's think. What other dress? Let's think. Red carpet dress. Jesus Christ. I mean, oh, bum, 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 bum. I mean, you might as well just like take off the clothes, girls. What are you doing here? I mean, why are you even wearing clothes at this point? Just take them off. Be at peace. Just go naked. What is this? This is not necessary. Just go naked. You'll get the most attention out of everybody. Guaranteed, 100%. I mean, if this is the level you're coming to, the fucking red carpet in, like, just take off the fucking clothes. What's the point of it? Like, you want the most attention, obviously. Just take off the clothes. Guaranteed 100% you are getting the most attention. Like, famous, naked woman walking on the red carpet. That is like, yo, you are done. Like, you're going to be in every single magazine. Salad dress. What the fuck's a salad? Is that what that is? Is that a salad dress, is it? Yeah, I'm even afraid to click on it, bro. I'm even afraid to click on it. Like this one, bro. It's just like you're just one step away from like making someone blind. Like, do you understand that? Like, why are you even like? Okay, all of these are fine. These are actual dresses, bro. But like some of these are just so outlandish that it's just like, just go naked. Just take off your clothes. Don't even make an effort. Just walk on the carpet, butt naked. You're going to get the most attention. 1,000,000%. Look, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Literally see through everything. Is your panties the fucking dress? Is that what this is? Holy fuck, bro. It's like, just take it off. Okay, then. It's like, yikes. All right, that's enough of that. The king's finest clothes, yeah. The emperor's actually not wearing any clothes at this point. Salad dressing, I mean... Yes, that is like salad dressing. Holy fuck. Point where it makes you blind. Try to control your emotions, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea, Xen. You have no idea how much patience I show you an easy game. You have no idea. I wish you all the luck in the world to find somebody who's going to be as patient and as good faith to you as I am. Okay? I wish you all the fucking luck in the world. Good luck. Yikes. And be honest at the same time. Big difference there. I know my minuses and I know my pluses. One of my minuses isn't fucking gaslighting people or straw manning them or being bad faith. That's just not my thing. I've never fucking done it, even when it suits my interest to do it. I was the guy literally in the fucking bars who didn't want to make an effort to pick up girls, right? But I wanted to fuck at the end of the night. So I would literally skip all the flirting, bullshitting part where I love you so much and I'm gonna do everything and we're gonna be amazing together and all of this bullshit that every other guy used to like go on and yap on about. I used to go up to women while I was working in the bars and I just say, "Hey, you want to fuck tonight?" Like that was me. That's me, right? And I used to get rejected like 10 times, all right? But I used to fuck 5 times. So I was fine with it because at least at the end of the night, I knew I had been honest from the start. That's all I cared about. I didn't want to fucking get to know you. I didn't want to care about your fucking existence. After tonight, I'm never going to speak to you again. So why should I pretend like I care about you? It's dishonest. That's not me. It would have been much easier. I would have fucked way more women had I just lied like every other guy. Or snuck my way in that slimy, snaky shit. The same how I have an incentive now to just to say you're wrong and don't even engage with any of you. But I don't fucking do that. So even when I want to, I can't be dishonest. It's not my thing. I have way too many downsides. One of them is being a dishonest prick. That's not me. I have a lot of fucking downsides, like my temper. I know I have a big temper, but my temper doesn't get in the way of the things that I'm saying with my mouth. Why even ask if she wants to fuck? Well, distorting. There's a good reason for why we ask that. There's a reason why we ask that. Yes, that's what I did. It was not in my best interest. It was not. It was not. But at the end of the summer, once we like tallied up the numbers and understood that who was fucking more, it was me because I didn't waste a bunch of fucking time and these guys were like spending like 1-2 hours talking to a specific woman and being like, "Hey," and like doing all of this shit. In the case that they got rejected once, that was like my 10 efforts that got rejected. Like, so I won anyway, even though I was doing things the opposite way around. That's just how I do things. In the army, same shit. I couldn't keep my mouth fucking shut. If you piss me off, I will shout at you. If it doesn't make sense what you're saying to me, I'm going to shout at you. I'm going to have a problem with it. If I have difficulties articulating it, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a fucking, what do you call them, fucking idiots in the fucking universities who like wear the fucking caps and shit. Scholar. I'm none of that. That's not my pluses. My pluses is being able to see things from different perspectives and being honest with myself and the people around me. That's it. That's all I'm good at. That's it. You actually save the women a lot of effort by going straight to the point. Yes, that's the point. If you didn't want to do that, if you didn't want to meet me, that it wouldn't have been a good night anyway. It wouldn't have been a good night. Because I'm fiery and I'm feisty. That's me. That's what I do. I'm not for this blah, blah, blah bullshit when it comes to one-night stands. I never was. Just wasn't my style. I'm way too aggressive. I'm way too want to get down to the point. That's me. I don't know what else to say. That's my character. I can't fuck it. It has never really benefited me in life. Yet I consistently behave this way. At some point, I just said, that's who I am. I have my strengths and I have my weaknesses. I tried to work on my weaknesses, but as you can see, I fail miserably. I get angry all the fucking time. It's like, yeah. It's like, okay, fine. As long as I get angry and I'm saying shit that matters and it's true, and that's all I care about. You're not an intellectual where you could have fooled me. Oh. Thank God you're here. God, I've missed you. Jesus Christ. I was off streaming for 2 days and I was thinking, geez, Can't wait to get back to stream to talk the easy game. Yeah, been waiting for that. Thank God I have you around to say that I'm not an intellectual. God, fuck. Бе му любимая. Тин. Ти не ради? Просто. Yeah, you're so funny, easy game. Holy shit, base W. Holy fuck. Did you go to comedian school or something? Holy fuck. Fucking prick. Holy dumb. There's worse things you can be in life than not an intellectual. There's worse things you can be in life. You just need to take a look in the mirror and you get what I'm talking about. Yeah, listen to you for 2 days. Yeah, I wasn't here for 2 days. Don't know if you realized. Don't know if who you were fighting with, but it definitely wasn't me. Pretty good at comedy now. Thank God for that. Maybe you learned something new. I could be like you. No, you're never going to be like me. You never was like me, and you never will be like me, ever. Ever. Me and you are two very different individuals. Yeah, thank God. Likewise. You're setting me up for these responses, though. Am I? Am I just feeding it through like a test tube? At least that will control you, I guess. Get you to act a little bit sane. Right, back to this. Joe Biden. Yeah, so I don't think this is bullshit to me. I don't care about this. So if that's fat affirming care, this would be like, I don't know what other example I want to fucking give. What other example am I want to give for a mental disorder? What would be an adequate comparison? I can't go to the extreme. The extreme is like fucking schizophrenia. I can't do that. What other mental disorder exists where you have affirming care and it's, you know, like phobia or some shit like that? Phobia. Affirming care equals good. Yeah, because if they have a phobia, they're scared of something, then the doctor is incentivized to engage with them. And not try to doubt their emotions or their fears. They try to make them engage with their fears. An example, okay, so well, it's good to be scared in life in general, because that is what allows us to evolve and adapt to our environments. As a result, we navigate the world cautiously to a certain degree. As a result, we navigate the world cautiously to a certain degree and, well, survive. In other words, cars are dangerous things. We walked around and said, I'm not scared of cars, I'm not scared of cars. Then there wouldn't ever be a reason to wear seatbelts, for example. But the reason we acknowledge that cars are really fucking dangerous, and human beings are behind them nonetheless, then we are incentivized to wear our seatbelts because, well, if you crash, you're more aware. And yeah, that makes sense. And then you've got your fear is valid and is real. the treatment includes facing your fears and learning how to cope / deal with them in a adequate manner. Yeah, because like I give example of the elevator thing. Like some people are scared of stepping into an elevator. They have a sheer phobia of it. They go to a psychologist. The psychologist will, understand what is the root cause of the fear. Nonetheless, they will acknowledge their fear and say, yeah, it's a fucking good idea that you're scared of elevators because, it's a fucking metal box that could plummet very high speeds towards the fucking ground and then crush like a tin can with you inside. So yes, your fear is very valid. You're not crazy for thinking that fucking elevators are scary compared to your reaction that you get from other people throughout life, which is like, scared of elevators? What the fuck is wrong with you? Then you're like, yeah, fuck, yeah, you get me, you understand me. So it's like, yeah, that is right. But we also need to understand that the chances of that happening are, quite minor. But the doctor's not going to tell you that straight up. They're going to get you to, fast, I don't know exactly step by step, but they're probably going to get you into a confined space, all right? This metal box of sorts. It's like, oh, are you afraid now? If your answer is yes, well then, are you really scared of elevators, or do you have any connecting fears, which could be like claustrophobia? So maybe you're actually claustrophobic. You're not actually have an innate fear of elevators. And if that's the case, well, then that's what you're going to be treated for. But had you not followed that course of action, then you would never end up at that conclusion. But yeah. Treatment includes facing your fears and learning how to cope / deal with them in an adequate manner, like everyone else. By doing so, the process could involve placing you in similar situations. First, without direct connection to your fear, and inevitably working your way up from there. These are your transgenders. This is not inherently a sexually oriented goal. This is a life oriented goal. This is a, what am I calling this? Fat affirming. Yeah, that's not a real thing. It's just like, bro, I don't care about your monotonous, repetitive fucking quotes of Jordan Peterson. That's all you fucking do, bro. Just like, go and watch another video of Jordan Peterson, bro. It's amazing that you just repeat it as if not anybody of us has ever fucking watched Jordan Peterson. We've all watched it. It's got a lot of good things to say. You can't be your thing that you point to for every fucking thing that you believe in this life. Transgenders. So this is not a sexually oriented goal. This is more of a Life-oriented goal, I guess. This encompasses many aspects of life. What would I call that? Life-oriented goal? Call it for now. Life-oriented goal. Sounds stupid, but I mean, if you are going to say life, it kind of encompasses, because it's like just being accepted as a woman, if you're a trans woman, or being recognized as a woman, being included in the social group as a woman. Like just the example of just fucking going for a walk in the park and being recognized as a woman. That's like peak satisfaction for you. It's not peak, but it's very important to you. Unlike this one, which is like, that's where your satisfaction is coming from. This is like life-oriented goal. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's my stance for now. I think that works. That does the job for now. This could change in the future. But considering that this is where I was, let's just get a note of this in here. This was just like everyone. Everyone. Okay, it's just like LGBTQIA plus. LGBTQIA plus. Okay. Because I mean, that's what it was stemmed from. Gender affirming care equals bad. Fat affirming care equals bad. Blah, blah, blah. And then okay, so okay. So this is like past. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Present. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, it's a little bit better. Sorry, guys, but that's the best I can fucking do for now. That's the most logical thing for me, at least. Or that's the only, like, if I am going to move or change my position, that's what it's going to be for now. Who knows? In the future, it might, like, be 3 here. And it might be like 1 is, because right now we've gone from, it's progress, nonetheless it's progress, but still, it's like I've gone from 1 absolutist opinion or 1 extremist opinion to 2, well, hot. It's not widely accepted. And if I was to theorize, if I was going to take the next step, then you're moving into a, like, 3 moderate opinions, possibly. After that point, like, wow, okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't see it. I was gonna, like, do a scenario where in the future I change my opinion, but yeah, I can't do it now. It's not clicking for me. Ain't gender dysphoria. Okay. Well, it looks like nobody's going to respond to that, so we're probably going to end up having to go to fucking Fiverr, but I'll give it 2-3 days, see what happens. Possibly that could change something.
And being a threat to democracy himself, maybe not for the reasons that he's stating, but Biden did, support anti-democratic movements within the primary. The Democratic Party canceled the election in Florida. They try to keep out every candidate in North Carolina, Tennessee, etc. So they love to rig elections. Yes, I use the word rigged. Okay, so you can go cry about it if you're mainstream media. How about you do your job and talk about how they canceled the election in Florida in the primary and just declared Biden the winner? So if you're gonna make the argument that you're a champion of democracy, you should probably try it in your own primaries. For the first time today, I'm now considering RFK Jr. Now, what? I know, shocking, right? And no, hold on. Let me tell you why. So is it because I think, oh, maybe he's right about vaccines? No, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on vaccines. And on several other things where he believes in conspiratorial theories that I don't believe in at all. So why on God's green earth would I consider RFK Jr.? Well, until now I hadn't, because of those crazy things that I don't come anywhere near believing. But I thought about it, Anna, and Trump I would never support in a million years. Biden is now funding a genocide and is an awful choice, has been corrupt his whole life.
Jesus
Christ. You're never gonna get anything but corruption from Joe Biden. So am I positive RFK Jr. would be worse? He would probably, on health and science, definitely he would be worse. But on everything else, like anti-establishment, money out of politics, I'm not positive RFK Jr. would be worse than Biden.
It's basically a whole lot of nothing being said. How's the vision frozen over?
The
Okay.
headlines are wrong. He didn't say.
Okay, so he's. Environmental lawyer, writer, anti-vaccine activist. Wow, okay. That's perfect. Political party independent. Other political affiliations. The Democratic. So he's a Democrat. Okay. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. with his uncle John F. Kennedy in the Oval Office in 1961. Conviction for heroin possession. Wait, what? 1982, Kennedy was sworn in as an assistant district attorney for Manhattan after failing his bar. Okay, let's just watch a video. Let's see. Let's see what he says.
And neither President Trump or President Biden has the capacity to address it because they're part of that system. They're both being financed by BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard, the military contractors, the pharmaceutical industries, and that system just spits out bad policies. And the illusion that if you differ on culture war issues, it means you're radically different. But the real issue things.
Are you calm yet? Yo, I'm always calm. I'm calm like a I don't know, Mexican chili. I don't fucking know, bro. I'm always calm. But I recommend you sort yourself out. I'm voting for Trump. Good for you, man. That would be amazing. Can you imagine Trump being president a second time? Wow, that would be amazing. As if he didn't do enough the first time around. We really need him doing more.
Save our country, they can't do them. And if you vote for President Trump or President Biden, they both have their chance. You're going to get more of the same. If somebody actually wants change, wants to actually alter those issues, they're going to vote for me.
And yet to be president of the United States, if you have to be on the ballot in enough states to be able to win the Electoral College. You're not right now.
Yeah,
and
I will be.
you believe you will be? I mean,
I know I will be. 100%. I'm going to be on the ballot in every state in the District of Columbia. Well, and I've said this from the beginning, and we're already well.
Why is it when he talks, like, I feel like my throat is stuck? Like, I feel like it's like I can't breathe.
On our way there. I think within 8 weeks, we're going to probably be in another 19 states.
Okay, so on ballot, RFK Jr. and allies, signature, threshold met. Okay, so he is going to be in these countries apparently. What countries? In these states apparently. What about the rest?
We were not allowed to get on the ballot before in most states because we didn't have a vice presidential candidate. You have to name a vice presidential candidate to get on the ballot in about 26 states. So now we have that, and we have about 200,000 volunteers. It's going to be.
Yeah, but you're talking about the election being held. What is it? In December. Oh, fuck off, EU. Who the fuck cares about the EU elections? 538 members of the Electoral College. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Opinion polls. This is a list of nationwide public opinion polls that were conducted relating to the general election for the 2024 United States presidential election. The people named in the polls are declared candidates or have received media speculation about their possible candidacy. Okay, so we've got Biden, we've got Trump. Jesus Christ. Biden, he's coming back, boys. He's coming back. Yay. You know what this shows, boys? You don't know, but considering that I have a history in examining charts, what we have here, boys, okay, is a double repeat on either side. Okay, so a repeat on one side, a repeat on the other side of a particular trend, okay? The trend is your friend, we say, all right? So what you have here is you have a high just above that 50%, okay? Yet it is still higher than his previous bump up to here. All right, so we have a lower high. This is a lower high. This is a bearish, okay? This is bearish. This could potentially even be a what is it? A bear flag. Yeah, this could potentially be a bull trap. A bear trap, sorry. So basically they'll come up and they'll push them up one last time, and then you just continue the trend to the downside, because that's what this is. This is a downtrend, okay? This is a downtrend. You can see it. And now we're going to continue, and it'll probably go lower. All right? It'll probably go lower. It'll probably come down to the 45% mark. Now, Biden, on the other hand, Biden has a low, okay, in the middle of 2022. He has a high, okay? Okay, by all means, like if you start up here, okay, so yeah, we're not making higher highs. We're not making higher highs, but these are like very high. This is like very high, whatever. Okay, so you got a high, and then you come down, but right, you have a higher low. This is very important, okay? Because this was your low, and now you have a higher low. This is a sign of strength, boys. There is a chance. This is a sign of strength, but what we should expect to see is a higher high. Ooh, very interesting. Very interesting. Here you go. The trend is your friend, okay? So 55% Biden, 45% Trump. There you go. That's what it is. That's what it will be. Easy peasy. Done. Yeah. Fat affirming. What do you mean if this is about like the fat shaming stuff? And I'm not even American. Yeah, no wonder you're voting for Trump. It's because you hate America. I love Biden so much, I'm going to vote for him twice. Yeah, me too. I'm going to vote for him. Can you vote twice, inappropriate? Vote once for me, please. I'm voting twice. Yeah, you're voting twice for Trump. What is your opinion on fat phobia? Like people who think being fat is normal and using as an insult is fat phobia. Yeah, I think that's bullshit. Biden has more sex appeal. Agreed. There's plenty of sex appeal. I'm voting for Trump because I'm uneligible. Yes, I know I'm based. I'm always based. It's just you don't understand it whenever it disagrees with you. Okay, so we've got Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Okay, so it's saying March 21st to April 7th through April 7th through April 7th. Dates updated April 10th. Real clear politics. Decision that, okay, I don't know. Joe Biden versus Donald Trump versus Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Ooh, okay. Now, when Kennedy is introduced into the mix, what happens? What happens? This is interesting, okay? This is very interesting. And the reason it's interesting is because once you include a third, well, now people have the option to choose for him. So where are they taking points off of? All right. So we've got decision desk. We've got decision desk. Okay. And it was 44.2. Right. So it lost that much, and you had 44.7, and it lost. So it lost 2.7 here, and it lost, wow, 3.5 here. That's big. That's big. Race to the W hill. Okay. Wow, 45%, 0.4, 44.9. So you've got 40, 40.6. So he lost 4.3, and he lost, wow, 5.9. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's bad. Fuck off, F. Kennedy. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. You're not good. We don't like you. Once you're included, Joe Biden is losing. Joe Biden. Okay, now we have... Okay, nobody gives a fuck about Cornel West. Who the fuck are you, bro? What the fuck are you doing here? Jill Stein. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you doing here? Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. What is this? Other undecided. What the fuck do you mean undecided? Kamala Harris. Oh, is this the insane woman? Ooh. Wait, so she has a lot of support. Wait, what the fuck? She has a lot of support. Why does Kamala Harris have so much support? Ooh. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, she doesn't have as much as Biden. Race to the WH. Race to the WH is 45.4. That's Joe Biden's strong. Race to the WH. Yeah. She's gaining exposure, but she loses to Trump. But here, Biden wins against Trump. Real Clear Politics. 45.3. She loses again. Yeah, so Joe Biden. Margin 0.2 in favor of Trump. 0.2 is in favor of Trump. The only difference is there are also 2 votes. Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Poll source, ActiVote. Joe Biden. Margin of error, sample size. Okay, we want the biggest sample size. Where is the biggest one? RV. What the fuck is RV? Okay, registered voters, all adults, likely voters, unclear. This is all adults. Likely voters. We care about registered voters. That's what we care about. We care about registered voters. Registered voters always means more because they've already voted, so they're clearly going to vote. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Joe Biden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we've got 20 by 16. We've got 20 by 16. by 16. And as you can see here, Trump is absolutely disfavored because the margin of error is very high up here, and it's mostly his. And the further down you go, then you start to see Biden's in the... These are calculated. Yeah, Biden's winning, man. There's no way he doesn't win. Yeah, fuck Kennedy. You vote for Trump or Biden? I think probably Trump. The fuck? Why the fuck would I vote for Trump? He's a piece of shit. A narcissistic, grifting son of a bitch. He's scum. He's just scum. I ain't got a problem with him as long as it includes in the business sphere, but talking about the government of a fucking country, bro. I don't want him nowhere near power. He just abuses his power. He's a horrible leader. He's like Constitution. What's that thing? I think it's that thing we need to get rid of. That's Trump. Okay, if you like Constitution, you don't like Trump. It's about as simple as it gets. And I have a big respect for America's constitutions. W. Kennedy, no, fuck Kennedy. I think I would be good. Okay, I'm not even going to read the rest of that. Kamala Harris is vice president of the USA. Yeah, currently. It was found that they did a test where most of the mental disorders happen almost only in, of course you did. Remember that the polls don't give Trump the victory in 2016. Remember that the polls didn't give Trump the victory in 2016. We need more horrible leaders in this world. Okay, right. Good point. Right, all right. Here's what I do to that, because this gets brought up all the fucking time. And people are always arguing, all right, was the 2016 election rigged? When it's about 2016, was the US 2016 election rigged? Did Democrats suggest 2016? PolitiFact, okay. Seems like a really unreliable. Okay, so Russia's interference with the elections, fine. The Russian government interfered in the 2016 United States elections with the goals of sabotaging the presidential campaign of Hillary Clinton, boosting the presidential campaign of Donald Trump, and increasing political and social discord in the United States. According to the US intelligence community, the operation codenamed Project Lakta was ordered directly by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The 448-page Mueller report, made public in April 2018, examined over 200 contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, but concluded that there was insufficient evidence to bring any conspiracy or coordination charges against Trump or his associates. Wait, how? How is it so evident that you can't charge him for it? I get why you're not going to war with fucking Russia. That's like, yes, but officially titled Report on the Investigation into Russian Interference in the 2000 is the official report documenting the findings and conclusions of former special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian efforts to interfere in the 2016 United States presidential election. Allegations of conspiracy and or coordination between Donald Trump's presidential campaign and Russia, and allegations of obstructions of justice. Well, if this is why they didn't count the votes, I mean the polls, not the election. The pre-vote polls predicted Hillary as the victor. What the Mueller report says is that there was Russian interference, but Trump isn't responsible, only Russia. Well, it doesn't seem that way. It seems like they were in cahoots. There's just... All right, to be fair, they didn't say that there's evidence. They said that there's a lack of evidence to... Yeah, we're okay here. Concluded, Russian officials Made it public, blah, blah, blah. We made it public, examined over 200 contacts between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, but concluded that there was insufficient evidence to bring any conspiracy or coordination charges against Trump or his associates. Yeah. So it's like, this thing happened, it's just they didn't have enough evidence, and considering that it's been like 8 years since then, and he's never been tried for it, I can imagine that, well, either one, it never happened, but we know it happened because they have these things. 2, it's like he was involved, but there's not enough evidence to convict him. And don't forget, when you're trying to convict the potential president of the United States or the soon-to-be president of the United States, you're going to have like really dope fucking evidence, I can imagine. There might even be a reason for why they wouldn't want to prosecute, even if there was like, not substantial, but there was some evidence. What do you think of the research I sent? Do you think mental illness is mostly bullshit because it shows it's all leftists saying they are? Okay, no, I'm not going to read that. You can't say mental illness is a leftist thing. It's like, yeah, go and tell somebody with schizophrenia that, yeah, the only reason you're schizophrenic is because you're on the left. It sounds stupid. Read closer and it says that only Russia is responsible. It might, yeah, you could be very right. It happened, but only Russia did it. Okay. Lack of evidence means innocence. Yes. Innocence until proven guilty. Yes, you are right. You are absolutely right. 100%. Okay, so this had nothing to do with the Russian. Okay, so what am I supposed to be reading then? I'm only saying that maybe this, like, I want to read it because maybe this has something to do with why. Okay, first of all, I don't know how the elections work in the United States. I don't know the scam, the scammer, whatever you want to call it, which is basically like, is the election like the last phase? Are the polls the first phase? Are the polls the last phase? I don't know which one comes first. If it was the polls that came first, and this is, in connection with the polls, then the reason why they didn't accept the votes could be because of Russian meddling. The idea is that had Russia not meddled in it, Trump would not have got those votes. The prediction polls of 2006, people said they were going to vote for Hillary but voted for Trump. Yes, and this is why are they all left? I have no idea, man. I have no idea, but it sounds like bullshit to me. So you're talking about mental illness and you're judging it based on an ideology. So you're talking about, just because there are more mental illnesses on the left, because it's more socially acceptable to talk about mental illness on the left, arguably so, than it is to talk on the right. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist on the right. Just means that they're not talking about it, and thus people are not comfortable with seeking help. And when you seek help, those numbers are going to rise because it will be written down. It's a bogus fucking analogy. It's very easy to dismiss. That's why I'm not looking into it. It doesn't feel like it has grounds. When you're basing mental disorder on a political side or an ideology of where you think things should be in the world, it's insane. They were going to vote for Hillary but voted for Trump. Okay, that's interesting, because if this had something to do with the fact that they switched from Hillary to Trump, then it would be, I don't know, I'm just saying that this could possibly be the case of why they would reject certain votes if they could track that connection between Russians and the votes. I don't know yet. I haven't read any of this, but it's interesting to say the least. Nonetheless, I will see, what did you say? Political, people said they were going to read the prediction polls of 2000. Okay, prediction polls. Prediction polls of 2016. Okay. Nationwide opinion polling. Okay, I prefer Wikipedia. Thank you very much. Poll numbers verified as of November 8th, 2016. Is this the correct one? Because they're all voting for Hillary. Or was there a previous one? This page lists nationwide public opinion polls that have been conducted relating to the 2016 United States presidential. The two major party candidates were chosen at the Democratic National Convention and Republican National Convention in July 2016. Donald Trump won the general election of Tuesday, November 8, 2016, despite losing the popular vote while winning the Electoral College. Most polls correctly predicted a popular vote victory for Clinton, but overestimated the size of her lead, with the result that Trump's Electoral College victory was a surprise to analysts. Retrospective analysis differ as to why the polls and commentators interpreting them were unable to correctly forecast the result of the election. Two daily tracking polls, the UPI See Voter poll and the University of Southern Carolina Los Angeles Times poll, were the only polls that often incorrectly predicted a Trump popular vote victory or showed a nearly tied election. Right, so it seems like most, most people were voting in favor of Hillary Clinton, and these prediction sites were estimating that. They were calculating that, most of them. There were only a few that said that it was either close or it was actually in favor of Trump. So most people were thinking that they're all going to vote for Hillary. But in reality, yeah, these are the votes. Seems overwhelmingly blue to me. I don't know. Leading by, yeah, it's all blue. So very few and far between. Red. Polls conducted in 2016. Okay, so let's see. Show. Okay, so we're talking Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. Okay, nonetheless, everybody's voting Democratic. Am I reading into this? Mental illness is a political diagnosis. Yeah. Yes, it's the correct ones. That's why I'm saying that polls are unreliable. Ah, okay. So you're telling me not to pay attention to the current polls because they're unreliable, meaning that whether Biden wins or Trump wins doesn't seem to be in correlation with, yeah, okay. Well, I understand that. And it's like correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because fucking Biden's on top right now means that he will be on top in the future. If it's not fake with Trump, that's why I'm saying that polls are unreliable with Trump. Oh shit, yeah, okay, now I get what you're saying. So you're saying that they were estimating, okay, so they were saying that estimating that he would lose, but nonetheless he won. Okay, so it could be the same this year. The advantage of Trump might be bigger than what the polls say right now. Interesting. So it's like a surprise attack kind of thing. It's like for the whole year, it seems like he's losing. And then when people actually get to the polls, they vote in favor of him. And it's just like, at all this time, the Democratic Party thought they had it in the bag. And so they weren't really concerned about it. And then it gets to the end and it's actually in opposition. It's too late for them to do anything about it. Possibly. If it's not fake, how come on Twitch, if you go to any of these leftist LGBTQ people's channels, more of them have some kind of mental illness than not? They all have anxiety and depression and autism and ADHD. Why do they all have these tags? in their bio. How am I supposed to believe it's real when normal people don't also have these? Okay. Then, I don't think you understood what I previously said. I'm going to repeat it one time. I want you to pay attention, okay? The fact that you see more people with mental illnesses present, okay, on the left is because they are documented, meaning it's more acceptable, more socially acceptable on the left to go to therapy, to talk about your emotions, to be in touch with your feelings, and all of this stuff. Naturally, what is going to happen is they're going to go to doctors, they're going to get diagnoses, they're going to be treated, blah, 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 all of this stuff. It's more socially acceptable on the left. Now let's go and look at the right. On the right, it's totally unacceptable. You're ridiculed if you do any of those things. You're seen as weak, problematic, a lot of different things. So people don't go to get diagnosed because they know if I do get diagnosed, I'm going to be ridiculed. And so they are not documented. Doesn't mean that those mental illnesses are not present. I would in fact be very confident in saying there are a lot of fucking mental illnesses on the other side. It's just they're not being documented. And people aren't in touch with their emotions. They don't try to deal with them. They bottle everything up. And just because it's not documented doesn't give you a reason to believe that mental illness is a left-only thing. This is insanity. It's like saying, hey, before being gay was socially acceptable and, well, legal marriage even, well, we had a lot less gays in the world. What the fuck? It's like as soon as it became legal, it's just like, yeah, these guys just started popping up out of everywhere. It's just like a fucking hockey stick. What the fuck happened? It's just like these guys are trend following. Well, there's some malicious intent there. No, it's pretty simple. Wasn't acceptable before. So they didn't go and get like some fucking like mentally diagnosed or some shit. They just hid it for years and years and years. They tried to hide that as best as they possibly could because they didn't want to be socially ousted. They don't want to be ridiculed. They didn't want the fact that you are sending me this message. I'm like, this is not what I'm expecting. I have a feeling, I haven't even read it yet, but I have a feeling you're doing a repeat of what you usually do. So I'm just saying that. It feels like, it's very logical to assume that once it does become legal and socially acceptable, these people aren't scared to go out and get, be seen as gay. So the numbers rise. It's not that they didn't exist beforehand. It's just that now it's socially acceptable. So they go with it. So you are actually saying, yeah, I don't even like how you're starting the phrase. You're probably going to be absolutely fucking wrong about this, but fine, I'll give it a go. Actually saying that in the left, 90% of people have a mental illness, and that means in the right or any other group, it's also 90% of people. Okay, I don't know where you're getting this 90% from. But if it is 90%, I doubt it's 90%. This is coming from one guy who's done no research on the topic, just seen one article or whatever, one video or some shit, and he's come up with the idea that 90% of people on the left are mentally ill. Fine. If that's the number I'm saying to you, then I wouldn't be surprised if the right was socially acceptable of these things and they saw a benefit in getting diagnosed and being treated, then they would also come up to that same number. We're not that different. We're human beings. It's also 90% of people, but they're all hiding it. Well, yes. I'm saying if it is 90%, I don't think it is. I doubt your analysis of the topic, but fine. I'm saying that in the case that it is 90% on one side, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 90% on the other side. You are telling me that 90% of all people have 4 different mental illnesses at the same time, only most of them hide it, and somehow their mental illness doesn't give them actual issues or any symptoms that shine through. Well, then, you can also debate that by also going back to our previous analogy, which are people being gay back in the fucking, I don't know, 40s. Or go to a country where it's not socially acceptable to be gay and see how people behave. We had fucking, okay, I don't like using personal examples, but considering I don't have any data to back this up, I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, this is very reasonable. We had a lot of people who are obviously fucking gay in society, but they hide it. Of course they fucking hide it. We are social beings. Why would you announce something that your whole entire tribe, your whole country, everybody is against? Why would you do that? It's stupid. It's very rare and far between that somebody would do it and that would be connected to some kind of social agenda that they want to change the way things are, and so they're standing up for their rights and blah, blah, blah. But that takes balls and it takes guts, and not everybody has that. And so, yes, it's unfortunate, it's sad, but that's usually what happens. Now, for mental illnesses, I'm sorry, but your analogies are insane because, like, I get what you're saying, but your audience, the people you're collecting data from, is Twitch streamers who are some of the most narcissistic, materialistic, self-indulged people on the planet. So you haven't gone to a user base of individuals who operate on a normal societal level and seen how they behave. You've gone to one place with one group of people and come to a conclusion. That is bad analysis, okay? So before you come up with a theory that 90% have 4 mental illnesses each, go and look at the data. Go and find some data to support your claim, okay? Because you're clearly making a claim there. You're clearly making a claim. I wouldn't be that strong on it if I were you. But you're doing it, so I'm refuting it. I'm very, very confident. It's not that. But fine, you want to go there. There are people for whom it is real. There are people who are just trend followers. Yes, there are. There are trend followers. There are. Nonetheless, there are. If they see a potential gain to be made and they can potentially profit off of it, well, there are consequences to that. So we can't just act and close our eyes and say being a trend follower gets you everything you want in this world, because while it will give you attention, it will also get you negative attention. And if you know one thing about streamers and content creators, is that negative attention and positive attention are just as valuable. Not one is more valuable than the other. In fact, you will hear it very common that my haters built me. My haters are the ones who brought me to the level of success that I've achieved. So it's actually valuable to be all out there. So bear that in mind. You're including biases that would never be included in an analysis. You need to look at very different types of groups. And once they all agree and they all have the same patterns, then you eventually come to that conclusion. You don't go and look at one specific type of individual or individuals, groups of people, which are streamers, and say, oh, everybody here is narcissistic. Therefore, all people are narcissistic. You don't do that. It's stupid. Nobody does that. It's insane. Okay, I'm not going to get into detail with you. I've already refuted it. I've given you plenty to think about. I'll read whatever you've said next, but don't expect me to engage with it. I've already given you plenty to go, oh, fuck, maybe he's got a point. You're not engaging with any of it. You just continue going on, trying to prove that you're right, bringing up other shit, analogies, hypotheticals, this and that. It's always the same fucking shit. I see this pattern every single time with you, or easy game. I'll read it, but don't expect me to engage. My brain has a limit to how much I can deal with when it comes to this fucking type of shit. It's like, yes, I gave you the one thing, which was it's more socially acceptable for people on the left to show their emotions, and that's why you see more people on the left who have signs of those mental illnesses, unlike on the right, which is not socially acceptable. That's a very good argument. You should engage with that. It's a very good faith argument. I've also told you about the 90% that you have no data to back it up and you're making claims that are based on a 5-minute data analysis that you possibly could think that you've done on Twitch, and how that's, you can't just look at that one user base and come to the conclusion. So that's second point. The 4 mental illnesses we've already discussed, trend follows. Like, I've already given you plenty to deal with. Let's see if in your last 2 messages you engage with any of the things that I've said. Because if you don't, you're pissing me off. You're just going to start pivoting to everything else. Do this constantly. Look on Twitch and go to any streamer. So 0 engagement. 0 engagement. Even though I've given you a good reason for why that shouldn't be the only place that you go to. And now you're telling me, you go there, look at it. In the bio, I can guarantee you that they probably have at least, okay, we've all said that that's the case. I've engaged with you. You said that that was the case, and I said, okay, that's fine. I don't necessarily argue with that. It seems a bit weird to me, but fine. That doesn't seem out of the ordinary to me because of the types of people that Twitch streamers are, and there are incentives there for them to place those tags there. I think that these people are gay. Okay, giving me your opinion. So you've yet to engage with anything that I've said because it's shown to them that gay is good, and then they become gay, where if they were, okay, so you're just giving me your opinion. The same old rhetorical opinion that you give me every time. Here are the tags. So you're going back to the whole streamer thing. Even though I've totally engaged with you and said to you, I don't deny that that's the case and they have an incentive there. I've already engaged with all of that. I've already told you why that's not a good analysis and why you need to look at different types of people, yet you continue to go back to the streamer thing because you know that's a really good point. You're doing the whole fucking, I look at this specific data point because it agrees with my narrative. Fine. Most viewed LGBTQ streamer right now, Femboy, Brick, Speedrun, English, Forsen, XQC, ADHD, LGBTQ, no backseating allowed. Backseating allowed, no backseating allowed, has nothing to do with mental illness. LGBTQ not inherently has to do with mental illness. ADHD has mental illness because in the LGBTQ you have the lesbians, you have the gays, there's no mental illness there. Or the queers, okay, maybe they do. No, they don't. It's literally the transvestites, the transgenders in there who have mental illnesses, so that's maybe one. ADHD, English, Forsen, XQC, Speedrun, Brick, Femboy. So there's 2. Okay, there you go. 2, maybe even like 1.5 at best. So I've even engaged with this stupid fucking example that you're giving. Let's see if you still engage with what I'm saying. Sure, but you really think most... Okay, sure? What does sure mean, Xen? What does sure mean? I don't understand sure. Sure about what? Which of the arguments that I've provided you with are you choosing to engage with and say sure? Make sure that I understand that, because sure means fuck all to me, considering that you haven't even engaged with anything I've said. You haven't given me any valid arguments or why the things that I've said are invalid or anything. You're just going on your ranting again. Sure, but you really think most of the people on Earth are mentally ill. I didn't say that. You're the one who came up with the 90% number. So in your theory, if everybody on the left, or 90% of the people on the left actually do have a mental illness, what I said to you was, if that's the case, then I wouldn't be surprised if 90% on the right also have mental illness. That's what I said to you. I also said to you that I highly doubt that it's anywhere fucking close to 90%. I highly doubt it. And the reason I highly doubt it is because you have taken 5 fucking Twitch streamers and made a conclusion about every single person included in the LGBTQ community. It's fucking absurd. That's not how you do data analysis. You are a disrespect to any type of analytical research whatsoever. It's like, this is the kind of conspiracy bullshit that I hear about and I get pissed off. This is making connections when connections don't exist. Maybe it's more socially acceptable. Okay, fine. Engagement. Maybe it's more socially acceptable. I already disagree with you. It's not just maybe, it's 100% definitely. You have this group of human beings, and the reason, and this pisses me off. It's like, yeah, maybe. No, it's not fucking maybe, it's fucking definitely. If human beings on this side who say it's okay to be, you're mentally ill, you should seek out therapy, you should take care of yourself. Mental health is not something we've ever looked into, ever. Now you have the opportunity, it's totally acceptable. We all have our issues, we go through difficult times, it's good to go to therapy, blah, blah, blah. This is what you hear on the left all the fucking time. Fucking, what is the biggest fucking ad on YouTube? BetterHelp. Who's the number one visitor on YouTube? Leftist people. There you go. BetterHelp, BetterHelp, BetterHelp. So, you have this group that is totally socially acceptable of this norm. This group who absolutely frowns upon it and will make you feel like the most insignificant piece of shit if you were ever to stand up and say, I feel depressed or some shit. They'll tell you, yeah, go and fucking put your tampon in. That's the fucking environment I grew up. So don't fucking bullshit me and tell me how it's, yeah, maybe it's more so. No, it's 150% more socially acceptable. And that's why that variation exists. And as long as you're saying maybe, sure, that it's more acceptable. Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Most people on Twitch with the left has mental illness in their tags. Don't disagree with you. I haven't disagreed with you since the start. That means you believe with your logic that most people have a mental illness. Again, you're doing it again, Xen. You made one step forward, 2 steps back. Xen tags, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So you acknowledge that, sure, that it's more acceptable. And I praise you for that. Good luck finding anybody else who's going to praise you. This motherfucker Easy Game quotes fucking Jordan Peterson. This is literally Jordan Peterson's strat right here. Even though I fucking despise you and I hate every single argument you put forward, I will still praise you when you make a good argument. So you understand, oh, good argument, good fucking reaction I get. Bad argument, bad reaction I get. That is a normal behavior between two human beings. If you make bullshit arguments and I'm going, yeah, good. It's like, yeah, sis. Yeah, girl. Yeah, queen. Slay, queen. Do all of this bullshit. Then you infatuate women to basically believe that they can act like total fucking bitches to the world and they get anything they want, even though that's just a narcissistic approach. But they all going, yeah, women. Yeah, slay, queen. And that's all they fucking repeat because they think they're actually doing something good because everybody in their surrounding everywhere is telling them, yeah, good job. Then you've got the other fucking side who actually have people who are doing something good. And you've got other people telling them, oh, you suck. Why are you such a failure? Why are you coming second place? Why are you so slow? Why are you this? Why are you that? Even though they're making an effort and they're doing a good job, instead of praising them for the effort they've made, they put them down. And so those people grow up feeling unconfident in themselves. They don't believe in themselves. They think they're shit. You're both fucking twats, okay? So it's good to praise people. This is literally Jordan Peterson himself saying this. And I agree with this. It's very valuable. It's a very valuable lesson he taught me. Which is when somebody does something good, make sure you fucking tell them that they did that. Because the last thing you want to do is when they do something good, you tell them they didn't do something good. Or acknowledge that they said something good, which is why I get pissed off with you. So, like I said, sure that it's more acceptable. Bravo. Yes, it is. Like 150% undeniable evidence of it, supporting it. Or if not anything else, a logical fucking human being will come to that conclusion. Most people on Twitch, now listen to where we start to go off path and where you've pivoted and drove me down a fucking drain now, okay? Most people on Twitch with the left has mental illness in their tags, okay? That's one statement, all right? We both agree to that. And then you go, okay, this is literally, okay, if you ever wanted to know what a straw man is, this is perfect encapsulation of what a straw man is, okay? Mostly people on Twitch with the left has a mental illness in their tags. Therefore, that means you believe with your logic that most people have a mental illness. 5 streamers, 9 billion people. Do you get what a straw man is? If you never understood until now, you better fucking put it clear into your fucking head. Because I'm about to teach you some lessons. You and that Easy Game scumbag piece of shit, my chat. 5 streamers, 9 billion people. Why the fuck in God's name would I ever come to that conclusion? Wasn't it me who told you it's not good to look at 5 streamers If you want to look at 5 streamers, you also got to look at 5 people in the workplace, 5 people in their home environments, 5 people in their communities, and get a diverse overlook. And if they match, then you might be able to come to some kind of assumption. That's even an assumption, because you're only dealing with 5 different types of people in each group. You're going to have to scale that up to thousands before you can even come close to making any sort of assumption that is compatible and that you can present as evidence. So when I say that to you and your answer to me is, no, actually, according to your logic, yeah, very reasonable that you would compare that to that. That's how stupid you are. I never made that conclusion. You are strawmanning me to the end of the fucking earth. I even explained it to you why it's not a good idea to do that. Yet you insist to do it. Same people value insanity the most. Paste. Does that sound logical to you? Because same people love to act crazy. Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing when you get it all out of you. God, I feel better. After every day I turn off my stream, I feel like Jesus Christ. I've yelled at some really, really stupid, insignificant human beings today, and I just feel like I have let go. And I've even learned some things today. That's amazing. That's amazing how that works. I get to learn things, and I also get to yell at stupid fucking morons. What an amazing life I have. Zen, my guy. Yeah, they match. Can we agree that most leftists have a mental... I'm done. Next. Right, back to this. Okay, so apparently, okay, I get the argument of how he might have been able to shift it at the last minute and caught them by surprise and then took the election by storm. These are, what is it? Right, when you say polls to me, polls is like, isn't this like when people vote? What does polls mean? Polls meaning. Or is this just like a voting in an election? No, the polls are the elections. At least not in America, no. First it's the polls. Wait, how the fuck does it work? Right, electoral process. Here we go. Electoral process. No, US electoral process specifically, please. US, how the president is elected. Here we go. That's amazing. Find out how a candidate becomes president of the United States. Learn about caucuses and primaries, political conventions, the general election, the electoral college, and more. Overview of the presidential election process, constitutional requirements for presidential candidates, presidential primaries and caucuses, national conventions, presidential general election, electoral college. Right, here we go. If there's ever a time to understand how fucking presidents are chosen in America, this is the time. Okay, so the process to elect a president takes almost 2 years. Interesting. I didn't even know that. I thought like it's like they just go out, they convince people, vote me, do all of that bullshit. And then eventually it's like comes to a time where it's like, okay, people, like it's like what, 1-2 months before the election, and it's just like, okay, it's time to vote, everybody, and then they vote. And then originally, this is what I thought, and then the president gets elected, depending on who voted for who. I also then found out it's not actually like that. It's people vote, then people are assigned to each state, and it's a limited amount of people, and they are decided who those individuals will be depending on how the people vote, and then they get to decide who will be the president. Something like that. That's the electoral college, if I'm not mistaken. Process to elect a president takes almost 2 years. Learn the steps that result in the election of a US president. Awesome. When is the next presidential election? An election for president of the United States happens every 4 years on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Okay, so an election every 4 years on the first. Okay, so this is the election. Does this mean people will vote on this date? The next presidential election will be November 5th, 2024. What is the typical presidential election cycle? The presidential election process follows a typical cycle. Time of the year, event. Aha, so it's just going. Awesome. All right, so there we go. We've got a list of events. Just what we need. Da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum. It's a left hand. I agree with Zen. Oh, thank God for that. Yeah, they match. Can agree that most of them have mental illness. If so, it doesn't mean you believe most. Prediction polls. You guys think too much. That's the problem, guys. You guys think too much. You shouldn't be thinking too much. It's bad for the brain. Bad for the. It's that obviously bad for your brain. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. It's bad for your brain. What is this guy saying? Right. Deleted. I'm starting to get a bad image of this guy. I'm starting to get a bad image of this Mario Naufal. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan of him. He says he's unbiased, unfiltered, verified, 24, like, bruh. Final warning, step aside. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to go against the USA. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to do shit, Iran. You're going to suck some American dick at best. That's about it. Fucking idiots. What the fuck are you doing? Iran reportedly has sent a message to America through Arab countries that US forces in the region would be attacked if it intervened on Israel's behalf. Biden has said the US's relationship with Israel is ironclad and reportedly has moved an anti-missile destroyer near the Israel coast in preparation for a potential attack from Iran. There you go. Simple as. US moves this defense destroyer close to Israel. US has reportedly deployed an anti-missile. Right. Right, boys. I have something to tell you, and then I'm going to get something to eat. I can't read your comments. I need to eat. Okay? But before I do that, I just want to make it clear. Okay? While we do argue and fight all the time, I recommend to you, okay? Just one thing, all right? Just listen to me now, all right? It's very important. I know I'm an asshole. That is something very well known in my head all the fucking time. Nonetheless, okay? This is coming from the heart. Guys, it's okay to not know something, right? It's okay to be wrong about something, right? Those two things, I think we can all agree on, okay? You can't know everything, and you can't be right all the time. Those are two statements that can never be true into infinity and beyond, all right? It's totally okay. Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because when you come to me with a claim, okay, my natural reaction is, if it makes sense, I'm not even going to engage with it. Or it would be like, okay, but I already know this. It can only be so interesting. If I disagree with it, my natural reaction is attack, okay? My natural reaction is attack. If you approach me and you say, hey, what do you think about this topic? And then I answer you and you don't answer back, that's fine as well. I could do the same thing potentially in the future. I could come to you and say, hey, you usually have good knowledge relating to these topics. What do you think about this thing? Give me some info. Like, what is the idea of this? Like, maybe you'll catch me up to date with the things. Maybe you'll be able to help me out. The only way that's ever going to happen is if you provide me with the same generosity as I'm providing you, which is, if you don't know something, don't be coming in here with like steel, minds made out of fucking steel. Like, you've been to the ends of the earth, you've traveled through hell, you've explored the universe and everything that it has to offer, and you've come back and you've figured out the answer to something, or everything apparently, and you don't budge. Ever, okay? If you come to me with that type of behavior, I don't appreciate it. I don't value it. I don't see you as something higher than I already had you before. In fact, you go lower down as far as I'm concerned. Be careful what you think you are sure about. Make sure that you have data to confirm the biases that you have. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. At any time, at any moment, if you are to approach me and say, hey, what do you think about this, man? You just want my opinion. I'll just give you my opinion. That can happen at any moment in time with any single one of you. At any point, no problemo. There doesn't need to be no fighting or arguing, right? In that scenario. If you do want to fight with me, would you two specifically, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Easy Game and Xen, you always want to fight. So I will welcome that. But I'm telling you, do not confuse us arguing that opportunity exists. Telling you it because we all can learn something from each other. There's something you know that I don't. There's something I know that you don't. Unless we offer each other that generosity, we're never going to see that blossom. Okay? So just telling you, because until now, we might have talked about 50 things and more between us, the three of us. We've talked about a lot of fucking shit. And the amount of times that I've admitted that I'm wrong about something, or I've said that I don't have an opinion on that, or I don't know enough about it, they might be not a lot, but it has happened. The times that you guys have made that claim is close to fucking nothing. And be careful what you say next, because there are recordings of these streams. And I've already been back to the beginning of when we first started having conversations. And I went over the 3 days of history. Remember? Yesterday and the day before, I didn't stream. I was just observing our videos, cutting them up into pieces, and then posting them on YouTube. So I had an opportunity to scroll through them and see, you know, am I missing something here? Are these guys onto something and I'm just a fucking retard who doesn't engage with them? In fact, I came away with much more fucking conviction than I already had at the beginning. So I'm telling you guys, before you develop these ironclad fucking ideas that do not change or pivot, be careful, all right? Because you're going to piss people off. Especially when you make claims that you are so sure about that are based on silly things. Like Xen's example now with the 5 fucking streamers. And somehow that's reasonable to make a calculated decision about every single person on the left. You're absurd. But again, anytime, boys, I'm here. You want to approach, you don't know about something, we'll talk about it. I might not know about it. Maybe that will develop some kind of engagement. I see your messages. I'm not engaging. I'm choosing not to engage. I'm choosing not to engage. I need to eat. I just thought I'd say that because I left here earlier, pissed off with Xen specifically. But I want you to know that. So you do have a plan B. You do have another option except for attack. You can easily just come without an opinion, without any ideas, just ask me what I think about a topic and not argue with me or just like get my idea on it. That's like no problem. But the moment you start making claims, it's like it's time for battle. I'm pretty sure you think the same. Okay, good. Awesome. Joe Biden.
I'm sorry, officer. You need to stop drinking right there on the street. Why?
Wait, is it?
You're preaching for Palestine and you're drinking. I'm sorry, officer. You need to stop drinking right there on the street.
Why? Wait, is it?
You're preaching for Palestine and you're drinking. What's up, please? Let me pretend. Do it on the street.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay? No, I didn't know it was like that.
Guys, mental health is a really important issue. A lot of people don't really take it seriously, like me. I take it seriously. I'm an advocate for mental health, for depression. I'm an advocate for you to be depressed. So I do take it very seriously, and that is why we all need to come together in this trying time to support Hasan Piker, because he's going through a hard time, guys. Support Hasan Piker's mental health, please.
Please support Hasan Piker's mental health.
So Nick came on, we do tea time with Nick, and he showed me these girls. They were trying to be J-pop. They're still young, and it's like cute, but it's also very cringe at the same time.
Strawberry. And then you repeat back, blueberry. You're gonna say, Betty John. Are you ready?
Yo! But a big part of what I talk about always is like how insane and unhinged people get on TikTok and on Twitter and like immediately dox people, which these people had been doxed.
No.
Right? So like on the one hand, we were just like joking and making jokes about how cringe they were, but also on the other hand, we were like, how insane. Like, please do not, like, I can't believe people dox these people. It's crazy. So what ended up happening is, you know, I ended the stream, and then the next day I found out that like people were canceling me and Nick, saying that we were responsible for the demise of this J-pop idol group.
Nick is Not Green and Hasan together at last. This is what I've wanted the entire time, guys. Okay, this is the collab of the century. I'm the biggest fan of Nick is Not Green. I'm the biggest fan of Hasan Piker. So seeing them come together, it's so beautiful. I couldn't be happier. So Hasan at one point was one of the biggest streamers in the world. Technically, he still is. I mean, the dude gets like 17,000 live viewers. He's doing super well for himself, but that's nothing compared to where he used to be. Hasan used to average like 40 to 50,000 live viewers on live stream. He was absolutely destroying the game when all of the riots and stuff were going down during the election season. He actually peaked in live viewers on November 3rd, 2020 during the last presidential election at 226,000 live viewers. Live people watching him. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely bonkers. You know, whatever you think of him, you kind of got to respect the fact that he ever got there in the first place. You know, despite the fact that him getting there was like parroting leftist political takes and spreading misinformation, encouraging cancel culture, okay? Despite the fact that's how we got there, you got to respect the grind a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Give him the smallest bit of credit over here, guys, okay? But things are trending down for Hasan Piker. He's been losing viewers and subs for quite a bit. I believe he lost 6,000 Twitch subs in 1 month a few months ago, and that's due to a few major factors that are going on right now. Firstly, the misinformation he's been spreading is actually catching up to him. It was out of control for a while. One great example is during the conflict in Ukraine. He spread a lot of misinformation, like claiming that Russia would never invade, and then had to walk that back.
Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. US intelligence said that they were going to invade, but Hasan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock. I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia. Every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
And I think this is a point in time when a lot of people realize that Hasan is not a political commentator in a serious sense. He's not educated about these issues. He's just a guy who screams on Twitter. And hey, we're all people who scream on Twitter here, okay? I'm a guy who screams on Twitter. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a retard. My haircut looks like, what is it going to be this week? Rebecca Sugar or something like that, okay? I know, but regardless of that, I think it's fine to be a fucking idiot if you're not going to pretend to be something you're not, right? But Hasan is a fucking moron that pretends to be educated about a lot of issues, and it's bit him in the ass really hard. He claims to do on-the-ground reporting. Keep in mind, he has no, like, actual source for on-the-ground reporting for any of the places he reports on. He just posts from Twitter and calls that reporting. That's, like, his major groundbreaking reporting over here. On-the-ground, respected journalism at Hasan Piker Industries, okay? When there was an attack on a U.S. base, Hasan immediately said that it was an inside job by the CIA.
Wait, what? Attack on U.S. consulate in Iran happening now? False flag. 100%. MEK false flag. MEK actors. 0% chance that is so fucking sussy. Oh no. Oh, that's what's going on in Iraq, the American base that was under attack? No fucking shot. When I say MEK, I just mean CIA. I said MEK, but I mean CIA. Rumors saying the missiles were launched from Iran. I mean, dog. come on, bro. Like, come the fuck on. You think, like, think about this. The Iranian government, after like years of crippling sanctions, despite following the denuclearization agreements under Donald Trump, still got more sanctions and still got fucked over time and time again, who are still trying to, according to the U.S. State Department, very close to finalizing the denuclearization deal this week, ends up bombing an American base? Like, really, dude? What the fuck are you talking about?
Hasan then called viewers who question this narrative insane warmongers.
Yes, dude, I'm wrong, okay? It's probably Iran. You're right. It's probably Iran fucking blowing shit up for no reason. You're right. Let's believe that instead. You got it. It's Iran doing it 100%. Iran's the one doing it. They're irrational. God damn it, dude. I'm so annoyed. Like, one fucking dub for the American intelligence, and they never shut the fuck up. These goddamn stupid, pathetic little sniveling cowards living in the imperial core that regularly are like, I love war! I love war! I fucking love murder! I want more war!
Yeah, the warmonger is the guy who's questioning you. And during the Israel-Palestine stuff, he was still a member of the Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein, and he managed to torch his biggest friendship during this by being an asshole. Ethan was not totally condemning every Israeli, saying they deserve to die. Meanwhile, Hasan's chat was, because they live on stolen land, and when these people were calling Ethan a piece of shit, they were like digging through his wife's stuff, trying to find, you know, who she killed in the IDF or whatever, which I don't even think she got anyone, to be honest with you. They were basically saying that Hasan is hanging out with a subhuman, and people in chat were calling Ethan a subhuman, and Hasan was okay with it. He was like, well, I can't do anything about it. Keep in mind, if you insult Hasan even slightly as a large streamer, like XQC or someone like that, he will cry about it and cry about it fucking endlessly, okay? I mean, just recently, he spurred the fuck out at Ludwig for even making a video with him in the title and thumbnail where he wasn't even critical of Hasan. He just had him in the title and thumbnail. Imagine being that mad about that. But this is the kind of thing you deal with Hasan Piker. He's a very sensitive person. But if you're sensitive and Hasan makes fun of you for that, then he's based, right? He's cool, actually. And then Hasan's insane fan base started attacking Ethan over all this shit, and he just, like I said, he didn't even stop them. He didn't care.
Listen, everyone in my periphery, everyone in my circle, all the leftist people that I watch, that I'm part of, that watch this show, because I consider myself a part of that side, are all pretty much uncritically accepting of Hamas propaganda and uncaring about the rewriting of history right before our fucking eyes about this stuff. So I'm not seeing a lot of people, even though you might look at the popular media and say, you know, everybody's supporting Israel. The popular media's defense of Israel is cartoonishly dumb and evil. You know, burn them all to the ground. They have a right to defend themselves. Bomb God, like psycho shit, okay? But on the left, I don't see anyone saying what I'm saying right now. I just see the opposite. And so that's why I feel that I need to say it. If you're going to extrapolate from this that I don't care about Palestinians dying, then you're definitely reading way too far into this. And you're also, in my opinion, really callous.
And this led Ethan to basically detach from the leftist space entirely because of the treatment he got from Hasan and Hasan's various sycophants like Frogan, who repeat whatever he says unquestioningly. And if you ever wanted to peek into the mind of the average Hasan Piker viewer, well, now we actually have it. We did a scientific study. I got a lot of researchers and on-the-ground reporting to conduct this, and we managed to find one through this study that is a very good case study for the kind of people that watch Hasan Piker. They're fucking stupid, crazy people. Shocker, giant shocker, I know. So Hasan recently traveled to Australia to hang out with I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, two pretty big creators who do a lot of interesting stuff. For example, they basically infiltrated an American intelligence base in Australia and did a whole video about it. Not with Hasan, keep in mind. That was just I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, but I'm just saying that was a cool video. Like, these guys do make cool stuff now. Well, Hasan decided to do some collab content with them, and one
that really pissed me off actually, because the actual guy who what's his name? Fuck, I forget his name. Basically, he used to do like call outs. He used to call out like major like legitimate mafia people in Australia. And he even like the mafia even came to his house and like put like fucking Molotovs, and they legitimately like burnt his house down and shit. What I feel happened is like these other creators contacted him for whatever reason, and they were like, hey, we want to get you involved with a video, blah, blah, blah. And probably they persuaded him into doing it, but it was just like, it's a bullshit video. It's just like It's a joke. It's a joke. But it's basically, you remember the fucking Area 51, like Naruto's are gonna infiltrate Area 51. Yeah, it was basically a copy paste of that. Just this time it was even more lame. At least there it was like there's an element of surprise there. And then you guys talk about yapping. Bro, what is this? Then you guys talk about yapping. What the fuck is this shit? Huh? What is this shit? Then you say that I yap? Bruh. Zen, my guy. Easy game. Jesus Christ. Fine. I'll be back in a second. 1 second. What are you insane human beings talking about now? I don't even know where to start, bro. What the fuck is going on? Where do I start? What am I supposed to read here? But I don't know how it all happened. I can talk about what's right or wrong. I can't talk about what's right or wrong. I go with what the people I trust say. And that's a good thing. Okay. So I'm on Israel's side. Just look at the facts for yourself and come to a conclusion. It's pretty simple. Read this? Bro, this is a fucking book. What the fuck? I feel like Zen is a flat earther. He probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. What happened is the UK took over the Ottoman... Oh no. Seriously, I've got to deal with you about Israel-Palestine? Alright, here we go. What happened is the UK took over the Ottoman Empire. Wrong. You're already wrong. You are already wrong. That's not what happened. The UK did not take over the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire collapsed. And the UK, France, and Italy all had an agreement of how they would separate the land. Take over the Ottoman Empire, then it let the Jews steal the houses and terrain of the Palestinians. You can say that, yes, they let Jews immigrate to the lands. Yes, that is correct. Until 1948, where it reached its peak. Yes, okay. You're still writing, bro. I haven't even started reading this. You're already pinging me and trying to get me to read something else. I'm trying to read what you're saying. The UK took over the Ottoman Empire, then it let the Jews steal the houses and terrain of the Palestinians, and then the Jews threw them out and killed a lot of them. They kept expanding until we have the Israel of nowadays, and that is why Hamas got made. I love the simplicity of this explanation. Tell me, Zen, if it really, was such a simple ass scenario, it wouldn't be that complicated, right? It's not that simple though. It's not that simple. Not entirely. The Jews have been taking land since the day Israel got made. Bro, I know what you're going to say before you say it. You guys are so fucking predictable. We're taking land since the day Israel got made, and also have been killing them since the day it for sure didn't start at Palestine. Yes, by all means. When you have time, we can... No, I've already told you this. Me and you, one-on-one, not happening. Me and Easy Game, one-on-one, not happening. Me and you and Easy Game, never, ever, ever happening. Ever. Biggest mistake ever. Never. Not happening. You can call me anything you fucking want. You can gaslight me to the end of the earth. That's never happening. We're just never doing that. My mental health, I feel like I'm a pretty mentally sound human being, but both of you together, that's like one-way ticket to mental asylum. Yeah, one's bad enough, and I don't even want to do all that, but I'll do it if somebody else is involved in the conversation. I don't care even if they're on my side or not. I don't care. I don't care if they're on my side or not. But as long as they are there, to butt in sometimes, change the conversation, fine. I can't engage with you and Easy Game continuously for hours on end because you drive me up a fucking wall. You are insufferable. I already told this to Easy Game the other day, and I was dead serious about it. Yeah, you can't engage. Yeah, there you go. You most bad faith fucking people ever. This is just a legitimate thing. Because when you have time, can we go MVC? And then you teach me how to engage and do these things that I am not doing. That you think is annoying. Because I agree that I probably argue in a way. Ooh. I feel bad now. I feel stupid. You see this? You see this? This is the boss embracing new knowledge. You know, new horizons are among us, boys. There is a cloud that has separated the light. And I finally feel like, you know, there might just be a level of potential. The only problem is the one talking in chat right now, I don't even know why the fuck you're talking. This is entirely praiseworthy, admitted in only one direction and only one ever. Zen. And I haven't even finished the message. I might just be a romantic hopeless, meaning I am hopeful that this message doesn't turn from being a wholesome, like enjoyful, like potential, like not a white flag, that's not Zen style. I will accept a fucking green flag right now or a yellow flag. That's fine. It's like, hey, let's communicate. You think is annoying because I agree that I probably argue in a way that can be frustrating. I don't think it's not reasonable, but it would be nice if you help me to not be annoying, if that makes sense. Yo, I see this. I appreciate you. Good job. I love this and I will do this. Okay. As long as Easy Game's here, that's never happening. I can't deal with Easy Game. I'm just telling you straight up. Easy Game, I can't deal with you. I don't care if your opinions. I will be perfectly able to live the rest of my life without hearing another fucking of one of your stupid ass dog fucking shit opinions that are just rhetorical repetitions of Jordan fucking Peterson. That's it. It's like, I might as well just go and watch a fucking video of Jordan Peterson. Hey, that's Easy Game's opinion. That's amazing. And the fact that you would even utter something like, well, I don't know how it all happened. I can't talk about what's right or wrong. I go with what the people I trust say. That's amazing. That's amazing. So basically in one statement, you've been able to elaborate how basically you can't think for yourself. You are it's incomprehensible for you to be able to formulate your own arguments or generate your own fucking logic. You're just a fucking radio repeating other people's stories. That's it. That's all you're capable of doing. You are insufferable. And you argue on their behalf till the ends of the earth. You are fucking insane, guy. You're insane. I don't know how anybody deals with you. So that's that. Because I agree that I probably blah, blah, blah. Read this. Okay. I feel like Zen is a flat earther. Inappropriate. He might be. He might be. I wouldn't doubt it. But nonetheless, big man praises to Zen. I also have anger issues. And when I ever meet somebody who knows how to control their emotions, like anger especially, I'm probably going to learn a lot from them. And I will be that person who will say, hey, how the fuck do you deal with this shit? Because I know you used to be a really angry person, but you've like dialed it down in order to communicate with others better, I guess. So yeah. That's funny, bro. You should sympathize with him, kinda. Okay, I have zero interest for Easy Game. Bro, please read the message I sent. Yeah, that's a legendary message. Bro, please reply to the one message I'm trying you to read. Feels like you are reading the exact shit I don't want you to read, he says. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so he wants me to read this. Please tell me this isn't a, yeah, but I'm actually good at arguing message. Please. When you have time, we go, okay, so this is annoying because I got, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yes, then we will do this. Maybe not right now, but we will do this. I don't talk about stuff I'm clueless about. According to your own analysis, Easy Game, but you're not going to own up to it because you wouldn't ever possibly do that. According to your own fucking conclusion, you don't even have an opinion. You are just a fucking radio box repeating other people's opinion. In fact, it might even just come from one singular fucking place. And yet you've somehow convinced yourself that you're this mastermind genius because you watch Jordan Peterson. Congratulations. Welcome to my life 10 years ago. Like, bruh. Insufferable. You're clueless about everything. But that's the fucking problem. You can't even generate your own opinions. You can't look at the facts and generate your own logic from it or come to any conclusion. Even Xen, and I'm literally meaning, even Xen, okay? Because while you have shown me grace, and that is a pure fucking W message, what you sent there. That is so big respect. When I say even Xen, because while I appreciate that shows character, what you just did. It shows character, and that's very big respect from me. Nonetheless, we disagree about a lot of our opinions. So when I say even Xen, that's what I'm talking about. It's your bullshit opinions that I don't agree with. Nonetheless, and you can disagree with mine. Nonetheless, even Xen has his own fucking opinions. I don't know if they come from the fucking Quran, Allah, a mixture of a combination of places. But even Xen has his own fucking opinion of why he believes the things he does. If I ask you, it's just a rhetoric fucking answer from Jordan Peterson. It's just like, go and watch a fucking video. What does Jordan Peterson think about this topic? Oh, that's what Easy Game thinks. Brilliant. Love it. Thank you for the knowledge you have bestowed upon me. Insufferable.
One of these pieces was an IRL stream. During that stream, one of Hassan's viewers approached him and chastised him for drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot. Thanks for what you do.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it?
No soda,
I didn't know it was like that.
So the reason this fan is mad, in case you're wondering what the fuck this even means, is because Coca-Cola operates in Israel because they're a giant global company. I mean, like the most famous soda in the world, okay? Pepsi lovers owned, okay? Pepsi sells destroyed. Coke Chads stay winning as always, but Coke operates everywhere, and everywhere includes Israel. And according to this website that I found that talks about how people should boycott Coca-Cola, Coke operates on stolen Palestinian land. And so this person from Hassan's chat who approached him in real life believes that by drinking Coca-Cola, you are profiting off of this stolen land by supplying Coca-Cola with the $2 you spent on that soda. Keep in mind, Hassan Piker...
Yeah, it's like that bullshit fucking application that they fucking created. Stupid fucking morons. Jesus Christ. You want to talk about dumb fucks of the earth? They literally went and created a fucking application so you can spend 7 times the amount of time you used to spend shopping, just so you can like scan every single product that you decide to buy and make sure that that application tells you whether it's okay to buy it. Basically, they have an idea that somehow they have access to institutional investment, which they do. That is public knowledge. But the only problem is you don't have public knowledge relating to private investments, which is where the majority of the money that gets invested into these companies comes from. Well, at least at an early stage. A later stage, yes, it is like a big portion of it is from institutional. But yeah, it's still like, it's very important that you, in order to be able to do that application, you would have need both of those data sets. The institutional money that gets invested and the personal. You don't have access to the personal. That's classified. That's confidential to every individual personally. I can literally go into the SEC filings and it'll show me where each company has invested in what thing. That's all they're doing. They're not doing anything special. And they're saying, oh, yeah, but guess what? All institutions are investing in all the fucking institutions. This is just the way it works. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, people. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what's going to bankrupt Coca-Cola. Multi-billion-dollar company that runs all around the fucking world, and you think Palestine-Israel conflict is going to stop people from drinking Cokes? You are fucking delusional.
Caters to these people regularly by engaging in cancel culture and encouraging people to be criticized over the most nothing ever. So obviously this kind of thing is what his audience cares about. These are the kind of people who like him. And the performative activism here is so transparent too. Like
I would normally not do this, but I respect that you sometimes think about the stuff I said you thought was crazy before, and then I think about it more and start to see my point. That's amazing. It's just, it's not all about my point and your point. There are other points that we should pay attention to. To me, those are the things I care about. Those are the things I will care about your point as long as it disagrees with mine. Probably that's just a natural reaction that I'm going to have, because it's like, okay, well, we disagree. You're obviously on some other like level opposite to me. Might not be exactly opposite. You might be like, to the side of me. It's different nonetheless. But it's like, okay, what am I missing? If you're on the opposite side and I'm here, what am I missing? What is the reason you stand on that side and I stand on here? That entertains me, that fascinates me beyond you can even understand. It's like, how is that even fucking possible? It's like, there's only one set of facts. There's only one set of facts. It's like, either one's right or the other's right. So why the fuck are we opposite each other? It's like, obviously, this hasn't been figured out. So I want to know, why is it you stand on that side? Once I understand that, I'm uninterested. I've lost interest. It's like, okay, awesome, fine. If I disagree, then I'll just stand my ground. If I see something interesting, I'll come and explore something in your area. I'll come and sniff the bullshit out if I can. If I like it, smells good, I might even stay for a while. I might even stay there permanently. Like I did with the whole fucking transgender shit. With the gender dysphoria. I need to be specific about that, because apparently there are like different people in these communities which stand on like various sides of the argument. But then the idea is, okay, we are now in an agreement. We've argued, we've disputed. One of us has come to the other person's side. That's the idea. If you argue, if you have enough research, you do enough analytics, then there's going to be one answer. We don't have the answers. That's why we argue. If we had the answers, we all knew the truth or the facts of the matter, we'd all be standing on the same side. But we don't. We're obviously seeing history from a different perspective. So even though there are a set of facts, we look at them from a different perspective. Because even if it seems wrong that, Israel is attacking Palestine, for example, when you're an Israeli and you're looking at things, you're not looking at things from that perspective. You know that's what's happening. You see your forces attacking Palestinians, but you also see Palestinians attacking your side. And you're taught something in school, and when you're growing up and in your social networks and everything, so you believe a specific thing. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one truth. There's only one truth. That's it. So whose side are you going to stand on? That's based on the research, the analysis that you do, the facts you uncover, and you move. You move. That's what life is about. You move. You're never going to be stationary. If you stay, it's by default, you are not making progress. Progress doesn't look stationary. You don't get to decide what the fuck it is you believe at 19 years of age and die with those same beliefs, unless you are literally intentionally staying ignorant. There is no other way you're not going to move on topics. You don't get to do that and, seek knowledge. It's impossible. You're going to pivot. You're going to change your mind on so many different things. And I'm interested in fast forwarding that process as fast as possible, because I'm trying to min-max the process. I'm trying to figure out what is the right side on the transgender debate. What is the right side on Israel-Palestine? What is the right side on Biden versus Trump? That's all I care about. That's where I want to stand. I want to get there as fast as possible. That's it. That's my agenda. That's all I care about. Yes. And I want to preach that thing once I find out what it is. And I will know when that is a good place to stand. So yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. You think I love arguing? No, I fucking despise arguing. You think I love debating? No, I fucking hate debating. I understand that it's a necessity in the world we live in today, because you have people believing all types of random ass fucking shit. even though they can do a quick fucking search, scroll through some fucking papers and realize that, oh shit, the thing I've been supporting for the last 5 years of my life is totally bullshit. I wasted too many years believing in stupid fucking things. That's why I don't have any fucking biases when it comes to this shit. Because as far as I'm concerned, the moment you stop being reasonable and logical, hey, idea that I believe in, you get to fuck off out of my life. I welcome in change. That's all I care about. I have no interest on, standing on. No, it's like, if we all stand, we're all in agreement, we're going to stop fucking arguing. We're going to stop fighting. It's kind of obvious. Let's get the facts straight, guys. Let's just do that. Can we do that? Amazing. And my main issue is like explaining my opinion and replying to the right stuff. I respect that, man. We've all got minuses, we've all got pluses. I ain't got no interest to like point at you and say, oh shit, that's so lame. I'm too old for that shit, bro. I ain't got no interest. The straw man you're fighting is putting up a good fight, it seems, yeah. The purpose might be to make them feel good. Do you remember up to like 4 years ago, the lefties were saying cancel culture isn't real? It's just fucking stupid ass opinions. Holy shit. It's annoying. You're like a child, bro. Yes, man. Yes, man. Respect. Respect. Yes. If not for anything else, you'll be able to like argue better against somebody who has similar beliefs to me. Yes. Yes. You're right. Yes. That is a good incentive. Then you can fucking destroy them. So the idea is let me generate the best fucking arguments possible in this sphere. You hear my arguments. You think of counter attacks to my arguments. You work through them, analyze them. Do they make sense? Is it factual? If yes, then when you are posed, bro, we'll do VC tomorrow. Okay, we'll do VC. I'm giving you the time of day tomorrow. Okay, we'll do VC tomorrow, but it's already 10 o'clock here, and yeah, me too. I don't have time. I'm gonna go to bed soon, but we will do it tomorrow. You have my word. Okay, we'll have that conversation. I think it's an interesting conversation because guess what? I'm not a pro. I'm not a pro. I'm a fucking amateur when it comes to these things. But I will tell you whatever it is that I can possibly give you. We might even learn something together. I don't fucking know. So I'm not good at knowing how to reply to certain types of people. Agreed. Neither am I. But we can possibly learn something. By the way, keep in mind, Easy Gamer and me aren't clones. We agree on a lot of things, but we could equally disagree on a lot of things. I think the amount of things we disagree on is like the same as we agree. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I won't shove you both into the same camp. That sounds fair to me. But Hiwei, do you agree more with him than with me? The problem with Easy Game is, had I been 10 years younger, we would probably agree on a lot of fucking shit. A lot of fucking shit. But I've already been through that phase. I've already seen the holes in those arguments. And that's why I moved on. That's why I changed my opinion. If there was no holes, I would have never changed my opinion. I would have never done it. I would have just stuck on that because it was, at the time, I used to go to sleep listening to Jordan Peterson. Like, I was infatuated with the man at some point in my life. So I know his arguments. And I know that, and he keeps repeating it every single time. It just drives me fucking mental. Do you disagree with all of us? I don't disagree on everything with you. I don't disagree with everything with Easy Gamer. I don't disagree with everything. Unless you're like somebody who's like already totally fucking extreme, far gone, you're done, you're totally, like your mind is set on every fucking principle of life. Like me and you are probably gonna agree on some things. It's inevitable. Like both him and me, okay. No, I don't have time. Yeah, man. You go. I'm gonna go as well. I'm gonna end the stream, and tomorrow we'll do that. No worries, man. No worries. But again, big respect. Even if it doesn't go well, the conversation tomorrow doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it takes balls to do that. To admit that I don't know everything. I shouldn't be holding a strong position right now because I don't have all the data, all the information. But yeah, I praise you for that. Anyway, man, we'll call it here. We'll call it a day. And tomorrow I'll be fresh. Again, I've been with like 6 hours of sleep in the last 3 days. So tomorrow. Good night. I'll see you boys tomorrow.